Correct.
Is that
Again,
right?
if I'm not required to know something too in depth when I go in for a gig, then I don't pay much attention to it. And I've tried watching the show, and I do enjoy it, but my lore is not terribly deep.
Hey, Jason.
Hey, what? Required to know something too.
All right then. All right.
Okay,
Well, I can definitely help with that.
Jason.
Yes.
What's a lackadaisy?
We are live.
Oh,
by
God.
the way. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
We got somebody echoing pretty badly. Make sure your YouTube.
Yeah, sounds like someone has the YouTube video up and they don't have it muted.
Mute yourself. Okay.
That was me. I'm so sorry.
Oh my
But
god.
Captain,
I was the source of
how
the
could
chaos.
you do that?
I was like, why is everybody talking over me? I don't understand.
Lackachat says the voice of God. Yes, that was what that was. Actually, 10-ton behemoth here is maybe more the voice of God, but.
Oh yes.
All right.
Random stranger
Hi,
says JoJo Siwa. No, wrong franchise.
So, we are having a bit of a weeb stream today. It has been decided that for some reason I need to know all about JoJo. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure or adventures, I guess. And so we have invited some anime fans from the Lackacrew. We'll give a welcome to Val, Zib's voice actor. Hey Val, Valentine Stokes. We have Jason Marnocha here, who has voiced some stuff. Can you maybe illuminate us, Jason, as to what you've...
Oh, on JoJo. I'm the English voice of Keicho Nijimura in Diamond is Unbreakable, I believe was the season name. I think it's the one before this last season, if memory serves, but...
Okay, cool.
I don't know things that happen,
But he doesn't know things.
No, but I am also the voice of Victor in Lackadaisy, so...
That too, yes.
Yeah.
We have... Walter, are you still here?
Yep, still alive.
We have one of our video editors here who is well-versed in JoJo, has like an encyclopedic knowledge of it.
Thank you.
Soon we will have Brad, Wick's voice, joining us as well. He had to finish up some work, but he'll be in probably in about a half hour. And Clint, who is our blog writer and PA. Hey, Clint. Also has some JoJo knowledge. Is that correct?
I've watched the anime.
Clint knows JoJo. Okay.
which for some purists would be like, you didn't read the manga. So.
Yes. I don't know. Has anyone in the
JoJo test.
Anyone in the audience actually read the manga? I guess. I'm coming in totally blind. I'm gonna be drawing pictures while they talk at me, and I have no idea. Like I don't even know the name of the character with the 3 things on his forehead that I drew Rocky as. Like it's like Giorno or what is his name?
It's Jim, and his stand's name is Christopher Reeve, I think.
Okay. So, like a Superman sort of reference?
I have no idea. I'm just making things up.
Okay,
That's
so
all I have to contribute to any of this.
Does his hair do anything? I've been confused about it for a long time. Like,
I mean, you can probably store robin eggs in it.
It looks amazing.
It looks amazing. Yes, it does. I'm just like, it almost looks weaponized.
It is a show about hair to some degree, I think. So.
Okay.
There is a point where those buns unravel. There is a point.
Oh, there is. Okay. Exciting. All right.
I had the same kind of questions with even like my character, because he has like a very tall, like square-topped haircut, where it must just be like long hair that you just sculpt up and then layer over itself. Like it's a show about hair. Like it really is to some degree. Like everyone just has amazing hair.
I don't remember who it was yesterday who was basically describing it to me as beefcake Pokemon. It's like...
Nice. Beefcake Pokemon who love 80s rock albums.
It's just like
that's too accurate.
A bunch of muscly guys doing like Pokemon attacks.
Oh my god, that's perfect.
Like, you know, it starts out like that for a bit. But
that actually does help me understand this to some degree.
As time goes on, the characters become less and less muscular, because at the start, Araki was very inspired by things like Fist of the North Star. That was the initial
Hell yeah.
inspiration.
I mean, it was so incredibly Fist of the North Star, and then it just kind of devolved from there and became more bizarre.
Yeah, I'd
Well,
say
man
he,
after my own heart here.
he found his own his own style, I suppose, to more I suppose like I actually really like the early stuff, to be honest.
Slender,
of JoJo.
handsome-looking characters.
Yeah, I once heard someone describe JoJo's Bizarre Adventure as Araki discovering like his taste in men or something.
Yes.
Or like what?
It's
like-
good taste in street signs.
I recall recently he made an interview about the Part 5 anime,
Mhm.
and he mentioned that as he was writing that, he was discovering the beauty of beautiful men. And the interviewer was like, yeah, but there are girls in there. Yeah, no, but the focus is beautiful men.
I mean, clearly the focus is on the dudes, like the
really pretty guys.
like those, those shoulders and arms and pecs and everything definitely dominate.
I do remember as a boy, I was like, Hirohiko Araki, the author, must be like, you know, a certain persuasion. And I'm like, oh no, he's married and everything to a woman. What? Really? Okay then. Fair enough.
I mean, that doesn't necessarily tell you everything there is to know. So
No, exactly.
Oh, yeah, that means
I was
shit
like,
ball. Are you kidding me?
I remember being a kid and being like, all these boys are so attractive.
So, all right. First off, I'm gonna ask you guys to give me a character who's your favorite. Like, I don't know if you can vote on it or come to some kind of consensus. Like, who's the most like over the top, ridiculous character?
Dio?
And
Can we point at Dio here?
What lackadaisy character would they be so alike or so different to that it would be fun to pair them up in a drawing? Like,
I almost want to say Josuke is the most extravagant.
Fucking Josuke.
okay, tell me about Josuke. How do you spell that so I can like
Explain the Joe.
explain?
Okay, so it's J. Oh shit! 1 second.
J-O shit, is that how you
There we
say
go.
it?
Yeah.
J-O-S-U-K-E, I believe.
Josuke. Yes.
Okay.
And his hair is a mile long.
Oh, he's got the big pompadour thing going on? Is
Oh
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
This is a man who punches spaghetti when he sees it. He knows a good.
Okay.
He knows good food to punch.
Yeah.
He knows good
And don't
food
insult his hair.
to punch.
If you insult
Not
his hair, you're as good as dead.
Yeah, you're done for. That's the whole thing.
Big mistake.
Okay.
Rookie mistake.
So
Yes, I remembered something.
So which character should I merge him with for the sake of a ridiculous drawing? I think
Zib? No.
I was gonna say Zib too, honestly.
I can't picture Zib punching spaghetti.
I would
is
say,
the
I would
thing.
actually say
he would eat the spaghetti. I don't think he
Nico.
would punch
I would actually say he's more of a Nico.
Nico?
He's
Okay.
quite playful. He's
Oh,
quite playful.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see that.
He's a very
Yeah.
playful, lovable character, but he has a tendency to get extremely serious when it calls for it.
Okay.
Yeah, that.
Yeah,
good
that's
pull.
right.
He's very focused on his own appearance. You know, like
Very, very vain.
yeah.
Yeah, he like cries when he gets his new shoes like wet and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, they're
so,
like
Fucking adorable.
there is a point in the series where Josuke, along with his nephew, his older nephew Jotaro Kujo, are hunting a rat that has the power to shoot you with a bullet that just turns you into a glob of pus and flesh and stuff, and it's just a horrible fate, worse than death. And they're tracking it through like fields. He's like, and Joro just goes walking through a stream or something, and Josuke's like, "Oh, I gotta take my shoes and socks off."
okay, that sounds kind of Mordecai, actually. I mean,
Yeah, that sounds very.
Yeah.
Nico would
He's
never.
not
do that.
necessarily like. Actually, no, he does kind of
He
hate
wears
gross
shoes.
things.
He's a delinquent though.
That's
He's
true.
like
He's
very Nico
fastidious,
delinquent.
yeah.
more of a delinquent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh. Funny enough, I had also another character for someone else, I think.
Tell us.
Risotto Nero with Victor.
Risotto Nero. So, is that spelled
So-
like risotto?
Yeah, exactly. He's not as lovely as his name is.
Okay.
So
And Thomas
Nero
Thomas,
for
the
who?
whole
okay, he's got some like creepy eye thing going on.
yeah. So to give you some context, he is part of an assassination squad that's run by a mob gang, and at one point in the series, he rebels against his boss and tries to kill him.
Hmm.
He's serious almost 95% of the time, but does get excited when things go his way.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a Mordecai if I ever heard one.
That's a Mordecai. Okay.
When you said
Yeah.
Victor, I was like, ooh, I was thinking like Wham.
Yeah. Victor as one of the pillar men would be great.
Yeah. He's very loyal, but he also has like a softer side, but he doesn't really show it very often.
And his name is
He respects honor and doesn't
Whamu.
Whamu.
Whamu is more like a warrior type, where he's like, he wants to fight you honorably and such. But in the end, he does rebel against his master because he's refused a fair fight. So he's like, no, fuck you. I want to fight. I'm fine with dying if it's to protect this man now.
Okay.
The look of this character, though, but dress Victor like that would be insane.
Okay, I could start there, I guess. That'd be fun. Now you gotta tell me, like, what are they doing? What are they even doing? Like,
I don't think there's a good answer to that. I don't know if there's a concrete answer.
Like, clearly the conceit is built around, like, just beefy dudes
making memes,
fighting.
Well,
so, but there's got to be like some justification for.
I got this. Okay.
Depends on the part.
Allow me. So JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is set across different generations of a family, or in other cases, like different timelines. But I'm gonna stick to the simple stuff for now. It's really about the fate of a certain bloodline, that being the Joestars and the relatives of them, which like split off into different families for different reasons and all. That can get quite complicated as it goes on, but it's actually relatively simple when explained straightforwardly. We start off with Jonathan Joestar in Manchester, England. Yeah. As he is a young budding gentleman, really. In the first instance we see him, he is trying to defend a young lady as she has had her doll stolen off her by some vagabonds, some boys at school or whatever. And he tries to get it off them, and they just completely crush his ass and beat him up. But Erina, this young girl, is so moved by his gentlemanly and kind spirit that she immediately falls in love with him. So
romantic.
Around this time as well, another young man who's basically the antithesis to Jonathan, Dio Brando, probably the most famous character in the series. Someone here mentioned them. I have no idea who's talking or anything, because this screen that I have in front of me is black. It has just died on me, which really pisses me off. It was like 30
Are
quid or
you going to
something,
need
but...
to reboot or something, Val?
No, I'm just using my phone basically to figure some things out, like, if I need to look on the Discord or anything at this point, but I'm all good. Like, my computer's all fine. It's just in the booth. So Dio Brando, basically the opposite to Jonathan, who lives a very opulent life in Manchester. Dio lives somewhere in London, I believe, basically in a very small home with his abusive, constantly drinking father. Little to Dio's father's knowledge, though, Dio has been slowly poisoning him for ages because he hates him so goddamn much.
Okay.
And frankly, I don't blame Dio. Dio's father is the biggest piece of shit. So
this stream is already amazing.
He's trying his best, okay?
You're rustling your way through a black screen. You can't tell who anybody's talking to. It's like, no, I gotta just talk about
I like it, Victor.
It's like yelling at a blizzard. Like you just
Val's like in a dark box right now. He's like yelling about JoJo.
And then Funny Valentine said, "My heart and actions are utterly unclouded. Can anyone hear me?"
That's interesting. I can hear you.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, so in his death throes, though, Dio's father, as like a sort of final, actually good act towards his son, is like, son, take this letter, for in this letter there is a ring and a note from me addressed to Jonathan Joestar's father, George Joestar. He did not say Jonathan Joestar. So basically, a long time ago, like when Jonathan was born, I don't know if Dio was born yet. I'm really not sure. I don't think he was.
Wasn't.
I don't think
I wasn't sure. I think Dio might be younger than Jonathan. Maybe.
I think so, yeah, because they don't have kids when they stumble upon the crash. They're just kind of like vagabonds.
So, and I doubt they could afford a babysitter in like 1800s England.
Okay, so
I don't know.
So this is set in the 1800s.
Maybe that's why they're destitute.
Yes, that's right. It's in like the it's in like the late 1800s, I think. Something like that. Is it? I believe so.
Yeah.
Around
like turn of the century, just
a
before.
more English British setting.
Yes, exactly. Like let me just like 'cause I've got a little timeline thing here in case
You brought props.
Fucking receipts.
I've made a PowerPoint.
I was talking to Tracy. I was talking to Tracy and Babel the other day, and I did say I would like to do this as almost a university lecture if I could.
I mean, by the way,
The
timeline actually starts at 100,000 BC, just to let you know.
I thought I would get to brass. I did, in fact, think about getting to like the ancient stuff, but I think I'm going to save that when necessary.
We'll be here all day.
We're gonna start talking about JoJo Jesus, and let's not get into that just yet. Okay.
We will get
before we get too far
to Jesus Christ.
All right.
Before we get too far into the developed lore, I asked a question on Twitter for this session about a week ago, and I'm curious if the people who actually know about JoJo can confirm or deny any of these answers.
Okay, go.
Because I basically asked, give me a synopsis in one sentence.
Of all of JoJo?
Emotional buff guys beat the shit out of everyone.
That's one. Yeah, they beat the shit out of each other, but not in the ways you think.
I'm still not sure I understand the reason they do that.
I'm not sure there is a reason.
There's got to be a conversation where they literally.
There is, trust me.
Yeah.
They're trying to kill each other in a way, and sometimes they don't even mean to do that.
Is it kind of like a Dragon Ball type thing where they're just...
Well, I mean, the easy answer is sometimes it's vampires, sometimes it's aliens, sometimes it's
okay, gotcha.
sometimes it's gangsters from Italy. You know, like it's and sometimes it's ghosts.
Okay,
Araki gets bored.
Okay.
Yeah.
After a certain point, it's always ghosts.
Yeah, I was like, the only thing I did know about the show is that there's a character called JoJo Joestar. That there's a guy with like the 3 little bun things on his forehead, which I guess is Giorno. Is that it? And then the comic. There's a comic that this is based on, and it started in like the early '80s, which I was pretty impressed that it's still like this popular, is still going. Or maybe it has like kind of just reached its apotheosis at this point. I don't know. Because it seems to have like exploded. It seems to have exploded in popularity in like the past 4 years or so, I'd say. Like, just based on like the amount of fan art and stuff I see and memes I see on like.
The really big boom of it started happening after season 3 started airing. It got really popular. Stardust Crusaders.
Yeah, but it also wasn't allowed into America for a while, even the manga, because of like copyright issues. Because a lot of the stands, a lot of the characters are named after like American rock bands.
You got Red Hot Chili Peppers, you got Vanilla Ice, you got Snoop Dogg.
So you
got California King Bed.
Yo, let me pull up my Snoop Dogg here.
Okay, so how do
One of my favorites.
They have a way of getting around that, from what I think Walter said something about. Like he
they give them awful names.
Is Walter still here? Okay.
Yeah, I'm still here. I just love the worst translations so far. Dirty deeds done for dirt cheap. filthy acts done at a reasonable price.
See, I think that's funny though.
Actually,
I think that's
kind
really
of have
funny.
to, yeah.
I love that shit.
I kind of have to agree.
I mean,
they have to like play up, like change the words.
Yeah, it
around
has to be
so that
extra goofy if it's gonna work.
what it's referencing,
Yeah.
but it's not that
Yeah.
exactly. That.
Yeah. See, I think that's wonderful. I love that
Please,
shit because
just
I know
let
that.
me say my stand name before you attack me. Don't kill
Yeah.
me yet.
Okay,
I have to
so
finish my
now
sentence.
that
Yeah,
brings
I have
me-
to finish it.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No.
Oh,
No, I was
gonna say,
just completing his thought.
That brings me to the next thing. What is a stand and why?
Hey,
Okay,
Stand
so-
up to Pokemon.
Okay.
Do you
I'd
want
like
to
say
take
that
this,
one.
Jason?
To put it in a simple state, it's the manifestation of one's spirit, and that can have an ability of its own. It can evolve if the person wants it to evolve in a way.
If they have enough spirit for
Yeah.
it to evolve.
The older you get, the weaker the stand becomes. The younger you
Oh, is
are,
that
the
why they're all
stronger
like
it is.
14 but they also
what?
look like 30-year-old men?
Wow, they're 14.
Yes,
They're
but
like
no.
what?
Well,
But sometimes.
that seems to only be the case for for part 3 characters, really, Jotaro, Kujo, and Kakyoin, who look like they could easily go into a bar and buy any number of alcoholic drinks, but they are supposedly 17.
I mean,
I'm a high school student, a normal one
okay.
at that, 2 meters tall,
I-
buff as hell.
she smokes a pack a day.
I
Like,
was gonna say if they're
I have-
14, it makes kind of like thirsting after these guys a little icky, but I mean they certainly do not. They look like they're supposed to be like
if you can
25.
believe that they are 14, then that dick is on you.
I guess.
I'm gonna say like I could say that about Koichi maybe, but who wants Koichi really?
If
No,
you
no,
really
that's
looks
not-
at Jotaro and says, yeah, that's a 14-year-old.
I mean,
No.
you got variety with this stand. I mean, I don't know. Let's not.
That's a
Yeah,
narc who
like
snuck
I
into
didn't
the
I didn't
school.
find out till later, like after or midway through probably recording or something, that Keicho's supposed to be 18 years old. And I'm like,
Wait,
the guy's like 6'4"
played an
with a huge barrel chest. He's a big military guy, and he does not look 18 whatsoever.
Jason, do you
Bad
sound like how you
company.
currently sound at 18?
Yes.
Oh, amazing.
And so honestly, that's why I'm like, there's kind of some truth in this. So everyone get off my back.
It's like
But-
like when your physique is way ahead of your brain development.
Yeah, because he
Yeah.
definitely looks like 35 and owns a gym.
Okay.
But
Um,
but yeah.
Tracy, to put you into perspective, do you remember Giorno, that you've been drawing for some time?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's 14 to 14 to 15.
I don't,
What?
I
Yeah,
don't see
and
the
the-
drawing, by the
The
way.
entirety of the part that he's in, the entirety of part 5, happens in the span of a week.
I always forget about that. It feels like a month.
It's like
Oh.
episode 1, he just goes around his campus and people are like, "Hey, Giorno, help us out with the school stuff." Yeah, not right now. Comes back a week later, fucking mafia boss.
Okay, is Tracy streaming the drawing right now? Because I don't see it on
Yeah.
Yes, and I am,
YouTube. I'm on
and I'm
YouTube.
casting it into the Lackachat channel for anyone in the
Okay.
Discord.
Oh, I see. My my YouTube was just behind for some reason. Okay, all right, I get it. Alright, that was odd. I was like, oh, I can't see anything. What's going on? Oh,
Are you drawing Wham Nico?
Not Nico,
No,
Victor.
no.
I was
Hey,
told
there he is.
that what's his name?
Nice.
What's the other one? Josuke
Josuke, yeah.
Yeah.
is more like Nico, I guess, or maybe a little
If
more
I
like
had to
Mordecai. I
compare
don't
him-
know.
Honestly, I think the Nico
Anyone.
comparison definitely seems right.
Okay.
It's
Yeah, if
perfectly
I had to
bad,
compare him to any of them.
Yeah, I think that's a good
Mordecai
pull.
would definitely be a Yoshikage Kira, though.
Oh, he would so be Yoshikage Kira.
Probably, like, but
See, I don't know
but
what that
there's
is. Now
one
they've lost me
thing.
because they're outside of my season.
Okay, I
So
don't.
I don't know what the
This was in
hell's
your
happening
heart.
anymore.
This was in your
There is
heart.
There is only one thing that would separate Yoshikage Kira and is a deal breaker, actually. Mordecai would never have a severed hand on his person at all times.
That we
Only
know
if
of.
it was just stuck there and he couldn't get rid of it, I guess.
Okay,
You know what? Yes,
Yeah,
it's
you already
pretty
got it
hilarious.
right.
Freak out
Get rid
every
of the
time he
rubber hand.
noticed it. It's
To be fair, Kira keeps his hands very clean and very sanitized.
you know,
like there's
sometimes
never
you
a
have to-
second
sometimes I can't understand Araki's thoughts. He went into further detail as to what Kira does with the hands of his victims, because if you didn't know, he's a psychotic killer who basically has this massive fetish after seeing which was it? Da Vinci's Mona Lisa. He saw the hands on the women on the picture, and he got turned on so much by it that he started killing girls and taking and severing their hands and keeping them to himself, doing many things with the hands, including but not limited to opening things, cooking with the hand, touching himself with the hand, wiping his ass with the hand, licking sauce off of the fingers of the severed hand.
Okay, this is starting to sound like Hannibal instead of
No,
But
he
he
doesn't
is very
consume
clean.
them. He doesn't consume them. He just
He
touches
just likes
them
to
and
lick
uses them.
things off of them sometimes.
Like,
In fact, he
poke
keeps
sandwiches,
like
he
clean.
pokes
It's like if you had a
sandwiches
very
with his
fleshy
fingers, and then he
fork.
licks the sauce.
He
Yeah.
just doesn't want to bother with like washing the dishes, so it's like
Yeah,
just use the
utensils and things are annoying, so it's like having
Because-
someone else help you
I will
Life. I want to
without the commitment of needing to talk to someone.
I will
More
try and
time.
I'll try and get through part 1 for you if you want, though, Tracy, as like a synopsis of the
You've
series.
got
yeah.
All right.
7 more parts to go past that.
There is, yeah.
So if you can like wrap into this like what a stand is exactly, like I still don't
Oh, I thought you were
That's-
asking him to rap it first. I was like, oh shit.
That
Please
is-
wrap it and put a bow
Wait,
on
you're getting-
it.
Drop some
someone
sick
else
You're
beats.
getting ahead of yourself, Tracy.
I believe
We're still on
Oh
part 1.
yes, please rhyme your description.
Yeah.
It will not be accepted unless it's delivered in iambic pentameter.
I believe
When you fail the class.
someone's already explained it, but the stand is a manifestation of
Okay.
one's fighting
Yeah,
spirit.
You started
and,
to describe it. I kind of lost the thread
Oh,
a
okay.
little bit.
And
Sorry.
oh no, it's no
That was
problem. So like as it's a manifestation of one's fighting spirit. Originally, there were like more rules as to who could or could not use a stand. For example, when they were initially introduced, for example, they were all named after tarot cards. Yes,
Okay.
and I was familiar with this when I was young because my mom used to do tarot cards and everything. So I was like, oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's awesome, right on.
Yeah, and so for a while it was like, okay, all these dudes have stands of different variety, and the kind of cool thing or divisive thing about stands is that when he made part 3, he was really finding out for himself what could a stand do and how much could it do. For example, Jotaro Kujo, the main character of part 3 stand, Star Platinum, started out just as really strong. And then as it went on, he could do things like he has amazing lung capacity and can like suck so hard that it will pull you towards him.
Interesting skill.
Yeah. He can
Uh-huh.
consume things at a rapid pace.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, God.
There was a lot of people nowadays will kind of like dunk on part 3 and be like, "Oh, look at Star Platinum and his power, Star Finger," where literally, in a moment of pure, like, he was basically doomed, like just fucked. Araki kind of like made this move up on the spot where Jotaro just has Star Platinum point his finger at this guy and it extends at such a rate that it just blasts through this guy's stand's head.
That sounds
Just ripped
reasonable.
it off, and then just
Yeah.
makes what's it called? A tornado, kind of inside the water, just by swirling his finger around at a rapid pace.
I can't remember because it's actually been a very long time. I can remember the general, like, I can remember some details, but like very small bits in fights, I can't remember one for one. So if anyone does know that,
That's
like, please do fill it out for me.
We'll fill in. Don't trust me.
Yeah. As the series goes on, though, like eventually at the very end of the series, when they confront the main antagonist, Dio Brando, I'll explain to you why he comes back because they're in like the very early 1900s or like very late 1800s, and part 3 is like set in the 1980s, I believe.
Yes, or 1970s.
Oh yeah, something like that. It's like late 1978.
Whatever year would make Josuke 14 in 1995.
Okay then, yeah. So that'd be like 1980.
I'm going to fact check myself right now.
1986? No, it's 1999, isn't it, in part 4?
1999, yeah.
For part 4,
So
yeah.
there is a reason why Dio is in part 1, which is in, like, as I said, like, really early, like, you know, like, England and everything, and then all of a sudden, he's in Egypt in, like, the 1970s as the main antagonist.
Okay.
Dio has the power to stop time, and at the very end of all this, it basically goes, Jotaro, you have the same kind of stand as me. You can stop time as well. Holy shit, fuck! And this is, as far as anyone can tell, this is never really stated. People have tried to say it's been hinted at, like Star Platinum's speed and everything, because it's just great at everything. If you get within its range, it just bashes your brains in.
It's a fun thing that in every fight that Jotaro has been in, whenever he's punched with Star Platinum, he hasn't decimated anyone. He's just incapacitated them or left them unconscious. But in his fight with Dio, his punches are so strong, in fact, that it rips him apart and leaves holes in his body.
That's the anger. The anger does that, all that.
You can assume it's like a Spider-Man thing, where I remember in a personal favorite Spider-Man story, mine, Superior Spider-Man, Dr. Octopus has taken over Peter Parker's body, and he punches a guy, I believe, ripping off the Scorpion's jaw, I believe, and Dr. Octopus inside Peter Parker's body is like, oh my god, he's been holding back this whole time!
Yeah.
It wasn't even a hard punch or anything. It was like a light jab, I think it just ripped like paper. It's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, it would be terrifying to find out that you have that much, or someone that you have been fighting for a long time could have just killed you if they wanted to.
That was the defining moment.
I was just being nice to you, man.
That's actually a thing I like about interpretations of Superman, is when it's like Superman is going out of his way to not decimate everything.
Yeah,
like
I love that as well.
Treating the world like it's cardboard and all that.
There was like
it's not about Superman,
a Justice League animated episode where he
fights Darkseid?
Yeah, he fights Darkseid. He says, like, the world is made of cardboard to me, but I can just unleash on. And he just fucking goes at him. And it was like, that was a really cool moment. And it's like, I wish there was more interpretations of Superman as, like, the reason why he, especially as Clark Kent, is such, like, a ginger guy is because he knows how much power he has, and he's trying very, very hard not to just shred this world, basically, because he cares that much.
He has to try so much harder in his alter ego. That's good. I like that.
Yeah. He is Clark Kent, essentially. You know?
Yeah. There's actually a very good video game that's in this exact vein. It's called Megaton Rainfall. I won't spoil the story or anything, but one of the leading points in it is you're a god-level superhero that can do anything and can fly anywhere and can wipe out cities with a single blow. And the only repercussion that you face in the entire game is if you accidentally kill innocent people or wipe out cities or things like that while you're trying to protect people from whatever alien invasions and things like that. The only scoring mechanic it has is negative if you hurt people. And the entire concept is, you know, you got to save these people. You got to take out the enemies and whatever before they kill everyone, all that jazz. But the collateral damage aspect of having that much power is really interesting to manage.
Yeah.
So back to the stands though. So as I was saying, Jotaro like has a stand, but it like gains things and loses things throughout the series. That Starfinger thing I mentioned, he just doesn't use it really at certain points. He just doesn't. But then after part 3, where Jotaro becomes a reoccurring character, and Araki has finally like gotten this idea of like, okay, a stand has like one ability. And maybe they can, like, vary it up if it's a good enough ability that I can think of. So Jotaro's stand is no longer star-fingering, breathing so hard that you get close to him. He's just stopping time. He's just stopping time and punching you to death, basically. That basically becomes what he is.
Are we good
but after this, stands, like, take a more solid... pardon?
Solid?
Because
I was going to say, I heard someone say something about spoiling?
Someone said something about spoiling. I kind of heard someone say that.
Yeah, it
was
sounded like Jason.
softly talking. Yeah, was it Jason?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't me. I don't know. I didn't say a word.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, there you are. It's Brad. I was gonna say.
Brad!
Oh, Brad!
I say I don't give a shit about
Who's
spoiling
that?
anything. I don't even know what's happening.
Brad!
Okay,
We have
good.
our last
There he
week has
is.
joined the chat.
Hey.
Hey,
So
sorry.
they are only just getting to explaining stands to me. I'm still.
You know,
We're
40 minutes
you
in.
know,
The point I was getting to, Reed, was
Do you know Hamon yet?
oh.
Did they explain Hamon?
Oh, we forgot about
We
Hamon!
did. I was going to. I wanted to.
Stands first.
Okay.
I was explaining stands because Tracy asked like, "What is a stand?"
Yes.
Fair.
Okay,
So after part 3, stands take a more like solid approach where it's like you have a stand like the Hand, used by a character called Okuyasu Nishimura, the brother of the character that Jason plays.
Oh, okay.
Hey.
Yes. Yeah. And his power is really good. He has on his right hand, he has the ability to erase and then like kind of pull together anything that he like hits with this hand. So, for
Like,
example,
he creates a vacuum in space, right?
yes, he does, which then like pulls whatever like he's hit together. For example, if he were to like there's a bit where he hits a sign and he just scrapes it, and Josuke like looks at the sign and says, "Wait a minute, that sign's different now. It was like house for sale. Now it just says house sale." Because he like erased that middle section with the 4 on it and just put it together like nothing happened.
Yeah,
So
even
if you
he
hit
doesn't know where those things go. Whatever he scrapes with his hand, it just disappears, and he doesn't know where it leads.
Yes, and he can do loads of things with this. Like he can just swipe at the air in front of you, and then you just appear in front of him by force, or he'll appear
Does he
in front
just-
of
You
you.
can swipe right and just manifest you, I guess.
Yeah.
Comes in, but that's the thing. It pulls whatever is in front of the hand, and he can, as much as an airhead as he can be, he does get kind of smart at some points. At one point, an enemy is kind of speeding away, and he just swipes his hand at the air, and he starts teleporting through the air as he's erasing the air in between them to pull himself closer to his enemy.
Mm-hmm.
He's
So
like
that's-
momentarily smart, though. He forgets that shit just as fast as the Rocky forgets about Star Platinum.
Exactly. He has a
Exactly,
very
so-
strong stand, but he's a moron.
So the point of bringing that up is he only has one ability, but Araki basically has to like come up with this ability and say, okay, what can I do with this one ability? So stands are more solid. It just feels better than them pulling off random stuff like Star Platinum was early on in the series.
Yeah, that or
Yeah.
like you get what is it? It evolved from the point where early stands were stuff like I have Magician Red. It's a chicken and it's on fire.
It's a very buff chicken.
I like that one.
To the points where Vincent is explaining. So like early on, conceptually, they were just like magic giants who popped out behind you and did stuff like set things on fire or punch real fast. And it really moved on to the point where it started getting into the high concept stuff that Vincent is talking about. So it is a creep, and by the time you get to like part 6 and 7 and 8, it's stands just do things.
Some of them.
For perspective, by part 4, Jotaro's time stopping is quaint. It is considered quaint to stop time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we know you can stop time. It's not that special. I can just predict what's gonna happen.
Okay, so according to Brad, stands
Yeah,
do
no,
things. I got it.
Or reverse time, or change time, or create alternate time,
But I
or
gotta
accelerate
say,
time so
like,
quickly. You just,
I
like,
kind of want to hear more about this chicken that's on fire.
Yes.
Because it sounds like some kind of like sriracha metaphor or something. Like.
Yeah, that's Magician's Red. He can basically just has the power of pyrokinesis, and he's actually considered a really powerful stand because enemies in the series at one point note when he dies, at least they think he dies. There's a whole thing. They're like, "Oh, good, Muhammad Avdol is dead. Hell yeah, oh, thank God, I did not want to fight him."
Okay.
the rest are just a bunch of bumbling morons. That guy.
He is killed by famed rapper Vanilla Ice.
What?
That is an actual truthful thing. That the character that kills Muhammad Avdol is a man whose name is
Vanilla
literally
Ice.
Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, you
Okay.
see, he was
It's been a while since I watched it. Who
In
quote
translation,
unquote
it's
killed
Vanilla
him?
Ice, and it sucks. So we call him Vanilla Ice, and that's it. We're not going to talk about that.
You see, Mohammed Avdol was unfortunate enough to run into Vanilla Ice while he was coming off the set of his hit movie Cool as Ice in 1991.
Yes, it's a real shame.
This is canon. You're
What
not just like making shit up here.
No, we are fucking with you.
No, the character's actual fucking name is Vanilla Ice.
Stands do have kind of this general consensus that it's really Buffy spirits that are behind you, but it tends to evolve with time. For example, a beetle can be a stand. A miniature version of the sun is a stand. A world inside a mirror is a stand.
A miniature White House made out of Lego bricks is a stand until it turns out that it's no longer a miniature White House made of bricks, Lego bricks.
If memory serves, there is a turtle with a little world inside where you can put your spirit after you die. That is a stand.
And he's called Mr. President, and I love him.
Animals can have stands too. There's a dog with a stand who's one of the primary protagonists.
It's a Boston Terrier, and it is the best thing. And it's like the only thing that I was like, "What is that?" And Clint was watching.
He looks like a medieval artist. He looks like a medieval artist that's trying to draw a cat.
The Fool, which is kind of a stand that's made out of sand and can manipulate sand. He can do many things with sand. In between those, yes, the dog has a stand, and while it cannot speak, he can kind of eviscerate can just convey his thoughts to a point where people with stands can understand what he's trying to convey.
It helps that he has a very human face.
I don't remember that, but I thought it was more like for. Yeah, I thought it was more like for one chapter we just got where he has a fight with a bird that shoots ice and stuff. You now understand. Yeah, you can understand Iggy at this point, and then afterwards it's like he's just there, and they just have to like guess what he's thinking and doing.
Yeah.
I just like the phrase that one chapter where he has a fight with a bird.
Yeah,
it's great. And it's terrible. Like,
really fucking
almost died.
It is
like
gruesome.
The theme music from Curb Your Enthusiasm should just chime in here.
Dogs fucking die in the middle of that fight in between. Normal dogs, I mean.
A lot of dogs die in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
You should not expect
so
any
they
dogs
kill
to
the
live through
dogs.
JoJo.
Yeah, no.
They kill a lot
In
of
every
dogs.
season, a dog dies, except for season 2, where oddly enough the villain saves the dog.
Okay.
Yeah, but the very first thing that the villain in the first season does, Dio Brando, he kills a dog. Like that's the very first thing, just to show everyone that he's evil.
Outside
and
of kissing the main character's girlfriend.
It just becomes like that's true. It becomes like a thing in the series where just dogs just brutally get killed.
Yes. Okay.
To show the reprehensibleness of the villains, typically.
Yes.
After seeing that poor dog die, you want that fucker dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, I will get back to the part 1 thing. So, as I mentioned before, Dario Brando. I want to talk about Dio. Why Dio kills the dog. Dario Brando, Dio's dickhead, drunken father, gives Dio a note where he explains to him, "I saved George Joestars' life once. Kind of. I was trying to rob him."
That's true.
One day on a stormy night, somewhere in the middle in England, Dario Brando and his surprisingly pretty wife, who Dario had no business being with. He is a short, ugly, dirty man, and his wife was apparently lovely because Dio loves his mother.
Okay.
Yep. They discover. Oh, go ahead.
So I was going to toss out. By the way, what Vincent is explaining here is the impetus for things that end up destroying the entire universe. This whole
you just
thing.
call him Vincent?
I was gonna say.
We're gonna call you Vincent.
Fuck it. I'm Vincent. I'm Vincent now.
I saw Valentine, and my brain was like on Sephiroth and
That's better of a name. We gotta change this. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
so,
man.
and you are right though. You are absolutely right. This is the impetus for like what just ends up destroying the entire universe as we know it.
Okay.
It's crazy. So this filthy, dirty man finds a like broken down carriage that's like fallen down the side of a cliff. The driver is dead. The horses are freaking dead too. And all they hear is like the crying of a baby. Old dirty man does not care, but woman's like, "Oh God, there's a baby in here. We gotta save it." It turns out George survives the crash, but his wife is also fucking dead. And used her body to shield the child and protect it. George wakes up, grabs Dario's hand as Dario is like trying to like get his dirty fingers in his mouth to pry out his teeth, and he's like, "Oh, thank goodness you came. You're trying to help me, right?" He's like, "Yeah, totally, dude."
You good?
Dario,
briefcase here. You good?
People love this
Yeah, he's
series,
like-
Tracy.
I
the
can
freaking
tell.
We
worst.
love
I
this
mean,
series.
I don't think I've ever heard Val get so animated about anything. That's really hilarious. And he's told us some
It
very
depends what we talk
interesting
about.
stories. So.
It's fun.
So-
It's fun. I think I like Val after this.
You mean
But-
Vincent?
Finally.
Wow.
So
Damn,
Dario
well,
trying to get
yeah.
his filthy little digits into George's like, rich opulent mouth, I guess.
To get
He's all like,
his gold
"Oh, thank God
teeth
you're
or-
here. Is my wife okay?" And he's like, "No, man, she's dead. But the baby's alive." It's like, "Oh, thank goodness." So it's assumed Dario helps him and he survives. But Dario, before all of this, actually stole the dead wife's ring. And a policeman that George Joestar knows, like, catches Dario, finds the ring, and is all like, "George, he has your wife's ring." And George is like, "I forgive him because he saved me and my son. You should take this ring and sell it and use it to give your family a better life, Dario. And I have a life debt to you as well. If you ever need me to take care of your baby, I don't know if you have one, I will."
Okay.
And this is why Dio Brando goes to live with the Joestars and proceeds to ruin Jonathan Joestar's life.
Okay.
As well as countless others.
I never thought that anything could recreate my utter confusion at being thrust into this show when I first recorded it, but leaving for a second and coming back to the middle of whatever just happened definitely recreates my confusion really well.
That's
So-
Part one is the easiest
That's good.
to understand as well. Like,
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I picked it up, but just coming back to who did what and why, huh? And then, of course, it's Dio's fault. Because it always is.
I'll toss
Everything
out.
is Theo's fault at this point.
Everything.
If you do not mind me stepping in, Val, I want to
Of
give
course.
a quick summation of Dio's personal character, if you do not mind. Like not any of his actions
No.
after this. Just
You go right
Very-
ahead, my man.
very quickly. Just for the record, by the way, this is an unpopular opinion. Part 1 is my favorite part. I love the weird historicity of JoJo in its early days. The machinations of later stuff, where it gets to later parts where it's all in the modern day, don't appeal to me as much. So this is all very strange. So you're hearing about Dio, and what you're hearing initially is that he comes from a poor family. He was disadvantaged at an early point in his life by having an alcoholic, abusive father during the Victorian era, which is, like there's like a million Dickens like sympathetic characters that have the same backstory. I want you to know that a man whose name is literally, and I'm not joking right now, Speedwagon, observed this man and says, "No, I've seen people who are under these circumstances. That guy's just an asshole."
I love that.
I see
that
evil
like an
when I
Oreo
know it. That
Speedwagon
dude is
thing, or-
shit. He's lying. He's never been good. He was born evil.
And this is
I actually love that bit. Please carry on.
Did we lose you, Brad?
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 You done
I was like, is this
Come
dramatic
back, come
pause?
back,
What
Brad.
happened?
Uh-oh.
Wait, who was supposed to keep on going?
did I die?
Brad.exe
disgusting.
has
You
encountered a
died for a
runtime
minute
error.
there.
You did die,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah,
Welcome back.
Razor Blade.
Note how I get your name right, Brad.
I'm sorry, Val.
I just should start calling him
Bradley.
Bob.
My brain just stops. You could call me at my job.
Could you-
I had someone
Yeah.
call me Brian for about 8 months, and I never corrected them. So I'm perfectly comfortable if you want to screw up my name.
It's okay. I've known
Right.
you for how long? And I
Noted.
accidentally called you Nick once. I was like, what the hell is going on?
Yes, Stacy, you have
Yeah,
called me
I
Nick.
did call you Nick. So
I am
Yeah.
terribly sorry though.
Brad, could you get a little closer to your microphone or something? Because you are coming in a little soft for me.
Swallow the mic, just in your gullet.
Hold on.
Seems
Let
reasonable.
me pull some movie.
Give us
magic
the
here. This better?
the-
This better? Is this better?
Yeah,
Rich
that's
Sable
much better.
ASMR.
You sound great.
Okay, spectacular. But yes, Razorblade Top Hat Man says this man is the epitome of evil, and none of his past justifies his actions.
Wait a minute, holy shit,
much.
back up. Wait a minute. Razorblade Top Hat, who did what?
We
That's
will get
awesome.
to him.
is that
So,
Speedwagon or?
Yes,
No,
that
I'm
is
just gonna
Speedwagon.
Google Razorblade
Robert-
Top Hat Man and see
Robert
what comes
EO
up.
Speedwagon, REO Speedwagon, Razorblade Top Hat Man, deems Dio, looks into Dio's soul in a philosophical sense and deems, nah, that dude's just an asshole. There is no sociological justification for him. He's just a dickhead.
Wait, so someone in the YouTube chat earlier, when we were talking about stands, mentioned that someone can make you throw up razor blades. Is that this guy?
That is
That is
Razorblade.
unrelated to
Character
Razorblade
that
Top
we're
Hat
talking
Man.
about. Yeah.
That's
Is that actually a
That's the
stand?
way-
Because if it is, that's deeply unsettling.
Oh,
Yes,
it is very uncomfortable.
Underground stand ability for that is because he manipulates the iron within your body to make actual iron objects appear from your body, and he uses razors to both torture and utilize people's attacks because he can do it at range, and he can look at you and be like, I want you to have a scissor in your throat now, and your body iron actually transforms itself into his stand, and then the stand turns into whatever item he so desires. So he can make razors pop out of your forehead and you die.
One thing to
Magneto, eat
remember
your
is
heart
that
out.
Yeah, you
Pretty
can make
gross.
a.
JoJo is quite famous actually for
That's-
its
JoJo started as a horror manga. Like, it was not supposed to be goofy, campy action. It was horror first and foremost. And every
Yeah.
now and then, Araki reminds me of that.
That actually
Yeah,
explains a
Araki-
lot. Yeah.
Araki really enjoys body horror in like his
Yeah.
stuff. Like people
Mhm.
lose their freaking toes and stuff. The bit that someone mentioned, razor blades coming out of
Yeah.
their like forehead and everything, and
Needles
just
coming out of her
lots
nose.
of blood. It's quite frankly one of the
Hey.
reasons that I really loved JoJo when I was younger, because I remember being like 4 or 5 after my dad left, and me and my mom would sit down and watch the freaking Guyver on videotape.
Uh-huh.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
stuff like
Nice.
that. Yeah, my mom is fucking cool as hell.
She
and
is
she was just
cool.
like,
I like her very much already.
It was like but I was also scarred for life when the Guyver loses his first fight against the giant insect bear man who melts him down with acid, and he's begging for his
Oh, no,
comrade
yeah.
Guyver
Oh,
3 to
God.
come help him, and he
doesn't,
dies.
Yeah, riches. That's gruesome. It's still on
Yeah.
YouTube, and I kind of like it.
Actually,
but
what was that?
I was a child when I saw that, and it was the day that I was like, heroes don't always win. Bad guys win.
Yeah.
An important life lesson.
Yeah. So
How'd you feel about the lady?
great summary of Dio though.
How'd you feel about the lady who made? Wait, Val. Speaking of Dio, just in terms of his personality, how'd you feel about? You should tell the story about the lady with the baby.
Wait, hold on a second. Before that, though, I just want to call something out. Tracy, are you drawing Josuke
Nico?
as Freckle? Oh, okay.
I was told that Nico would be a good fit for.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's
That's
the
right.
best
Is that
one
cool?
that
Is
I
that
could
kosher? Is
think
that-
of.
No, I think you're absolutely right, Bill. I think
Okay.
that
Aw,
tracks.
look at Brown. That is great.
That is great.
Good.
So
My move, Victor.
So Dio Brando's father, Dario, is dead. Thank fuck. Dio goes to the funeral, spits on his grave, picks up his briefcase, and says to himself, "Now I'm gonna steal that guy's fucking money."
Yep.
Okay.
You want me to make riches? I'll make riches. I won't let any man topple me.
Pretty much, yes. He just goes, "I am going to steal the Joestar fortune and just be so fucking happy." He basically, Dio himself just wants to be fucking happy and like just be like unstoppable in everything. There's like a bit where he like beats a guy at a chess game. This guy just slams his face into his food, after like that. So Dio just fucking hates people, to be honest.
Yes.
That's a
Yeah.
mood.
Yeah,
doesn't-
pretty much.
I can
So Dio arrives at the mansion, to Jonathan's surprise, after he comes home from getting his ass kicked by those bullies I mentioned earlier. And the first thing Dio does, besides leaping off of this freaking this wagon elegantly and with so much freaking grace that Jonathan just like, oh,
Oh.
and but
Dramatic
he
sound effect when it
immediately
comes to the camera.
kicks Jonathan's Dalmatian.
Jesus.
Like this Dalmatian, this big old Dalmatian just comes running over. Jonathan has a Dalmatian. His name is Danny, and he is lovely and
It's
does not
Danny.
deserve
Oh.
anything that happens to him.
Oh, he deserves absolutely nothing. I just love the, hey, that's Danny. Don't worry, it's my dog. It just wants to meet you. Immediately kick the dog.
Yeah, like hard. So Jonathan immediately like goes, "Motherfucker, you kicked my freaking dog," and is like ready to throw down. And so is Dio. And then Jonathan's father just comes outside like, "Oh, you must be Dio Brando. Dad, this motherfucker kicked my dog. What are you gonna do about it?" Oh, I was scared of the dog. It came running at me. It's like, "Oh, that makes sense. Come on in, Dio. Welcome to the family." Jonathan, carry in his bags.
Don't be so rude to your guest.
Don't touch my bags, you simpleton.
Yes, that's right. Jonathan is like actually trying to be nice to him. He's all like, "You know what? I guess that makes sense. If a random dog came running at me, I'd be scared. I might kick it. I don't know."
Sega,
he, like,
Sega
goes-
says he's a Great Dane, so there is some contention over the breed of dog.
Oh, I
Was he a
assumed it
Great
was like.
Dane? Was he like a
Okay.
Harlequin Great Dane? Like he was a black and
I
white
guess
Spanish?
I'll be honest. I thought he was a badly drawn Dalmatian.
No, that's a Great Dane.
One of those
I
artists who's
guess
never
so.
actually seen a
Harlequin
Dalmatian
Great
before.
I
Yeah.
guess I'm freaking. I'm dumb. JoJo Lawmaster Valentine is a fraud.
Dang
Oh
it,
no!
Vincent.
Cancel Val.
Self-proclaimed
He doesn't know
JoJo. Yeah, it'll be a hashtag on Twitter. Self-proclaimed like JoJo Lawmaster Valentine Stokes is a freaking asshole fraud. Can't figure it out a Great Dane when he sees one.
Okay, I'm looking at it right now, and it definitely looks like a Dalmatian.
I thought
It's
it was like I said. I thought it was a poorly drawn Dalmatian.
You get very good point.
I'm going to post an image.
So anyway, so immediately Dio like grabs Jonathan's hand the instant that Jonathan's father goes away, like, "Don't you fucking touch my shit, you piece of crap," and like just hits like elbows him in the gut and then just leaves him to be like, "What the fuck did I do wrong? God damn it! I hate you."
So mean.
Yep.
And-
Go on.
No, please go ahead.
I was just
Oh,
going to
shit,
say
he
that
kicked out teeth and stuff.
as we have established, basically, if you want to know what Dio will do in a situation, imagine that you were tasked with playing a chaotic evil character in like D&D, and just he does that in any given situation. The
There's
most
a
like
toxic-
shithead evil thing you could think of. You're
How
just
can I
like,
make
yep,
this
yep,
worse?
let's do it.
Pretty much,
then
yeah.
Make things difficult for Jonathan.
I think I'm going to cause problems on purpose. Is Dio all the time for
It's like-
everyone around him?
There's a given point where Dio is included in Jonathan's daily activities, which includes sparring and boxing. At one point, Dio just completely outclasses Jonathan. While Jonathan does put up a good fight, he is still no match for Dio. And not only does Dio beat his ass, he also sticks his finger out and tries to, poke his eye while he's giving him a punch.
Yep.
I'll
Yeah.
blind him too. Not
Yes.
only I'll humiliate him, I'll blind him.
Dick move, but okay.
Yeah, Dio basically proceeds to try and ruin Jonathan's life for no reason. Jonathan legitimately tries to be nice to Dio, and even like tries to accept him as a foster brother, but Dio is just an asshole. There are some occasions though where Jonathan is just like a goober fuck up, and it's like they're eating dinner and Dio just has way better manners than Jonathan. Jonathan like spills the red wine, and his dad is like, "For fuck's sake, son, go to your goddamn room."
Yeah.
Why don't you willing to be like Dio for once? And Dio's all
Look at Dio. Look at Dio. He's so good. He's blonde too. That immediately makes him better than you.
Okay.
And Jonathan like runs upstairs, and there's a bit that I feel like was underrated, and it's cut out in the anime, where Jonathan like is crying in his pillow, looks up at a giant portrait of his mother he has above his bed, and then is like, "I have chocolate in my drawer," and starts scarfing it down. Yeah, Jonathan is actually quite similar to Dio, where they actually both love their mothers very much and been like deprived of them to a degree, like in a way. So like they're actually similar in some ways, but it's like the way that they choose to go about things. So as Guy mentioned, like I said, I cannot see who the hell's talking, and I'll have to try and remember names as I go. Jonathan is like actually like as time goes on, gets more and more athletic. Like he gets the crap kicked out of him, but he becomes like an accomplished boxer among his chums, I guess. And Dio basically enters the ring because Jonathan's like, "Yeah, I'm with my friends. I'm boxing. I'm kicking ass. Nothing can ruin this." Dio immediately enters the scene to fuck everything up.
Yeah.
As yes, during the boxing match where it's like, first to get knocked on the ground or first to 3 hits or something, you lose. And Dio is like punches Jonathan in the gut and then punches him in the face and intentionally like sticks his thumb out to jab out his eye. As I said, that's a dick move. And just makes Jonathan look like a giant chump. And everyone's like, "Whoa, Dio, you're so freaking cool," in, you know, the native British accent, as I just showed you there.
No,
Whoa, Dio.
He is the
No, it's more like,
I admire him. I wish to be like him.
"Precisely, chum. Dio, you're so great. How do you do that?" And he's like, "Oh, well, you see, I, do these boxing techniques and everything. I'll show you guys, but don't show them to Jonathan. He's a tattletale. He's like a big mouth. He'll like, you know,
people. He'll tell you to our father.
Don't tell Jonathan. He's an asshole." And they're all like, "Yeah, all right, Dio." So over time, Dio basically spreads lies about Jonathan, like Jonathan's like a tattletale. There's a bit where entice a bunch of other boys. In fact, in the anime, it annoys me because they're the same boys, some of them, that were picking on Erina like a few years prior. And he's like, "Hey, lads, come up here, sit in this tree and smoke this pipe with me." Frankly, it's a good thing that those boys were like, "Screw you, Jonathan. I'm not going to start smoking." That's what I say.
We didn't mention the Danny thing.
No, that's because it hasn't happened yet.
Oh, we're getting there.
I want you guys to know this all happens within the duration of one episode. He is describing one episode of JoJo. It is so incredibly condensed. Go on.
I actually have the JoJonium with me right now.
I'm sorry. The what?
His only weakness.
I have the book, so I said to myself, if I need to look up something, I will look it up in the encyclopedia and stuff like that. So Jonathan's like with his dog, smoking a pipe in a tree, having a great time, tries to call some other kids over, and they're like, "Fuck you, Jonathan, we don't smoke," and call him like a tattletale. And he's like, "Who the friggin' hell said I'm a tattletale? You get back here, I'm gonna kick your asses." Oh, Danny, I hate Dio so goddamn much. And then he like rolls. "At least you're here for me, Danny, yes." And then he rolls down a bank, and then the young, lovely Erina Pendleton appears to drop off a like basket of grapes for him because she has been like admiring him from afar for a while. And he's all like, "Yo, thanks for this like lovely treat and everything," and waves her off and stuff. And then he immediately feeds Danny a grape, very irresponsible.
Okay.
Because the dogs are definitely allergic to grapes from my knowledge. So Jonathan and Erina kind of get into a little relationship. They go to the fun fair together, they splash in the stream together, and they're just having a great time. And he's like, "You know what? I freaking hate Dio so much, but life's a little bit easier because I have Erina. God, I love her.
And I have a dog.
Yeah, and I have a dog. She's a grade A dame, that Erina. I love her." So Dio, naturally, always in the background, doing something to fuck shit up, is like been watching him and being like, "JoJo's too freaking happy. I gotta sort this out.
I gotta see what's up."
Yeah, I gotta see why the hell this son of a bitch is so happy. And finds out about Erina. And
what's up, Brad? You wanted to?
Oh, I just want to say, Val, I appreciate it. Part 1 is my favorite part. I love that he is literally giving you like a scene for scene, nothing is being left out, exhaustive recount. Like if we go through all 140 years of JoJo, we'll be here for like a few days.
We're gonna have to limit it to like.
Wild in episode 2.
I just
gonna
appreciate
have to limit
it.
it to like discussing like what characters like would best match up to the Lackachat characters eventually because
We-
like,
I just,
yeah,
I listen to Val.
He's getting too into it. Come on.
I could listen to Val.
From my like deep dive into like JoJo.
Val, I could just listen. You should just do this. You should just do this and just record it so that I just have like hours of just listening to you explaining what happens in JoJo.
Yeah, I'd
Just like
maybe I've thought about doing
single
things like that.
second of what's
I will get to this though. So,
13-hour audiobook.
so
And then Dio Brando kicked Danny right in the face, much to the shock of Jonathan.
So Dio is in the background watching Erina and Jonathan having a good time. Like, I'm gonna sort this right out. As he approaches Erina and she's like, "Oh, hey, who are you? Oh, I'm Dio Brando." He's with his like, evil chums, his like, cohorts and shit like that. That just make Jonathan's life shit. Yes. And Dio just like in a very big balls like. I wouldn't say Chad. It's like not good to just kiss a woman without like permission or anything like that. But like just fucking takes her in and just kisses her, like deep kisses her, stealing her very first kiss and like making her cry because she is like resisting him. She like grips his like the arm of his shirt and like tears it because she's like
still pressing on. And the
yeah.
Look at Dio! What a man!
This is why I love him. It's why
I wish I was just like Dio, bruv.
Yeah.
And nothing stops him.
I love Cementia.
And then he just drops her to the floor and he's like, "You and JoJo didn't kiss, did you?" And in my opinion, this is the Chad move. Erina, in an act of defiance to Dio, even though he stole her first kiss as a maiden, which she wanted to give to Jonathan because she freaking loves him because she's a fucking Erina. Erina. Yeah, she's a princess. She goes over to a dirty puddle and starts washing her mouth out in front of Dio because she would rather gargle down dirty water than like fucking sit there just like, with that kiss and everything. And Dio takes this as a grave insult and slaps her. And this is the first time that Dio has really lost his composure, which everyone kind of notices, and it bothers Dio himself that like she has done this.
Damn it, a woman made me lose my composure. Maybe I went too far. Maybe. As after this, Jonathan and Erina's relationship is kind of done. Erina is so embarrassed by the fact that Dio has stolen her first kiss that she just avoids him. And when some guys, she just runs away from him because she's so embarrassed. And Jonathan's like, "What happened?" And some assholes are all like, mention something about it with her and Dio, which this is the breaking point for Jonathan. Jonathan storms home from town, running all the way. It is implied that he leaps over a fountain in the courtyard, which is fucking huge. Like the camera like goes over the freaking fountain in the courtyard in the anime, which makes me just think he fucking jumped over that like 8-foot fountain.
Do you have the episode up, or do you just have all this shit down?
Photographic memory of this thing.
I remember being, I was like 16,
beautiful. This is incredible.
I was like 16 or 17 watching the anime, and I remember thinking, "Oh my god, he jumped over that fucking fountain because the camera is his first-person view." That's sick.
This is incredible.
As he kicks down the door of his home and is like, "Dio, you son of a bitch! I'm gonna fucking beat the shit out of you." And Dio's like just sat there.
I remember the whole exchange quote by quote. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Dio was just sat there with a book being like, "Oh ho ho, Jonathan, you're ready to fucking..."
You mustn't raise your voice. And then they just, if you're ready to
have a
tussle,
fight.
then I'll demonstrate my superiority. I'll be the one on top now and always. And they start fighting. I'll beat you until you cry. Dio just outclasses him in a fight, and Jonathan starts losing a bit of hope, and then he starts thinking about Erina and how he needs to defend her honor. And just as Dio thinks he's connected a really good hit to his head, Jonathan just keeps pushing forward, headbutts him, making him kind of lose his focus, and beats the ever-loving crap out of Dio.
It is incredibly satisfying.
It's just like, I won't stop beating you until you cry like a baby, and he does until that point. A bit of blood kind of just spills over some furniture and over a stone mask, which is very important later. I don't know if we'll get into that, but I just wanted to mention that. And so
We have time.
Dio kneels on the floor, kind of defeated, and Jonathan is kind of ready to keep going at him until he realizes that Dio starts crying. Dio starts crying, and he's like, "You scum! How dare you strike me!" And is just about to pull out a knife that he was hiding behind his back when his father, Jonathan Joestar, comes out of the stair and comes out the top of the stairs. He's like, "Guys, why are you fighting? Jonathan, I am so disappointed in you, beating Dio while he's so defenseless. The fight was already over, yet you continued. Both of you to your dorms."
Yeah. And then it cuts to like, after all that though, it cuts to years later and is basically like starts at a rugby game where Jonathan and Dio are seemingly friends who like work together and crap. But there's a point where they're interviewed even by their school newspaper. It's like, wow, Jonathan's the muscle, Dio's the speed. You two are a dynamic duo. How do you two do it? And they're just like, oh, Dio's like, oh, you know, I really respect Jonathan. He's a great friend. In his mind, I fucking hate Jonathan. I can't believe he beat the shit out of me when we were like 12.
Friends? Don't even look that name with me with that shit sack.
Yes, exactly.
Did we talk about Danny? Did we talk about the death of Danny?
Yes, we did. So, after
the burn.
After the savage beating that Jonathan like dished out on Dio, completely deserved, once again, extremely satisfying. Dio, because he now kind of is like, oh man, that fucking hurts so badly. It kind of shakes Dio to his core that Jonathan can actually fight him and hurt him so freaking badly. It definitely like changes him as he decides to be way like even more like sly about the things he does. So one day the I guess butler, the groundskeeper or something, is just putting leaves away in a furnace that they have. When he sees a big box, he doesn't even question what is in the box, really. He's just like, oh, there's a box in here, whatever. And it's strange because Dio did not just put the box in there and burn it immediately. He left it there for someone else to do it. And this is ridiculous. So the man sets the furnace on fire and hears the banging from within the furnace like, oh my god, something's in there. Cuts away. Jonathan is coming home from school as the dad is like, hey son, let's talk about Danny. Danny's dead.
So
what happened
in the manga? It's that it's very much it's much more explicit in the manga than in the anime because it was way too gruesome. In the manga, Danny leaps out of the furnace while being set on fire and dies burning. In the anime, they just animate that the furnace is shaking and something is inside, and then they cut away and it's like, so son, your dog's kind of dead right now. We're gonna bury him.
We buried him while you were gone. And this is the stupid part. The father assumes that a burglar was trying to break in and put Danny to sleep somehow and then put him in the furnace in a box.
As you might have known, his father is honorable. He's kind of old-fashioned. He wouldn't think the worst of oh, this man saved me. His son must be the most righteous person in the family. No, he's not.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've not really talked about George. George is actually an incredibly nice, generous person, is the thing.
So nice it damages him.
Yeah, it's so nice that it in fact basically leads to the ruin of his family, really. George is really like, as Brad said, it's like the start of like the destruction of the universe. If George was like, oh, fuck this piece of shit, he stole my wife's ring, then none of this would ever happen. So, years go by. Oh.
Do you mind if I kind of just speed run this part until we get to Speedwagon? Because I really want to talk about the kick.
We have spent. I
We-
do want to give you a
we-
time check. You spent 17 minutes summarizing a 22-minute anime episode. This has been one episode of JoJo.
I have put
Tracy,
so much
I
time.
told
I will
you,
say this.
I told you, Tracy, that we would do this, and it's like you don't have to worry about entertaining anybody because
I will
you
say
have
this.
Weebs explaining JoJo,
The
which is all the
reason-
entertainment anybody needs.
The reason why I have put so much into this part of it, which I know, first episode, it seems like I will do this for the whole thing. No, it is simply because this is like the linchpin. This is like, you
The
know,
foundation
the
of
real. Yeah, basically, it's the most important part. So, years go by. Jonathan and Dio are seemingly friends, but no, they freaking hate each other. They just tolerate each other somewhat. Dio has enacted a plan to basically do what he did to his own father, to Jonathan's father, slowly poisoning over time, and Jonathan kind of clocks in on this by the fact that Dio is all like, no, father, don't bother with the doctors, and George is like, yeah, fuck doctors, hell yeah, my favorite son. And one day, when Dio is like taking them, when Jonathan finds out that the butler has not been taking the medicine to his father, but Dio has, Jonathan immediately goes, something's not right about this, and confronts Dio. And this is my favorite bit. I want to say. Jonathan confronts Dio on like the second floor of their manor, where he's like, hey Dio, let me look at that medicine there. And Dio like immediately goes hostile and defensive,
Goes purely defensive.
making Jonathan go, what the fuck is this? Yes,
No
if you doubt me, we will be friends no more. Jonathan is basically like, fuck you, Dio, I fucking hate you, and grabs Dio by the collar and throws him from the second floor of the goddamn house onto the ground.
God, no, but it's funny because Jonathan starts getting smart at that point. Dio has been keeping it to himself. He's been being very sly and sneaky about things. And there comes a point where he's like, you know, Dio, you're kind of like your father. And that pisses Dio off to a point where he actually goes out of his way, don't lump me with that scumbag. And he just tries to punch Jonathan. Jonathan takes the punch, but it doesn't affect him as much anymore. It's like, I've just confirmed it. You went hostile as soon as I mentioned your father. You're trying to do the same thing you did to yours. And he tries to gouge his eye out, and he just grabs his hand and shows his pure manliness. I will defend my family and my name. Then grabs him by the collar and throws him on the second stairs.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. And just leaves Dio kind of broken on the ground floor of like the thing. And no one mentions the fact that there's like broken banisters or anything. Dio just kind of hobbles off. No one questioned it. Dio just hobbles off, slinks off to somewhere. So Jonathan after this point is like, okay, gotta go to London, gotta find a cure, because fuck Dio. As he goes to London, and this is where he meets.
I wanna. Can I do
yes.
this?
Yes, you can, because you've been asking for it.
Thank you so much. So, as time goes on, he visits London to basically find a cure. He finds a lead with the person that has been dealing Dio the poison, and he's trying to find a cure for it. He gets into the worst of the slums. He goes knee deep in it, and he gets almost immediately greeted by a bunch of mobsters that are just going at him. And they're like, what's this pretty boy, rich kid doing here? Let's gang up on him. And then comes Speedwagon.
Yep.
Kind of the leader of this gang. And
Razorblade
all of them
Top Hat
just start
Man.
attacking him. Not only does he incapacitate all of them, then he gets into a duel with Speedwagon. Speedwagon, being as suave as he is, it's like, I have this hat. See, I have this hat. And he just tips the hat, and razor blades start coming out of it. Then throws the hat at razor sharp speed at freaking Jonathan, and he blocks it with his hands. He's like, now the razors are deep within your bones. You won't be able to resist. You have no way of counterattacking. And Jonathan's just like, I'll just brush that off, and he just kicks him so hard it propels him backwards. Once that happens, he starts looking at him, and he sees this Goliath of a person, this juggernaut, a pure gentleman, that he didn't kill everyone. He just incapacitated them and didn't harm them any further. And so the rest of the gang starts to show up, and they're about to gang up on Jonathan. And Speedwagon questions, why would you come to the slums? Why would you do such a thing? You know you're going to be defeated. I wish to save my family. I wish to save my father. And that moves Speedwagon.
I think we lost you, Walter.
Oh, Walter?
Oh, no,
Did we lose you?
Walter.
Oh no.
Walter!
So
His
like,
mouth is full of razor blades. Oh no.
So
Oh, the lore got
imagine
too
you
deep.
like
There we go. There he is.
Taken out by the
At
hat.
what
his
point did I
top
die? At what point did I die?
You said, why would you come to the slums? And he's like, I want to save my family.
Why would you
or
come to this?
something.
I'm going to save my family. And that moves Speedwagon so much that he decides to stop everyone. The entire gang was about to destroy Jonathan, or about at least try to fight him, and he stops them. I won't let anyone touch this gentleman. I will defend him. I will support him, and I will stand by his side in whatever it is he wants to do, for he is a true man.
Okay.
And he helps him towards the slums and basically facilitates Jonathan's way into getting a cure. And someone in the chat a while ago
Nico
said,
Josuke is so good, by the way.
Speedwagon gets kicked. Hey, I want to be your friend.
Right here.
It's kind of what happens.
Interesting. So, I'm kind of getting like Wick vibes from the Speedwagon guy here with the top
Yes.
hat and everything.
You know what? He actually is an entrepreneur.
He does
sets
get
up his
incredibly
own, like-
rich.
Yeah, he's incredibly rich, sets up his own business, and is basically a bachelor for life.
Okay, yeah.
So now
Yeah.
instead of iron and blades and whatnot, he just calcifies your bones into limestone.
I think I have to take my leave. I think I've spent more time than I expected here. I got all excited here. I'm kind of sweating.
It's a workout telling people about
it's
JoJo.
fun.
Summarizing JoJo.
I'm gonna say I can
Valentine, I
can
wanted
make
to
it.
continue talking to you. I think you're
This is a
great.
summary. This is.
I guess I can make the summary a lot shorter at this point. Basically, Jonathan finds the cure and comes back home, exposing Dio for the evil that he has attempted to commit. Meanwhile, though, while Jonathan was away in London, Dio has discovered that piece of furniture that got the blood on it, and it's a stone mask that can activate the true potential of human beings, basically making them vampires.
Let's talk about the Mesoamerican vampire superior evolved humans from thousands of years ago that made this mask for a moment.
This leads into stands, by the way, and how stands were created.
Yes.
I'm just throwing that out there.
So leave. Everyone, have fun. It's been a pleasure.
Bye, Walter.
Thank you.
Love you all.
Take care.
I'll see you next time if
Good
I
luck,
can.
Walter.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Walter. It's been a
Thank
pleasure.
you. Likewise. And Val, you're freaking great.
Oh, thank you.
Val, I wish this stream was like a good like 2 weeks longer so that I could just sit here and listen to you explain the rest
Gladly,
of
if you
JoJo.
want,
I mean, in theory,
I will
it could
stream with you to talk about JoJo.
Just
What he really needs is a whole semester to just.
I like just
cover
filling in
season
after
one.
Val.
Okay,
It's
so-
Like I
fun.
said,
It's
I could turn this into just a friggin' university lecture, like I said.
Who needs to watch JoJo when the Lackacrew is summarizing everything?
Thank you.
Yeah, who needs to watch JoJo when you could just have Val literally sit here and tell
Yeah,
you
I mean,
the
there it
entire
is.
like
I was expecting at this point to still be very confused about what was even going on, but like there's more of a story, I guess, than
Yes.
There is actually a lot of story in JoJo. It's just a shame that like some of it is like glossed over, and like there's a lot of like. What would you say, Brad? Like between parts, there's a lot of like just like, oh yeah, that happened, this happened, and it doesn't really go much into it.
Yeah.
Super like.
There's backstory stuff, like in part 2 there's elections and whatnot, and there's this one side character that actually ends up becoming the president of that place when the part ends.
yes.
That's Smokey. Oh man.
Yeah, there's sort of two oh, sorry, go ahead.
No. I was gonna say Smokey becomes a mayor, not a president.
Yeah, no.
Ah, shit, sorry.
No,
See,
no.
that's
There-
where I'm starting to flack a little.
There's two aspects to JoJo. If you're like boiling it down, down completely to its like textual elements as a work of fiction. There is the family plot that continues on throughout the series, which is the Joestar family, which is the main family, is bothered by supernatural issues, And then there's supernatural issues, which were caused by primarily ancient Mesoamerican god vampires who like ate people by like walking into them and absorbing them, but their only weakness was the sun. They had the problem of, well, we melt in the sun. We are stronger than literally anything alive on the planet, but we get melted by the sun. So what we're gonna do is we're also, while being cavemen, we're also scientists, and magical scientists at that. So what we got a couple things here. We got a couple hot ideas for this whole sun issue. One of them is we're gonna make a mask that like pokes into your brain, and if you wear it, it makes you real strong. If you wear it with a special red ruby, you basically become a god. Like nothing can stop you. You are impossible to kill. But if a normal human puts it on instead of like one of the Mesoamerican super vampires, you just become a vampire. And by just become a vampire, this also means you have freezing powers and eye lasers.
Wait, so that's not a bad deal. Sounds
Not a bad deal. That's the fringe benefit of getting your brain poked is the eye lasers and the freezing breath.
Just being a vampire. Oh, and living forever naturally, which is one very important character. He's like pretty important. He like sets off events in the second part.
Yeah.
He just wants to be youthful.
Yeah.
He just wants to be a pretty man.
He just wants to be a pretty guy again. He wants to not end up like his buddy who tried to kick Dio and then got frozen and his head popped off.
That's a problem.
So that's what happens with the Mesoamerican vampires. Their one project is vampire mask. Unfortunately, Mesoamerican vampires also get like blown up by people who use sun powers basically to kill them because they're like, well, if we don't seal away these fucking super vampires, they're going to exterminate all of humanity. But before they do that, their other project outside of the Mesoamerican vampire masks, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, is this other thing which is like a special arrow, which if you touch it, that makes a stand pop out of you.
I don't think that was them.
What, was it not them?
I was gonna say, I was certain the stand arrows came from a meteorite that someone discovered, touched, and it like fucked them up.
Okay, that's where that comes from. It's separate issue, but really old issues that completely fucked up everything. But that's what's going on in the old days. The old days were days of you touch a meteorite, you get fucked up, or you potentially get absorbed full body by a Mesoamerican super vampire.
I mean, as you do.
As you do.
Really?
The troubles of the old world. It's fine. They're in a big rock in
Cool
Europe.
thing about these Mesoamerican super vampires is that it can be argued that they are still probably one of the more powerful things in the entire series that even Stan users maybe couldn't actually beat.
I don't think anyone can beat them. No.
Yeah, like the only people that can really beat them are the Hamon users, which we are literally going to get to when
Yes.
Dio, basically, in a drunken stupor, pissed off because Jonathan is going to find out everything and expose him, is like, I need to kill Jonathan when he gets back, using this mask, and he tries to test it on a random drunken man in the street, which just turns the man into a vampire, backfiring on Dio completely, and Dio only survives this encounter with this drunken vampire man that is draining him of his blood by just slipping his fingers underneath Dio's skin and like sucking the blood in. It's pretty like gross looking. I love it though. Yeah, he survived because the sun comes up, and Dio then is like, I'm gonna use this on myself, as he does, just stripping him completely of his humanity. And so Jonathan and him have a big fight after he literally kills Jonathan's father, because Jonathan's father took the blow from Dio that was for his son and dies for his son.
Yeah.
So basically all is forgiven, George. All that like blindness that you had is forgiven, I would say.
Yeah. I do want to briefly mention that outside of the vampire mask, it really for one thing, Dio didn't know that the mask would vampire it up at first whenever he had it, because all he knew before that with like the homeless dude was, oh yeah, if I put a little blood on this mask, a bunch of fucking needles pop out, so this will probably kill whoever I put this on. So he didn't like know. This is just like a random thing that they got.
Like, I don't blame Dio. I would just assume it was just a torture device.
Yeah, exactly.
It looks like a spider with knives, daggers for legs.
Yes, that is what the mask
pretty
looks like whenever you put a little bit of blood on it.
It like juts out like foot-long spikes that pierce the brain, and you just be like, yeah, that'd fucking kill you.
Yeah, that'd
It's
fucking
not
murder
just
you,
it,
dude.
too. Like, it doesn't burrow in. It's just
Goddamn,
suddenly there.
goddamn
Wait, but does-
Mesoamerican super vampire
Mesoamerican
scientists.
facehugger.
Yeah, but
Mesoamerican facehugger.
doesn't Dio actually test it on Jack the Ripper or something? I recall that happening.
That's another.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm jumping ahead.
This reboot of Jim Carrey's The Mask really goes balls to the wall.
Yes,
Yeah.
when Dio becomes an actual like villain and like more of a villain and not just like, you know, Jonathan's personal nightmare, then yes, he actually hires Jack the Ripper as muscle.
Yes, it's worth noting as well that like when you're watching, just for a quick thematic review, whenever you see Dio, what happens before Dio ends up putting on the mask to become the vampire, you basically get the scene of him them talking to the police. So it almost seems like it's going to end again like a Dickensian tragedy, where it's just like, yeah, this dude was all fucked up because his dad was all fucked up, and then he screwed up his own life by emulating his father's mistakes. And then suddenly he's a vampire and he's setting everything on fire. So like, any like literary sense goes out the window. And then like they have a fight with the whole building on fire, where Dio is kicking into the walls to walk up the walls by shoving his fist in so hard that
And
like
Jonathan like pile drives him onto a spike.
Yes, like it's metal as hell. But this is where it goes from like, yeah, you know, this is a sort of down to earth, like fucked up, but like down to earth tragedy into, all right, now I'm in a firefight with a vampire, and then right afterwards, after Jonathan wakes up, an Italian guy shows up and tells him, "Listen, you got to learn sun magic to fight a bunch of vampires."
Whoa!
That's
You gotta
basically the
remember
tenor of
this.
the rest of the series.
You gotta remember, they're reuniting Jonathan with Erina after the big fight with Dio, and
yes,
Jonathan's mansion and just childhood home is burnt to the goddamn ground. Assumedly, with Dio in it, Jonathan's just like, yeah, he's fucking dead. Who could survive that? He is reunited with Erina, who is actually looking after him in a hospital, and Speedwagon is now Jonathan's best friend, as he goes to visit him in hospital. And I don't know about you, Brad, but when I was younger and I first read JoJo, I thought that Speedwagon was in love with Jonathan and was like, no, Jonathan loves her, Speedwagon out.
I feel like that is a perfectly valid reading.
I thought so as well.
I think yes, I would. You get a sense from Speedwagon for the rest of the series, even after years later, because part 2 takes place like 30, 40 years later. You get a sense he truly, whether you want to view it platonically or romantically, he truly did love Jonathan.
Yeah, and he also remains a bachelor. He dies a bachelor. He never, like, has children or, like, you know, it's never, like, stated that he, like, knows any women, really. The only woman that he knows on the regular is Erina later on.
Yeah, and I believe whenever it's brought up to him by Jonathan's grandson, like, hey, why don't you get with Erina? You're both single now. I forget which one of them goes apeshit, but, like, one of them goes apeshit. It's just incredibly insulting for them to even think of it.
Oh, I thought it was Speedwagon. Erina's too classy for that. She's at the end of it, she's very like quiet and stoic, isn't she?
Yeah.
So, as Bradley was saying, a strange Italian man shows up, all in white, who assaults Jonathan immediately,
Okay.
punching him into a river. And then while Jonathan is down, he's like, "Hey kid, you see this frog on a log or a rock? Yeah." He punches the frog, like full on. He punches the frog in front of Jonathan, but it doesn't hurt the frog. It just destroys the rock that the frog is on.
Okay.
And Jonathan's like, "What was that?" "That's the power of Hamon, kid." And he proceeds to train Jonathan in the power of Hamon, which is what Brad was referring to when he was talking about people who can punch you with the power of the sun.
Are we talking about Hamon, like the preserved, like, pork meat that... get, like, like Spanish style, like, okay.
Yes, that is 100%. That is the power of the sun.
In JoJo, before there were stands, there is this power known as Hamon, which uses breathing technique and the power of the sun, and it is mainly used to combat vampires and also kind of other things. Like there was a point where I think they mentioned it's used for medicine at one point.
Yes.
But they mostly use it to explode vampires.
It's just like acupuncture or like physical therapy kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. They do all kinds of things with it, but it's mainly to punch vampires and walk on the water.
You can also use it to walk on oil. You can use it to shoot out like objects. Hamon gets used for a whole fucking lot of shit.
Yeah, it's kind of the best. Hamon is almost like it's kind of like how a lot of anime have like. I always compare it to something like chakra in Naruto.
Yes.
Chakra is actually used in similar ways. Like chakra's more like magic. Hamon's more like, oh, I can breathe and everything, so I can slap a vampire in the dick and he'll explode.
It actually has like some kind of reasonable explanation behind it, where there's chakras just like, oh, it's magic.
Yeah, no. Think of it as like kinetic energy. Like you can't like laser blast someone with Hamon. You can only like you have to make physical contact with them or put a material to be like, all right, I can hit you with a whip that I put a bunch of Hamon into. But I can't hit you from like across the room with it unless I've got something.
Yeah, you can also use it to like deflect like unearthly powerful like shit like lasers and stuff as seen later on. But basically, Zeppeli comes along, assaults Jonathan, makes Jonathan question whether or not magic is real, and is all like, Dio's still alive, I'm gonna kill him, you wanna help me? Damn right I do, I wanna finish that fucker off. Yep. And this is basically what starts the bizarre adventure. Jonathan, everything kind of at this point, personally, except for Tarkus and Bruford and the fight with Dio, I don't know if you agree, Brad, is kind of like not that necessary to talk about.
Yeah. You don't really need to know a lot other than a couple key parts, which is one, Speedwagon cannot learn Hamon. They established very quickly that like most people can't do it. It's very, very hard to learn.
It's actually a dying art, basically, by part 3.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's never mentioned again after part 3.
Speedwagon shows up in a fight. If I remember correctly, it's been a while since I've watched part 1. You guys are making me feel guilty for how much I dislike it, but from what I remember, Speedwagon
I'm with Brad on this.
Gets into every fight at the start and then backs off almost immediately, just to be like, "Well, too much for me, man," and then goes ape shit over Jonathan whenever Jonathan goes over.
Pretty much, yeah. So Jonathan goes on his bizarre adventure. He kills Jack the Ripper in a pretty spectacular way as Dio shows up pretty freaking quickly, sicking these 2 knights who worked for is it Queen Elizabeth? Is it the Red Queen?
It was Queen Mary. It was Queen Mary.
Queen Mary of Scots, right? Yeah, these 2 knights who showed up, they worked for like Queen Mary of Scots, I think. This is why I think you're a secret Brit, because you seem to be like more versed in history than I. You could probably tell me more about English history than I could tell you. I'm still convinced, Brad. I'm still convinced. Jonathan basically kicks the crap out of this guy called Bruford, who can control his hair. Jason, you were kind of right. There is hair in this. There is shit about hair.
So, I do want to pause to answer some questions from the
that's
audience.
completely understandable.
Oh yeah, this is the Lackachat.
Yeah, hey guys. We didn't forget you entirely.
What's this about booze running cats, and what has that have to do with punching vampires with the power of the fire?
Yeah, so they'll ask some interesting. We've got some interesting questions directly about JoJo, so we can like maybe continue forward while addressing some of these questions. Newt, you want to read off some?
Yeah. Our first from Beth the Halls. For everyone present, which JoJo part is your favorite? And could we please get a, if I mispronounce this, I'm sorry, Yara Yara Days from all of the husbandos in chat.
Okay.
Yada yada does it. Like that.
Yada yada does it.
Personally, I would have to say my favorite part is definitely part 7.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! That's my jam. That's
what
we were going to talk more about. I've been completely lost in this conversation. Part 7 is lit. It is basically the essence of what it means to be a man.
What about you, Brad? What's yours?
Uh,
I believe you've already said part 1's your favorite part, didn't you, Brad?
Yeah, part 1. Like I like some of the other parts that I've seen. Like I'm gonna freely admit I have not taken the time to like really sit down and get through the parts past part 3. My main exposure to them has been the fighting games, which summarize all the parts. But part 1, I love the weird historicity. It's so uncommon and different to find anime that take place in Victorian England. The only other one I can think of is Black Butler, and that's it. Like it's those 2 anime, and that's pretty much it. And I love the weirdness of it. I love how melodramatic it is. I love how fast it is. It's like part 1 of the anime is just 7 episodes. Part 3 is like fucking 54 episodes to get through all of it. Part 1 is a sweet like 7, 8, or 9 episodes that you just zip through, and it is very gratifying. I love it. It's beautiful. It's very quick and snappy.
Part of the reason why it took so long and explain basically the first episode, because it's like I said, it's sort of the most important part to explain like this villain who enacts everything and why they do it. It's like the most important thing to explain, I think, when talking about JoJo, honestly. Because people diss part 1 a lot. They're like, I hear a lot of people say skip part 1, but I disagree with that.
Oh God, no! I don't like it. I think it's boring, but I would never tell someone to skip it. It's essential viewing, really. Everything ties back to part 1. Speedwagon goes all the way, even through to the latest part in part 8, where it's just a completely different universe. Dio shows up in almost every part. Like you can't not watch part 1.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you. I think that like if you're looking for the like high octane weirdness, then like you're probably better off skipping part 1 and skipping like right. If you can feasibly skip to whatever part you want, and you'll probably be fine. But I do have a deep fondness for part 1. Sorry, go ahead.
Part 1. What are you saying? We're all talking over each other. I just want to say part 2 is my personal favorite. Like it, I feel like Joseph Joestar is like if you put Harrison Ford into an anime. He's just amazing the whole time.
I have a question. What is with the phone thing, the frog phone? Like, someone drew a picture of Rocky with it, and like,
okay.
I linked to the like. I've seen a clip of JoJo where that was happening. He was like answering the frog, but I don't know what.
Okay.
I have no idea. Yes.
Yeah. I'll let someone else say this because I honestly have spoken too much.
Okay, well that one's really tricky because that one's
give me a little context.
Just to sum up, this character is both a little boy and Satan himself. I don't know if he's like actually literally Satan or not. I'm pretty sure he is, but he was like he exists as this innocent, nice, helpful young little boy who's also willingly serving the mafia boss. And every now and then, he gets possessed by Satan himself through hallucinations of phones appearing everywhere in random objects. He starts off by carrying a phone with him, but eventually that breaks in a fight. I think it was the fight with Risotto. And when that happens, he's like, oh no, my phone's broken. The boss can't contact me. What do I do? And then he starts going, he just looks over, and then the frog.
He does it with other things as well. He does it with like a kid's ice cream.
Yeah, and you get like the ice cream just smearing down his face.
Basically, anything he sees that is roughly the size of a telephone and he can press to his ear and talk into, he will do it because that's sort of like the enabler for the main antagonist of Part 5 to communicate with his other self. He's got like schizophrenia, basically, I think.
Well, I think it's a
multiple personality disorder.
She was like born to a virgin mother in prison, right?
Yes, and he was like she was like in labor with him, or she had him. She was pregnant for like 2 years, I believe. that was a thing.
For 666 days.
This lady in a female prison was pregnant with him for like a year, maybe for freaking ages, way longer than it feasibly should be.
I would like to say that every time he does take something from someone, it's terrifying because we're established pretty early on that if he doesn't get that what he thinks is the phone to answer that call, that like he'll just fucking kill that person. Like they'll just die. Unless I'm mistaken about this, I haven't like watched in a while, but I remember like that there was definitely an uneasiness about like is that kid with the ice cream gonna be okay?
I get that.
Okay, well that answers that, I guess. In a way. Okay, go ahead, Newton, with more questions.
Let's see, we have from AJ Glowy Boy, for everyone present. I saw the word JoJo in the announcements and instantly thought of this. If you could give each Speakeasy employee or comic regular a stand, what would its name and power be? Bonus points if you only name them after 1920s songs or bands.
I cannot do that.
We're gonna have to like sit on for a bit.
Yeah, let's not do the bonus points. Just what's everyone's stand name and power.
Can you guys figure out like what your own character's stand name and power would be? Like I know you guys have looked into it at least that much.
I don't know what the name would be, but I like that one I brought up earlier of Wick, similar to Razorblade Man. Name already escapes me.
Speedwagon.
Speedwagon, just calcifying your bones into limestone.
Seems fitting.
Which is horrifying.
That sounds like it would work.
It's tricky because stands. I don't think.
Do
he
they,
just would punch you.
They don't really. Do they correlate with like a character's?
That's the thing. They do and they don't at the same time. When they do, it's generally in more abstract and like interpretive ways, and when they don't, it's interpretive enough that it might. Question mark?
Actually, there's a thing I think Tracy would find interesting. Even though all the characters' stands later on are named after songs, it does not matter what era they live in. It kind of did at one point, but in my personal favorite part, JoJo Part 7, Steel Ball Run, the characters are in like the Wild West, basically, or on the cusp of like the Wild West kind of era ending. So like, yeah, and the president of the United States at the time in JoJo, Funny Valentine, has the stand Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. The song is obviously not out, though, or anything like that. The main character, Johnny Joestar, his stand is called Tuss. The band does not exist. The names of the stands being like bands do not actually, like, it does not matter if they, like, know about the bands.
I do have a time period appropriate attempt at a stand name for Wick.
Okay.
Okay.
His stand is Cole Porter.
Okay. Yeah.
Ooh. And the thing is that he can move rocks around to whatever configuration that he wants.
Nice.
Oh, that's just how he's built up his business.
Yes, Cole. You could spell it like the actual composer, Cole Porter, or you could spell it like this, like Cole, like the resource.
Cool,
there you go.
Nice. Okay.
Pi in the chat made a suggestion.
Yeah.
Rocky gets the stand Ink Spot, which can spray a flammable black syrup everywhere. Also coincidentally tastes of maple.
Coincidentally.
Nice.
That sounds like something that would happen in JoJo and would be essential. An essential thing for the characters to figure out that it tastes like maple in order to come to some kind of conclusion at the end of the fight.
No, they just needed some syrup on something actually, and it was completely useless. Oh, this dish, it needs a little something something. Quick, Rocky, use your stand.
I'm trying to think, what would we want? It'd be probably alcohol related. I'm trying to think.
Smoke. saxophone related.
Music.
Yeah, that too. That too.
Are there any
Jazz
music-related stands at all?
I mean, they're named after music, but none of them are.
No, I don't think there are any music-related stands. No.
No.
I'm trying to think.
Or even sound
You
wave
think
related.
there would
No,
be?
I don't believe there is a single stand.
There are sound wave. There's one that does emit like a high-pitched frequency that causes you to like. It melts your brain, basically. That's all the way in part H. That's the
Oh.
closest I can think of relating to sound.
Huh.
Oh, Sound Man. In a silent way. That's
Oh, wait, is that-
related sound. It's sound related. It's not like music related.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he can like take sound effects basically and make them happen. I'm trying to think of like one for Zib.
I think there would be.
Wait,
Oh.
well,
One.
he has like struggles to stand up. He's like, gravity is his enemy, right? Maybe he can make anybody boneless.
Oh.
Oh yeah, a lot of stands do end up with like a "I'm going to transfer my curse onto you" aspect to them.
Ooh, I've got one for Val maybe. So for Zib, perhaps my proposal is the stand is blue skies. and the stand is within your instrument, and when you play the instrument, anyone who hears it is immediately taken by an unbearable sense of depression and loneliness.
Ooh.
That's rough. Wow. So that's basically the Great Depression, maybe.
Yes. That's the name of the attack. The stand is blue skies. The name of the song or the ability is Great Depression.
That's the name of the arc.
Pi recommends Victor's stand is the socket under his eye patch, which can exert progressively greater pressure on any target as he glares at them with the evil eye.
Of course.
That's fitting, yes. His glare beam.
I don't know why for Rocky, I can't think of a power, but like Bad Moon Rising for Rocky.
Okay, yeah, Bad Moon Rising.
But it's not really a age-appropriate song, is it?
Is he just lycanthrope?
He's just a werewolf, but no one can tell he's a werewolf when he is. So.
Rocky would definitely have a stand that's like, it just like immensely powerful, but he's too stupid to use it.
I was gonna say it'd be a stand that gets him hurt more than anyone else.
But the question is, do we have to call it like malicious lunar sphere ascending, or?
Like, it would have to be like a force of nature.
Forget. Hey, what was your stand renamed
he always
to,
invokes
Jason?
like elements.
My stand was it was Bad Company, and we had to change it to Worse Company. Which actually is, I mean, it's worse than Bad Company, so it's like, I actually didn't think that one was really so bad at all.
And the Lackachat are saying Zib's stand name should be St. Louis Blues.
Nice.
Yeah.
Or Knox said it should be called What is Love and makes people fall for him.
Yep.
I was joking earlier about how Rocky's stand should just be Freckle with a gun.
There you go.
He just materializes a freckle that just goes insane.
It's strange you said that because I actually had that thought earlier today, like before the stream even started.
I wish Kovacs was here, Mike was here, because I would do the beta. Oh, you're approaching me?
I think he's busy at the moment, but...
Oh, yeah, he's in a stream with Vivs and stuff on YouTube.
You know, I had a thought. Zib might be like a Jotaro Kujo type. He's pretty grumpy, he smokes, and he drinks. And I don't know why, it'd just be cool to see Zib in like that long coat with the hat, just like being like, I don't know, like sad looking.
Gonna have to look that one up now.
I mean, other than the long coat, you've got it already.
Give me a reference image or something.
Yeah, send that to Tracy.
In the meantime, from Remote Romance 1, For everyone, as someone who has watched or read the entire series of JoJo so far, due to it being one of my favorite anime or manga, what was the reason into getting into the series and or reason for wanting to start it if you haven't already?
For me, I remember watching my brother watch the original OVA online and thinking Jotaro Kujo had like the coolest character design I'd ever seen. Because he has like a chain coming off of his jacket and stuff.
Oh, is
I
that
loved
that
like
guy? Okay. Because he's like the first one who comes up when you Google image search
Yeah.
JoJo.
Quintessential JoJo.
Yeah.
Essential JoJo.
Like Jotaro is pretty like he's deadpan. He's very deadpan.
And what does he do? What's his stand?
His stand is Star Platinum. He's the main character of Part 3. He's pretty quiet. He usually like he's the most emotion you really get out of him in the series is literally at the very end because he's kind of at his breaking point with like keeping his cool. His stand's all about like power and it can stop time.
That's the one we were talking about earlier that has like it can extend its finger, it can blow or suck really, really hard because it's just so strong.
It's like the basis for all stands because it was like, the most experimental one, I guess.
Yeah.
In fact, it reminds me of like how Silver Chariot has like bullshit that it never uses. But how did everyone else get into JoJo though? I just watched my brother watch the show, and I remember seeing like the video game, the original video game, and thinking it looked badass.
Oh yeah. If anyone remembers the meme, there used to be a meme video that would go around in like the mid 2000s of like Mugen and other Flash animations showing what was Dio. If you've ever seen like the clip of like a steamroller dropping on someone and a dude in yellow screaming "Re," then that's Dio in Part 3. That's like an infamous piece of media.
Yeah.
Or the Muda throwing a bunch of knives. That was in so many YouTube videos in like the mid 2000s.
I remember that very well. I remember thinking it was that was one of the things that I thought was cool.
Also, this Nico is looking fantastic.
I know.
Looks
Like
very cool.
styling.
I'll finish it up later. I figure I should move on to something else for now. It's probably getting boring to watch.
Now are you doing Zibs?
Nope. You'll see.
I freaking love Victor as Wham.
That is really good.
It is
Perfect.
I'm just like looking back from my booth and appreciating him. You've gone up now. I wish to see his greatness again someday.
I will tell you, Val, this is for everybody out there. I mean, I'm not gonna worry about spoiling Part 2. That the part's like 8 years old. When Caesar died, my girlfriend was like screaming. She was so mad. She was so upset.
Who's Caesar?
Caesar dying is probably the most emotional death in the whole show because it has the swelling music and everything.
It has all the symbolism going on, the slow zoom out.
The giant stone cross falling on top of it.
I even saw it coming from like because they alluded to it in the intro, but when it happened, it broke me, man.
Yeah, I can't do opera music.
You're good. It is a really good part. The bit where the cross falls on top of him though just reminds you of that clip that goes around like I know writers to use subtext and they're all cowards.
I know. Does anyone else want to say how they got into JoJo?
I don't have a very interesting story. I just watch a lot of anime, and that was the next one on the list to watch.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful enough as it is. You and Val both have beautiful stories for getting into JoJo. It's for the love of the game, man.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out who Tracy is drawing.
Definitely
I already figured it out.
Oh no.
Is it
I
Wick?
didn't hear anyone.
Yeah, it's Wick.
Lackachat, we have Pi says, Virgil's stand, alleyway, allows him to transport himself instantly between any alleyway to any other alley-type fortress. Virgil,
That's
however, is
freaking
unaware of
perfect.
his stand's existence, which explains why he never knows where he is.
Oh,
The
no.
best stands are the ones that don't have, where the users have no idea what's going on.
There are things like I love that actually. Like the guy who has a stand where if you see his back, he dies.
What?
Yes.
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 Buddy.
It's one of these curse type stands that was mentioned. This guy appears to a character trying to sell a house, I think, or inspect his property, but the guy is acting really weird and won't let the character see his back. So this main character kills this guy by tricking him into showing him his back, and then gets the curse of not letting anyone see his back.
Wow.
He kind of deserves it because his curiosity literally kills this nice, hard-working man.
He's very nervous, poor, like, he's trying his best. I love the way that he finally rids himself of the curse is by sending it to the gates of hell.
Yes, he literally sends it to hell. Hell is like a canonical place in JoJo.
And a very important plot element of that part.
Yeah.
I will say Hamon and zombie vampires, or even like the super vampires, pretty standard things to deal with in like the first couple parts. Once stands become like a commonplace thing over the next few parts, the world becomes a much more complicated and terrible place to live.
It's true. It's really like in part 5 there's a bit where one of these like objects that like give people power. It's a lot of objects that give people power a lot of the time, except for Hamon. You have to kind of train in that and have potential for it. There's a bit where it's like this stand is trying to keep the main characters away from this arrow, and it's like the MacGuffin of part 5. And there's a scene, and I can never ever remember why this scene happens, but there's just like people are like mutating all of a sudden, and there's mention of creatures from, and correct me if I'm wrong, but another universe breaking through the fabric of reality?
Oh,
That sounds
fuck.
right.
Was that during like the final conflict of part 5?
Yes, it's that bit. And I remember when I was watching the anime of part 5, I was like, I don't fucking remember this bit. Why don't I remember this bit in the manga?
That part was horrifying. Yeah, I think there's like people were swapping bodies with each other. You got the classic cartoon trope of body swapping. It's great. And there's this one person who swapped with their dog, and just for some reason I don't remember exactly what happened with that, but that idea of just being completely helpless and wanting to help your very scared dog while being the dog yourself, that just really made me uncomfortable.
That does make me uncomfortable.
You really do run into the problem with stands of sometimes, as we explained. Sometimes you have a chicken that sets things on fire. Sometimes you have someone who's like, why negate the existence of you in general so you no longer exist? It's a little bit of an imagination fight game where like you're the first kid that goes, okay, I have laser eyes, and the second one goes, well, I'm God. which becomes a big problem.
Okay,
stands that I like. Okay, so I've only really watched JoJo in bits and pieces over Clint's shoulder, so all my JoJo knowledge is incredibly piecemeal. But I did like the guy who could just summon zippers out of nothing. Yeah, there's like the guy who could just unzip. Yeah, there was the guy who could turn you into pages of a book. There was the guy who any reflection in like a liquid surface or anything, he could, what was it? Something happened out of it. Clint, refresh my memory. What was the name with the reflections thing? The guy with the reflections?
The guy with the reflections.
Oh, the Hanged Man.
Yeah.
Oh.
What was that power? Raising the tides, in this case, any liquid within her vision's range. Yeah, it was this lady. She's like, an assassin lady.
Oh, so there are actual female characters.
Yes, they're very.
Oh, there's a few.
There's a
Yeah.
handful.
I think you can
It's
count
mostly
like the
men fighting men. But there is
yeah.
in the newest JoJo's that's supposed to be coming out. I believe the main JoJo is like Joanna or something.
Jolene.
Jolene, excuse
Oh,
me.
okay, so that's a music reference unto itself.
Jolene.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, the reflection one was you basically, if you were caught in any reflection, then the stand could kill you. So if you were around a glass or a body of water or anything that had a reflection, then you'd in someone's eye. Yes, that was an important part of the. Yeah.
It's
Which
so.
stand is that?
It's ridiculous.
It's Jay Guile, the Hanged Man stand.
Yeah. There
Yeah,
was.
I remember thinking that stand was badass as a kid.
Pi dropped another one. Mitzi's stand is held in her adding machine and can cause social, economic, or political drama and intrigue anywhere. While sapient, her stand is incapable of speech. It recently tried to attract her attention by using its powers, which created the rumors surrounding her husband's death. Like drama, Mitzi's stand powers are difficult to control.
Cannot
wait. What?
Actually, something I wanna. This is probably interesting, Tracy. I mentioned how it's like different generations. So Jonathan Joestar, being the first main character of the series, is the great grandfather, I believe. Wait, is it just grandfather?
It's just
Brad?
grandfather.
Yeah, he's the grandfather of Part 2, the second main protagonist, Joseph Joestar, who is then the grandfather of the next protagonist, Jotaro Kujo. And you'd think, is this just going to be like, you know, the previous protagonist is just grandfathers? No. In Part 4, the main character, Josuke, that you drew the fantastic picture of Nico of. I keep looking back to see if I can catch glimpses of them. I can see his cute little head, and that makes me happy.
Oh.
Josuke, pancake of hair.
Josuke is like he's one of those like Josuke is one of those younger uncles that you can get, which I always find so weird. Did anyone ever watch that Disney movie of the Hawaiian guy that goes snowboarding? And in the second movie, he goes back home and he has his grandfather has like remarried and had like a son, and he's like now his like 5-year-old uncle, and he hates it. It's like Johnny Matahari or something.
I've not seen it.
No, I missed that one. Like the last Disney movies that I could think of, there were like the Disney Channel movies were like Xenon, Girl of the something century, about the girl who like lived in the space station, something like that. I got it. Then I kind of just got in the Cheetah Girls, and then I just kind of was like, I don't, you know, like I was never into it in the first place. I think the last one I watched was like Smart House.
It's Johnny Capahala, I believe it's pronounced.
I have never even
Johnny
heard of
Capahala. It was a Disney Channel special or something, and I always thought that was really weird that he had like a younger uncle, and I was like, oh yeah, that can be a thing.
Can happen.
Yeah.
I have to say, Tracy, this version of Wick with like the mussy fur, it's like what happened to him?
I'm absolutely delighted by it. It is beautiful. It is beautiful art.
That's just gonna end up Brad's new icon.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so interesting thing as well, actually. So after Josuke kind of moves sort of out of Joestar territory, sort of where the main character of Part 5, Giorno, is actually the son of Dio, who after Part 1 actually succeeds in killing Jonathan and steals Jonathan's body, which is why he comes back in Part 3, being an immortal vampire.
Okay.
Yeah.
In fact,
because he was decapitated in Part 1, which is why he needed to steal a body.
Jonathan cut his freaking head off, and it was sick. In fact, no, he cut him in like half, and he put himself together, and then he cut his head off.
Yeah. So the chronology is Jonathan cuts off Dio's head. Dio and then ambushes Jonathan on a boat. Basically, kills everybody on the boat except for Jonathan and Erina, and then Jonathan
and a baby,
and
a baby,
and a baby, and one baby who is super cool in part 2, but isn't allowed to do anything because she's a woman.
Pretty much, yeah.
I love Lisa. She gets shafted.
Yeah.
So he is on the boat with Dio. He gets he gets lasered into the neck, so he cannot use his Hamon, and then he traps Dio's head on the boat so that Dio cannot escape. And he dies cradling Dio's head in his arms, forgiving Dio for all the terrible things he did, just because he's like, you know, you still grew up as my foster brother. And Dio basically says, "I really respect you, Jonathan," and then he cuts off his head and takes his body.
Yeah.
And then, but you know, he's under the ocean in the boat for like 80 years until someone has the great idea of like fishing up the boat and going, "Oh, let's open up this metal coffin that's in the boat."
Don't forget the like one extra added vampire power that Dio gets in that moment. Doesn't he just like sprout tentacles from his head?
Yeah, those are his veins. Those are his veins.
You know, it's explained vampires just have full control over their biology. Like, they can make their hair do shit. He can like shoot veins out of himself if he wants to and like control them and shit. Vampires are actually kick-ass in JoJo, and I kind of wish there were more of them.
Yeah, the one of the coolest moments with the super vampires is whenever, to establish the threat of the super vampires in part 2, they try to have a vampire like try to suck out the blood of a super vampire, and the super vampire just like a blob in it, like an RPG, just absorbs the vampire. Horrifying.
Pretty sick. Part 2 is set during like the point where like everything was leading up to World War II.
Yes.
So like I mentioned this the other day. One of the sort of main characters in it, which starts off as an antagonistic force, but is like strangely made out to be a heroic figure, is von Stroheim, who is a literal Nazi who aids the main character on numerous occasions, even at one point sacrificing his life for the sake of the main character until he comes back as a robot man.
Yes, he does come back as a cyborg with a laser.
Was von Stroheim the guy who had one eye who
Yes.
Yeah.
he had tried to kill Hitler in a bombing, like...
No.
Was that a real person?
Wait, I might be confusing two different people.
He's not Tom Cruise's character from Project Valkyrie, unfortunately. No,
well, that was actually a thing that happened.
What?
Yeah, he's not based on that guy though, unfortunately. He is. I forget
he
he is seemingly. Actually, you know what?
Yeah, let's see. He was.
This is what the character looks.
To be fair, I guess Stroheim is seemingly more of a like extreme. He's more of a national. I don't. Does he?
He's like a nationalist. He's less of a. It's hard to justify a Nazi
because he doesn't like.
Yeah.
It's like,
it really is. It really is. So Stroheim is interesting.
Okay, we'll stop trying to justify the Nazis.
I do want to mention this. One of the first thing that Stroheim does is he has a bunch of people like locked up, and he's like, "Oh, I'm going to kill you all. But if one of you, I think he's like, if one of you like wants to die, I'll kill you instead of killing everyone else." And this little boy walks forward and is like, "Kill me so all these people can live." And Stroheim looks at this young Mexican boy and goes, "I respect you. Kill the rest. Leave the boy."
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Wow. He's crazy. He does thankfully die. The end credits of the movie, of the part 2 movie, the end credits of JoJo part 2 basically just say, "And he dies in Stalingrad," like in the Battle of Stalingrad.
He's an interesting character, but it's really hard and weird to like talk about him.
It's very odd. Wouldn't this stream be great if we just talk about Japan's issue with depicting Nazi Germany?
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's lots of fun.
That would be a whole conversation right there.
Isn't it coming back too? Like Italia's like getting a reboot or something? I don't know.
Yeah,
is Italia coming back?
Yes. Yeah, Italia is coming back.
Italia's coming back?
There's a lot of things going on with Japan and imperialism that are not great.
No.
But JoJo anime. Let's
redirect.
So,
yeah,
those badass vampires that Brad absolutely loves come back, and they basically just murder a bunch of Nazis, which is like sweet.
Okay. Down with that.
Like, part 2 is weird because the Nazis are heavily involved, and they mostly get murdered. They are mostly cannon fodder, really, which is fine by me. What was I gonna say? Joseph makes friends with like the great grandson of William Zappelli.
Yeah,
which is the man that assaulted Jonathan and taught him Hamon. I should mention, the guy that taught Jonathan how to use Hamon got freaking bodied and died.
Yeah,
and then
got snapped in half, like literally snapped in half with a chain.
And Jonathan, as like revenge, cuts through this vampire's arm with his bare hands, and just melts him to death.
Yep. Yeah, he also gives all of his remaining power to Jonathan in true anime fashion.
Into Kenshiro.
Yes.
Yeah, he literally becomes unstoppable at this point. Like, Jonathan takes a lot of licks and he's just okay at what he does, but after Zappelli gives him his power, it's kind of like a Dragon Ball Z power boost where it's oh, you're just amazing now.
Yeah, it's why he had to laser his little throat so that he couldn't Hamon anymore. Because if you can't breathe, then you can't Hamon.
Yeah, part 2 is more of a globe-trotting adventure, actually, where they move from New York to Mexico to Italy to Rome. I think the final place. Do they go to Belgium at one point?
They do go to Belgium at one point.
Yes, they do, which is where Stroheim comes back as the robot man. Is all I'm here to help, and everyone's fuck off, Stroheim, we don't want you.
Yeah.
Everyone actually no one actually likes Stroheim in the series.
And doesn't he only show up? He's most effective only as a temporary distraction too. He doesn't actually do anything incredibly useful. Just by the time.
He's kind of the main reason Joseph wins in the end, but yeah, pretty much. I should also say Joseph beats the main antagonist, which becomes this godly being that can adapt to anything, and his only weakness is the sun. He conquers the sun, and Jonathan tries to hit him with Hamon, and this previously, how are you describing them, Brad?
The super Mesoamerican vampires?
Yes, the super Mesoamerican vampires. Wham, which you drew Victor as. Kaz, who is the main... That wig looks fantastic.
It looks so
are you thinking about AC/DC?
Yes, in AC/DC.
Santana, right?
Santana,
and Santana the Fourth. They all get bodied in their own ways and have weird powers, but to explain more of JoJo and not get too into shit. AC/DC cries a lot and can shoot lava out of his body. Wham controls wind and is pretty badass. He's the best one. Santana does not have a special power. He just kind of uses his body to do shit. He gets shot a bunch and he shoots all of the bullets from his body that have been shot at him out of his finger to murder all the Nazis.
Yeah.
I mean,
when they talk to the other, they're called pillar men, is what these super Mesoamerican vampires are called. When they talk to them about Santana, because he's the first one that they kill, they just sort of blow him up under sunlight. They're like, that dude was weak as shit, and then the rest of them have these crazy, the wind powers, the lava powers, and Cars seems to have the power of light, because he can fuck with you with it. But then once he becomes a god, he just stops using it.
Yeah, but the bit I want to get to was, even though his weakness is Hamon, Joseph tries to hit him with it, and then Kaz is actually now arguably the most powerful Hamon user in the world.
Yes.
Because he punches Joseph with Hamon, and Joseph's just is melting almost. His leg is like melting.
Yes.
Because it is so powerful, and Hamon shouldn't have that much of an effect on people. And basically, Joseph is just there, being like, "Oh my god, this is what I've been fucking doing. Shit,
Yeah.
this hurts. It sucks."
Yeah.
Also, part 2 probably has the most climactic ending, I would say.
It's a very like JRPG ending.
Yes, they do fight on top of a volcano.
And on a meteor. No, it wasn't a meteor.
Kaz attaining his godlike power can turn into anything, so he turns into a bird, chases Joseph, who steals a German plane and flies to a volcano thinking, I'm going to throw this man in a volcano. That should kill him. Kaz, like, downs his plane, and Joseph just flies directly into the volcano, hoping to take Kaz with him, but it doesn't work, so he has to try and fight Kaz. In the end, though, when he's, like, cornered, as Kaz is, like, about to, like, strike the final blow, essentially, Joseph, like, shoots Hamon into the volcano, reactivating it, and they go rocketing up on the eruption into the freaking atmosphere.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Blasting Kaz into the atmosphere where Kaz is frozen solid and cannot adapt into anything to, like, stop this, and he just floats away into the depths of space forever until he stops thinking.
Or until a rocket decides to bring him back.
Yeah, and there is a great bit where, like, I haven't mentioned this, Joseph's whole shtick, his character is, like, way different to Jonathan. Jonathan's a gentleman and, like, a proper, like, fighter. Joseph is a trickster and an asshole. And he has this thing where when he's fighting people, to really, like, get in their heads and make them kind of scared and fuck up and shit, he says, next you're going to say... And he'll say it, and they say the exact same thing. That usually distracts them long enough to make them go, what? And he enacts his plan. He does this to Kaz, and as Kaz is, like, rocketing up into space because of all these, like, rocks hitting him from the eruption, he says, JoJo, did you plan all of this? And he's like, of course I did. And in his head he goes, no, I didn't, but I know that'll fucking piss him off.
Yeah.
Joseph Joestar is pretty much considered to be the absolute favorite character in all of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I wish I could talk more about him, but I don't want to go on as long as I did in, like, for the start of part 1.
I'll talk a little bit about Joseph.
Yeah,
Quick rundown of Joseph.
So, yeah, because I called him
your baby voice, Val.
Yeah, I called him Harrison Ford in an anime because he really is like this anti-hero, like trickster character, like you described, and like because it's a really sharp contrast from Jonathan, whose main trait is that he's a very honorable man. And then we have this other character who's like, he's introduced by just like pulling a Tommy gun out of nowhere and just fucking shooting up the place. So other than that, he also, once he starts learning Hamon, because he's like, oh, I can't just use tricks, I have to learn solar powered martial arts to fight now. He like decides he's gonna use like these clacker balls as a weapon, and nobody thinks this is a good idea. Like, everyone's like, what, how is this gonna help? And he's like, I don't know, I just think it's cool. So he imbues the clacker balls with Hamon, and I think they like actually do help a lot once, but it's like for the most part they're just like this weird thing he just starts using for no reason. Yeah, Joseph's great. He's also in the next part as an older guy, but he fulfills a very different role. He's more of like a comic relief mentor kind of character.
Interesting. Okay.
And so that's my spiel about Joseph. He's an amazing character.
Can we let's answer some additional questions here? We've got a bunch.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, we've got from Tezi Uwu Shangji. I apologize if I said that wrong. For everyone, what's your opinions on the localization of stand names, like Zipperman and Sticky Finger? Okay, earlier we mentioned Zipperman. I do want to ask, what/who is Sticky Finger?
So,
If I should even ask. If I shouldn't ask, I understand.
Do you mean
no,
like
no,
in
no.
real-
It's
in
it's
real
the
life?
same, but it's the same guy, right? It's Sticky Fingers
yeah.
and Zipperman are the same stand.
Ah.
Oh, are they?
So, yes. So Sticky Fingers is the Japanese name, but because that's a name of I want to assume a band or a song.
It's apparently an album by the Rolling Stones.
Ah, okay. Oh yeah, and
Yeah.
Rolling Stones go after everyone. So, so
No, we're just
yep.
answering questions about stand name translations.
Ah, I see.
So in the Japanese, if you're watching the subtitles, you'll hear Sticky Fingers, but then in the subtitles it says Zipperman, which is a little bit like less cool. it's especially you can't really say it as dynamically. You can't, but go
I have
ahead.
a thing where I literally ignore the subtitles whenever I know they're going to say a stand name.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I just like close my eyes for a moment and go, oh, in a perfect world where like copyright and stuff like that was not so like fucking like terrible. Just let them say a name.
I think, was it necessarily a copyright thing, or was it just the fear that something would happen? Because it's like...
It might have been a combination of both. Like, just, there's so many different band names, so many copyright issues. Why even take the risk? Someone's going to call you up.
I think it has more to do with the fear of even having to deal with it. Because I know in Japan, like, their relationship to that kind of stuff is a little different than here. Where they're like... It's like... is it like even stricter or something? I forget.
I don't think it's
in
quite
Japan,
as
no, I think like
strict.
drawing like fan stuff actually, you can actually draw it and sell it legally. I think.
Yeah, doujins.
Doujinshi, yeah.
Stuff like not hentai, like just doujinshi, yeah. Yeah. I always like I'll like mention doujinshi to people, and they'll be like, "Oh, you mean hentai?" I'm like, "No, just doujinshi.
In general,
just do fan stuff."
Yeah, there's more of a, I think, I could be wrong, but there's more of a sense of it kind of belongs to everybody once it's like out and about, so.
Yeah, plus, there's like examples of loads of different anime, like, just pulling things almost directly from that stuff. I remember watching Barker and Test, and they like had a character in the same outfit doing like the same pose as Giorno Giovanna manga. Actually, is that something that like anyone's talked about? Like how JoJo
know that. Sorry, go ahead.
Like, I was gonna say it's how JoJo, even though it's only really been popular in recent years in like the West and everything, it's just so prolific and well known in Japan that like for years, even before like the animes and stuff came out, it's always been referenced in things. Like from video games, like Dark
like
Souls and stuff.
I know that JoJo itself like references a shitload of things. Then people reference JoJo, which references a shitload of things. So it's just like the kind of
chicken and the egg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you go like, is that a JoJo reference? It's like, it's like, did JoJo make it up in the first place? I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you want it to be?
Yeah.
I remember being that person who'd like, when I was like really young, I'd get excited when I was like, oh, that's a JoJo reference, and now I'm older and everything and like more self-aware. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna. I know what it is. I don't have to say it. I'm sure everyone else knows.
The people in this chat says everything is a JoJo reference.
Yeah, I'm looking at the wiki that's like a list of JoJo references in media, and just from anime and manga alone, there's got to be over 100 different things listed here.
It's kind of like the whole is that a JoJo reference? I'd say the new thing of that is that whole it reminds me of Persona 5 music.
Yeah.
That's what it reminds me of.
In chat says birth itself is a JoJo reference.
Christianity, that's a JoJo reference.
We're getting ahead of ourselves there.
As long as we're not getting
Bram
behind
Stoker's
ourselves, I don't want to kill
Dracula,
anyone.
That's a JoJo's reference.
Yeah.
I love that movie so much.
What's this next thing that you're drawing right now, Tracy? What's this?
I don't know.
It is a cat, but considering the way the characters are all coming out, it's like, is there gonna be a freckle, but he's beefy?
Oh,
You have to draw a beef.
Tracy has to draw a freckle Koichi, and then a manlet freckle Koichi.
If someone in Lackacrew has it, find the beefcake freckle that Mina drew a while back.
Oh god.
I adore Zappelli, or sorry, not Zappelli, Speedwagon Wick. That is spectacular.
I don't know why, I just thought of like I thought of Victor Koichi, just like a tiny, angry man.
That's big.
That sounds more like freckle, honestly.
Oh, here's a cool thing actually that doesn't translate into the anime. In the Part 4 manga, this character, Koichi Hirose, he's like kind of the underdog. He's like only recently got a stand, and the series really covers his like growth as a character and his like newfound confidence with his power and everything. Early on in the series, he seems to like get into confrontations with people who are like 7 freaking foot tall and just like tower over him and other people a lot of the time. And whenever he beats them or something, or has something to do with their defeat, those characters shrink down to his size permanently. This is not anything to do with his stand power. His stand power evolves. It goes from making sounds when it like my dog is just rubbing her face all over the carpet. What's up, baby girl? How you doing?
Must be the work of an enemy stand.
Okay, go on, out the booth. Out the booth, girl. Go on. Good girl. So his power is like, you know, he'll like smack on a sound effect like as a word and you'll hear that thing or something. His power then upgrades to that sound effect. The thing that you put it on now has the property of it, like you put boing on a giant stone spike that would impale you and it'll just bounce you away.
That's kind of cool.
And then his final power is like he punches things and they just become unbelievably heavy. So heavy they cannot move. But when he beats these people who are like so tall, they just shrink down to his size. And I remember reading somewhere that the author was like, oh, he like humbles them. So they shrink and become exactly his size.
Just because.
Just because. And I don't know, I always found that really charming. To be honest,
JoJo just doesn't care. Just shit happens on JoJo.
Yeah,
that's true. You have to accept that.
But there was like an episode I was watching with Clint where it was several episodes of characters debating what to do as a bullet crossed the street. Situation, Clint.
Sounds like the setup for a joke.
I'm trying to think. What episode is that?
I don't remember that
Part
either.
5?
There was like a bullet that was being fired at them. And it was slowly arriving, and they were debating what to do.
That must be part 3.
Why do I not remember that? That sounds so hilarious.
That's yeah.
I was like, Clint, why is the bullet taking so long to get to them? Is the time slow down or something? It wasn't clear to me.
This is why it's important and why I think it's confusing for a lot of people getting into JoJo when you hear stories like that and then you watch the first 2 parts, which are a pretty weird and violent and horror-esque in tone.
They're not
they're
that
pretty
strange.
They're a lot less strange.
Easily understandable.
They're a lot more conventional adventure story, which is why I'm like it's probably hard to get into the rest of JoJo. If you're like if you want to get into the weird shit, it's really hard to get into early JoJo. If you're like me and you're not super duper into the weird stuff, it's hard to transition into the later JoJo because it is very, very different.
I have.
The chat is saying that in JoJo, talking is a free action.
This is also true.
Occupy
It's true.
time.
I feel that is the case. You know what? An anime that I've always had a problem with that. Hajime no Ippo, The Countdown. Has anyone watched Hajime no Ippo?
No?
I've heard good things. I've not seen it.
Hajime no Ippo is a pretty famous boxing anime,
Yes.
and one of the things that is so frustrating is obviously kind of taking the time in a manga panel and putting it into an anime. So the main character punches the guy to the ground, and he's like on his last legs. He's like, did I do it? And because I'm so into it, I'm like, yes, stay down, stay down. But the characters will literally be having a conversation to each other for like a minute, while the referee should be counting down from 10. And it is infuriating to me. Obviously, I understand why, but it is infuriating me because I'm like, 2 minutes have just passed by, and this referee is still on 8.
That's some real goddamn 5 minutes till this planet blows up shit right there.
It is, but it's worse. It's even worse.
I can believe
Because
that.
I'm way more invested in Hajime no Ippo.
Newt found the beefcake freckle.
Beefcake Sib.
Beefcake Sib.
Oh yeah, you. That reminds me. Going between parts, you will also have to adjust to the art style drastically changing. Because if you look at Jotaro in part 3, he's about as wide as that Beefcake Zib. If you look at Jotaro in part like 6, he looks like regular Zib. He is about as wide as regular Zib.
Interesting. Yeah, I've noticed like looking at some of these images, some of them like are much more lithe, and then in other images I'm seeing like they're like super thick.
Yeah, the early JoJo
like-
is dummy thick. Early JoJo is milkshake in a blender made of concrete thick.
It's true.
Part 7 has like some of the best art styles where it's just like beautiful, gorgeous, Renaissance-esque drawings. And then halfway through the arc, it seems like he became really obsessed with Britney Spears.
That sounds like Iraqi.
Did you say part 7?
Part 7, yes.
Okay, I remember part 7 looking like really, like, I remember part 7 looking quite bad at the start. Like, do you remember the original first introduction to Johnny Joestar?
Yeah, when you get to a true man's world, that's peak Iraqi.
It is true. Yeah, no,
That is like his best art style, that is his best storytelling, and that is when all of his characters in the last third of the story looked like Britney Spears. If you just look up Johnny Joestar, you'll eventually find some kind of image of 3 people embracing each other, and they all have the same Britney Spears face.
That is
I'm on a different computer, so I can't look it up.
I am trying to decipher what Tracy is drawing, and I am failing horribly. What is that?
Shoot.
That's gotta be, we were talking about him, the guy with iron abilities. Ravioli, no.
Oh, Risotto Nero.
No.
Yeah, it's gotta be risotto. But who's under the mask?
Mordecai?
I think that's Mordecai.
You guys told me Mordecai, so that's what I'm doing.
I don't know enough things.
I don't know if it makes sense.
I gotta say, I think something that people quite divisive on is like whether or not Araki's like more recent art is like better than some of his old stuff.
I think that he has stopped caring about anatomy and like form, and he's just having fun with composition to the detriment of the bones of his characters. But not like he ever cared about that anyways.
See, I was thinking more about the fact that originally it had that like kind of classic shonen and like had a lot of inspiration from Fist of the North Star and all, but the characters were very expressive, and in more recent years, things like Part 8, for example, the characters seem a lot less expressive.
Have you seen? I watched a video where just showing his process. He draws very much like Rohan Kishibe, where he just doesn't sketch, draws lines as he goes. So I guess he puts the story and the composition more of a focus than the actual characters themselves, which I think is a pretty just common thing to see in Japanese stories, but he definitely takes it like way far. I see a lot of classical Japanese art in his style.
Also, as we approach 3 hours, this is a reminder to get some water if you've been talking a lot.
Yeah, I
some alcohol.
I just got some chaps. You have alcohol, Tracy. That's not water.
It's, I mean, it
It's
has
liquid.
water in it. It's technically mostly water.
Has
It'll be
so-
lubricated.
Has anyone
That-
talked about
that is a
part 3 or part
zip.
4, really?
Wait, talk about what?
We have some more questions we can.
Yeah, sounds
We have many. From the Bastard Chap. For everyone who enjoys the 1920s style music and all the Louisianan themes, I ask you this. What are your JoJo stands?
I don't know.
I mean, does it have to be 1920s jazz themed?
Nah.
Or just for everybody who likes those things, they have to name their stands or what?
I'm just gonna say that's a question for everybody here. If you have a
Yeah. Make up.
Surely one of us has talked extensively about this.
I feel embarrassed whenever it comes up. I'm not that brushed up on 1920s jazz.
It's not. No, don't worry about the 1920s
Yeah.
setting. Just like, what if you had a stand? What would it be?
Yeah. How was that?
Surely we've thought about this.
We have,
I
but
have not. I did not
but
know
I'm
anything.
embarrassed to admit that I have.
Go. Tell
Go ahead
us
then.
your stand, OC.
What was it? It was something like it was a song by Television. Marky Moon. That was it. Yeah, it was Marky Moon or something. I thought if I had a stand, I'd name it after that song. That's all I have to say. I never thought of a power or anything for it, really. That I was just like, yeah, Marky Moon. I'd want something like that, like a marquee, like a
Does it bake cookies?
Hmm?
Does it bake cookies?
Is it?
Yeah, why not? You know what? Yeah, bakes cookies.
Is it exotic?
I'm from Birmingham, mate. There's nothing exotic about me.
Well, some people think you are. I mean,
I think people in America maybe think I am a little bit, but I find it so embarrassing. 'cause-
Everybody with a British accent sounds way more cerebral to an American than like your
100%, yeah.
Yeah.
I am admittedly so embarrassed because I walk around America and it's like, oh, you're from England. Yeah, I walk around England. You're from America. No.
What?
What? They said, wow.
People
You
getting
don't
into
even
secret
remember
American.
It's because I don't speak like anyone in my town. I don't have my town's accent. So I think that's jarring or something.
Interesting.
Because
that
people
they
will
would
tell
then
you, like, people will
Why
tell
would
you
they
you
say
do
you're
not.
American then? You don't
on-
sound like any American.
No.
Yeah, I know, but they'll say I'm American or Canadian or sometimes Australian, stuff like that. They'll just they'll throw anything at me. They'll just be like, "Oh, you're this. No, you're this. No."
I'm not getting anything but like pure 100% British from you, so
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
with my American ear. Not that I'm the greatest at like recognizing accents, but
No.
I'm reminded of like how apparently Arnold Schwarzenegger didn't do the German dubbing because he sounds like a farmer, like a redneck. But he just sounds so German and tough. I mean, Austrian and tough, or
yeah.
Austrian.
Austrian, yeah.
Yeah, Austrian.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not anymore. I mean, now his voice has definitely evolved in a direction where it's like less that by a lot. He's spent too much
He's
time
lived
there.
in America for a long time, hasn't he? And
Yeah.
he
Well,
was.
majority of his life at this point, yeah.
Was he the senator of Los
Governor.
Angeles?
No,
Governor.
he was the governor of California for a little bit.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, he was the governor of California from like 2006.
Never a senator, no.
Okay, I got that wrong. I remember even as a child thinking that was weird.
It was.
It
It
was
was
weird.
weird. What?
He was the governor.
I know, but then
Like,
obviously I found out. I found out about Ronald Reagan and how he was like a freaking Western like
He
actor.
was a very
or
mediocre
something.
actor, yeah.
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 He also became governor of California. California has a history of electing celebrities for governor.
That doesn't seem responsible at all.
It's not.
No,
As we have-
no.
We're not a very responsible country.
No.
No.
We do a lot of dumb things.
Yes.
Regrettable things.
It's a very big place. It's a very big place.
Yes,
There's a
and
lot-
it's like each state is kind of like its own culture.
Oh,
Or
absolutely.
each region is its own culture. Each state has its own like subculture. It's each city, like you can't even characterize like. I live in Missouri, which is a pretty bland state overall, but even still, it's like half of it thinks it's the South, half of it thinks it's Illinois, like city. It's a confusing.
Yeah, we actually got
find it-
comments from people when Rocky was cast, where they were confused why he didn't have a Southern accent, and we were just
Yes,
like,
I get that a lot. Like people are like, why don't they have Southern accents? Like Mitzi's the only one who does because she's the only one who's actually from the
not
South.
from Missouri. She's not even from well, like you said, Trace. There's parts of Missouri that can kind of.
Yes, there are, and they have an accent, but it doesn't sound like a Southern. Like
No.
it sounds more like Tennessee / like a mix of
Yeah.
Tennessee and Texas almost. Like
I'm sure all this is like meaningless to you, Val, but
No,
You know,
I actually find it annoying if I
Yeah.
actually find it annoying when I talk to people and they try to say like, oh, you know, Americans are stupid and everything, like, and say like pretty broad things about Americans, because obviously I've met a lot of Americans now, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, they are all just completely different, and yeah, I think about how big America is and how there's just so much. Like I mentioned before, how like I was shocked when I was younger or a few years ago or a while ago to find out that some people didn't even know about, like, say, 9/11 because the country is just so vast, and like there's just a whole
they
like
wouldn't have known about
disconnect.
it immediately. No.
That's why America is just so interesting to me, and I think to myself, like, it must be the same like in places like Canada, maybe, because Canada's huge too, but I don't know.
Canada's
I don't know.
less
It's like not
populous,
as big,
but
I guess.
it's region like
It's bigger, but it's got
in
less
terms
people.
of landmass, it's quite large.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like one of the
Yeah.
largest countries in the world.
Canada is also quite diverse like that, but it also, like, the majority of Canadians live near the border to the U.S.
Yeah, there's a
also.
lot, like Australia, there's a
Mm.
lot of space there that's not really occupied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True with the U.S., frankly. I mean, there's, like, huge tracts of land where there's, like,
Yeah,
very-
actually, yeah, you go to like the Dakotas and Montana and everything, and there's just like lots
they're
of nothing.
yeah. Lots of Idaho, fucking nothing. They're just
to,
too much desert.
on that huge
was gonna
tracts
say
of land comment, I'll briefly toss out there the original. Is that a JoJo reference? Is that a fucking Monty Python reference?
Nice.
Because bringing it back to JoJo, I have a hot take actually that some of the JoJo fans in here
Drop
will
it.
disagree
Drop that
with,
take.
probably.
Bring
Okay,
it.
are you ready? This is an actual hot take.
Oh boy.
Josuke is kind of a bad character.
Agreed.
Explain.
Who said that? Who said that? Those sultry tones.
J-
Who agreed?
Jason, how could
Jason.
I did because he kicks the shit out of me.
Well, Jason,
that guy.
besides kicking the shit out of you, I have more reason than that.
That's all I
I-
need,
I-
but carry on.
Now, I'm gonna say, I like Josuke, but I feel as though he kind of lacks a properly like fleshed out character arc. You see, Josuke starts off the series as Jotaro's like uncle who he is going to see because he's trying to like sort some shit out for Joseph, because Joseph, the main character of part 2, a side character or supporting character in part 3, cheated on his wife with a young, I believe, like, out of high school Japanese woman?
Something like that.
Yeah, she was quite young. She was like 18 or something when he met her, and he was like 40 or something, maybe even 50, because he's like, no, he's 60 in part 3, I think.
You know, now that I'm like, now that you've made the comparison to Harrison Ford, I can't help but bring up, does anyone remember how in Indiana Jones, the first one, it's implied that he slept, when he was like 24 or something, he slept with a 16-year-old?
Yeah.
I don't
Joseph
remember
is
that.
just one big Indiana Jones reference, is what we're gathering.
So, anyway, though, so
eventually it'll
meets
roll back to
Josuke,
Homestuck.
and
I thought you said Homestar
Joro-
for a minute there. Like, oh no, Homestuck.
when Jotaro meets
Star
Josuke,
Warner.
he has come to warn Josuke that a serial killer is kind of after him and his family. They defeat the serial killer, but not until after this serial killer has murdered Josuke's grandfather, who is a policeman. And he is very much like beloved by the community and everything. He's a nice guy. His grandson looks up to him, and he lives with them in the house and stuff. His grandfather dies, and one of the quotes that Josuke says is, I believe it goes, "I'm going to protect this town, or my mom. I'm going to protect this town. I'm going to protect my mom and this town." And his character kind of proceeds throughout the series. I'm not saying he's not lovable, but he proceeds to mostly dick about the entire season.
Oh yeah.
Even when he is well aware that there is a serial killer on the loose who has murdered, not the same one, he beats the shit out of and encases the man who killed his grandfather in a rock forever.
Yeah.
He is like conscious of it, but like can't do anything. That he is like a giant rock.
He morphs into like a massive face, despite only being just like, imagine a ghost stuck halfway through a rock. That was what he was like when Joseph left him, and he somehow managed to turn himself into a giant rock face.
Yes. So when the main antagonist of part 4 comes about, Yoshikage Kira murders one of Josuke's friends. Granted, he's kind of an annoying friend that tried to murder Josuke for money.
Okay.
But they are friends. But it is established that they are friends nonetheless.
Indeed.
And they hang out and stuff.
I'm getting
I feel like that's Rocky.
some himbo energy from Josuke.
Oh
yes,
yeah. Oh yeah.
He definitely has himbo energy.
And he embraces it.
Yeah.
Yes. So Josuke is well aware that Yoshikage Kira, the murderer of his friend, and even another person that Josuke is like loosely familiar with, is out there somewhere disguised as someone else. But there are only 2 characters that really go out of their way to investigate and look for him, and Josuke is not one of them. These 2 characters are Rohan Kishibe, who is actually friends to one of the old victims of Yoshikage Kira, and Jotaro Kujo, who is just kind of always on the ball and always doing stuff. Josuke does like nothing. Go on, sorry.
I feel like you're shitting on Josuke for being the first character that Araki wrote as a high schooler instead of like a muscle hero. Like, he's just a regular dude. He's a high schooler.
I
mean, his motivation at the start is set up to be that he will protect the town where his grandfather was murdered because he respected his grandfather so much.
Jason, did you read the manga first or watch the anime first?
I read the manga first, but it was like years ago when I read the manga. And I always just think about that. Like, I understand that Josuke is like a kid, and I get that, but I remember thinking like, why isn't he doing like he's like cheating his friend out of money and stuff instead of like doing these things and like trying to uphold his grandfather's like sense of right and stuff.
It's
funny where like, got all that frustration from, because I just remember when I read the manga first before the anime came out. Oh my god, it's just tedium. I feel like Araki wanted to make a slice of life, and then people just wanted more Punch Ghost, so I switched to that instead. Like halfway through the manga, there's a definite switch, a very clear turn of events that turns it from a slice of life to a horror thriller mystery. And in the anime, I feel like that was a lot smoother, more well done. I actually enjoyed the slice of life stuff in the anime.
I wanna briefly point out that this is very fascinating to me because I have two friends who I've known for many years, and Val, I want to say that you are bringing up the same complaints that my one friend has, because my one friend Will, part 4 is his least favorite part. He hates it. He thinks it sucks. Like
it's not my least favorite. I still like part 4.
That's fair. It's just funny because he mentions how frustrated he was with part 4. And how he was like, this is the worst part of JoJo. He likes all the other parts that he's seen. His second least favorite, I think, is part 1. I believe his favorite is part 2. My other friend Cam loves part 4. It's his absolute favorite part. Really fascinating to me about the whole debacle is that, like, for anyone here who's not familiar with the Persona series, Persona 4, which was the game that sort of really took off for Persona, like Persona 3 did pretty well, but Persona 4 did numbers, and that's sort of why Persona 5 got as big of a launch as it did to be the biggest one in that series so far.
I'm actually a big fan of Persona 3. Persona 3 is my favorite, and I think it has the best, like, character writing.
I think that I'll talk about Persona in a minute, but like Persona 4 is pretty much very super heavily based on part 4 of JoJo. It's super duper heavily based on it because you've got as was adequately put, the punch ghosts with the personas, which are basically stands, and you've also got the serial killer in town. It's also the small town vibe where they're like going to high school. It owes a lot to part 4. And funnily enough, my friend Will hates part 4 of JoJo. Persona 4 is his favorite game, like Persona game.
That is
very,
funny.
very weird.
Like I said, I just want to point out, I don't hate Josuke. I just think that, like, his character arc is, like, it doesn't feel super fulfilled. I feel like a few things that have a lot more potential I wish just got fleshed out more in part 4. Like, Koichi's, like, kind of clearly Josuke's best friend, but, like, there's obviously, like, he hangs out with Okuyasu more, it seems. But we don't see him hang out with him a lot, and I don't know, I wish Okuyasu got, like, more characterized and everything, or had more moments and stuff. That's just, like, a lot of things that I think about part 4. I still really enjoy the part, and when, God, 2016, 4 years ago, when it was, like, announced and everything, that was the part that I was most excited for, because of all the standout moments in it, like the motorcycle bit, Highway Star.
Oh, yeah.
Highway Star's sick, but I just, like, find there are bits in it where I'm like, Josuke could be better, but I still think he's a very well-liked, lovable character.
That's how I felt about part 5, honestly. I feel like Giorno has the weakest motivation out of every JoJo.
I completely agree. I didn't like part 5 very much.
The anime made it amazing. That's the anime tends to do.
I'll say this about Giorno that I think about a lot. It's that bit where he's cradling Mista after Mista has, like, technically shot himself a million times because the ice guy was, like, deflecting them. There's a scene, Tracy. There's a scene, Tracy, where Mista, the gunman of the group who has these and Sex Pistols, he has these 6 tiny men that can fly around and kick his bullets and deflect them and stuff.
Oh yeah, no, I saw that while watching Clint. I was like, I love this.
Yes. There is a bit where this man is just shooting this guy who has one of my favorite stands that I don't think has been mentioned, an armor stand, where he wears his stand as a suit. These are, like, my favorite stands, and I wish there were more of them. Whenever I see an armor stand, I get a little bit excited because I think they're so cool. So this armor stand is, like, deflecting these bullets, but Mr. is like, I need to keep shooting. So he just keeps shooting at this guy, but the bullets just keep hitting himself, but he won't stop shooting. So after this, he's, like, laying down, dying, and Giorno, like, picks him up and he's like, you know, this is the light in the darkness and everything. And I always think about that bit because it's the fact that Giorno has a connection with darkness, because there's a big thing in his backstory where his mother would leave him alone in a dark house as a baby, all alone, and all he could do was cry himself to sleep.
Aww.
So I like to think that that bit is like him talking about like finding the light and everything, is him sort of like, you know, kind of conquering that fear of the dark almost and being alone. And that's kind of why I think like I actually really like Giorno in that regard, because the mafia group that he's with, what are their names? Passione is their group name. They're like his family, and they don't leave him. They all stick together. That's what I think is Giorno's like true motivation in the series.
Yeah, but I mean, everything other than I feel like Giorno sets like a solid foundation for every one of the other characters to excel and be as amazing as they are. Every single character has an incredible moment that's only could have existed because of Giorno. Giorno is he's just a catalyst. It's okay for him to just be that. It's just...
You are absolutely right in that regard. He gets things going. He mostly spends the entire series just gaining the trust of everyone and impressing them individually. I still really like him as like, you know, my reason I explained. The thing with JoJo or Araki's writing, he like explains things, but he kind of leaves enough room for you to like make your own reasoning as to why things are. And I think that's actually a big appeal of JoJo.
I think that's there's a lot of stories I've seen where like in some ways the vaguer it is, the more rabid people become about it. Because like they can invest so much of themselves in it as a result. Because they can project
precisely. Yeah. That's what I think is a huge like point with JoJo. Like there's a big thing in the JoJo community, I believe, that I always hear people talk about, and I even thought myself, that Jotaro has PTSD from part 3. Yeah. There's in part 4, there is a point where Yoshikage Kira, the villain, is fighting Koichi and Jotaro, and he bodies Koichi, doesn't kill him, but bodies the fuck out of him, and Jotaro is like bleeding profusely and like kind of dying, and Yoshikage Kira, I believe, says Muda or useless, and that kind of like Jotaro just stands up and is like, I'm gonna fucking like destroy you now, and just bodies him. And everyone's like, oh, it like set him off because he like said useless, and a big thing that Dio says is Muda Muda Muda, which means useless. So people are like, oh, he has PTSD from part 3, but nothing's ever actually said of this. But yeah, that's totally like what you said, Fable. You can like just, there's a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, it's like I've seen people get like hyper invested in like Overwatch, partially because they can just like put so much fan fiction into it. And it's like Overwatch is like a very loosely defined story, quote unquote, and yet like the amount of fan content I've seen for it is like enormous. And it's like pretty much any story I see where it's like pieces of it are engaging enough that the characters can be kind of like dolls that people can play with, is when, but they're like loosely defined enough that pretty much anybody can pick it up and just like interpret what they want into it. Like that's when people get pretty rabid about stuff.
Yeah, it's a really interestingly accurate observation, and it's just kind of funny how accurate that is when you think about this as a story where I can't think of any examples off the top of my head, so I'm just going to make one up. A story where people can defeat the enemy by understanding like the refraction of light to the exact degree and how that might affect their surroundings, based on a book that they may have read years ago in a library for no related.
You're talking about that bit where Giorno just says that bullshit about science. Yeah, my friend, I had a friend who would like go insane about that bit.
It's like Araki thinks everything. Like I think I read it in one of his books of like how to write manga, he says that what he likes to do is he puts his characters into situations that seem impossible to get out of. And quite often he finds himself going, oh shit, how do I get them out of this one? And apparently the Star Platinum getting time travel was one of them. But because of that, he'll do like an insane amount of research, try to figure out all the different ways the environment can react to the characters and the characters to the environment and so on and so forth, creating this incredibly logical deduction of events that make sense, except for the fact that somehow the characters know all this. Every JoJo, the strongest trait of the JoJos is that they're walking encyclopedias, not that they have punch stands.
Yeah.
If a real person were to be in JoJo, like if you just had one character who was just like a regular person with these powers and stuff, it would be great to see their like reaction to JoJo being like, I was 12 years old and read this book in the library.
Yeah, you run into an issue with them, and that's why, generally speaking, especially later on, because this is also the difference between Hamon and Stans. Hamon has hard, fast rules that like very quickly you kind of got to deal with in the first two parts. Stans eventually again get to the point where like, God, what is it? Purple haze can just undo everything, and he had to literally like write the character out.
Yeah, purple haze had the power to. He emits a poison, which just kind of melts you away. The only thing that can counter this is sunlight, which makes it less dangerous because the poison is weak to sunlight and stuff. But once it like touches you or gets in you, you're just dead. So he had to like make it so that this character, who's actually, I've got that stand actually in my like little cabinet. I have 4 JoJo figures. I have a Dio,
nice,
Josuke, Jotaro, and Purple Haze. I do like Josuke. If anyone misheard me as like Val hates Josuke, no, I don't hate Josuke. I literally have a figure of him. It's one of my favorite figures.
There's folks in the Lackachat, in the YouTube chat, who are like torn right now between this and like there's a has-been stream going on. They're like, oh no, which one do I watch? Because they're just like, no, I love this JoJo content though. That's really funny to me.
Can we talk about Funny Valentine and Love Train?
Oh, and like his physical transformation throughout the entire. Are we skipping to part 7 already? We haven't even touched on Jolene.
Like because of the length of the stream and everything, and how like it's like, I mean, I could still talk about like individual part stuff, but it takes ages. But like I'd say jumping to bits or something, or whatever anyone really wants to talk about is probably better, isn't it?
So we are.
I need a quick break. I'm need to take a little breather.
No, it's a lot of it's a lot of information to take in.
It is.
I was gonna say we are at
sorry, go ahead.
3 hours. I was gonna say we are at 3 hours and 10 minutes. If we want to take 5 for a moment, so everyone can stand, get some water, use the bathroom.
Yeah, I'm gonna get myself a drink, I think.
Yeah, I think I'll take a break as well.
Get some water too, Tracy. Damn it.
Back.
You can have your alcohol, but you need to have a glass of water beside you as well.
Well, I also need a little. Yeah, hey, audience, we're gonna take a real quick break. I'm gonna put up a little BRB thing, and
Want to reconvene at 30 after, so 19 minutes.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
I can get a snack.
Or is that too short?
No, that's good.
Okay.
Ooh, I'm going to McDonald's.
Go McDonald's.
If you can get there and back in 18 minutes.
Oh, it's just across the street, baby.
But I'm gonna need. I'm gonna mute us here.
I'll be muted too. Unless people really want to listen to chickens go.
I need to
occasionally
mix some kind of female character into this composition here somewhere, so I'm gonna need some input from you on that. be able to. People aside from Discord will be able to hear you.
No one said
Hello,
no.
YouTube. Welcome back.
Hello, we're back. Kind of. We're still waiting for
Hello.
Fable, I think. But
Just walking the dog.
Let's tackle some questions here while we wait for everybody to get back if we can. I think Val and Clint and Brad are here, so they can answer our 10-ton behemoth. They can answer our JoJo questions.
Actually, we already answered that one, so let's move that here. All right. So Ben Hur, for everyone present, who is your favorite JoJo?
I like Johnny. Joseph is like amazing, but I like Johnny Joestar because of the journey his character goes on in changing and everything and developing.
Was Johnny
Like
the World War II one, or?
Johnny is the main character of
Oh.
Part 7. He is a paraplegic,
Oh, okay.
I believe.
Paraplegic cowboy.
Yeah. His legs do not work, and he like literally has his legs strapped to his horse because Part 7 takes place over the course of a race across America.
Okay, so that's a Wild West one.
Interesting.
Yes.
Over
And
the course of
he starts off as kind of a gigantic asshole, but learns to like appreciate like the small things in life and like becomes a way better person than he was.
Progress. Okay.
yeah,
Interesting.
he starts off hoping to someday walk on land and eventually, metaphorically, walks on water.
It's very, very Jesus-y. How about you, Brad? What do you?
I'm a Jonathan Stan. I have always been a snarky, overly self-justified, occasionally rude and overly analytical person over the course of my entire life. And Jonathan Joestar is a himbo with a heart of gold. And I aspire to live life
that pure.
with that few brain cells and with that much good intention.
I'll actually admit, when I was 12 and reading Part 1, I cried when Jonathan died and refused to read Part 2 until I got to
Dude, I felt that way being like, I watched Part 1 whenever I was like 19, and I was so bummed out whenever he died. I was like, oh man,
Yeah,
I get that.
Yeah, dude, right? Like, I remember the next chapter for Part 2 was like New York JoJo, and I was like, no, there is no other.
No, let me. Let me.
Sorry.
See if I can get this straight. He's the one who got beheaded, or that was.
Yes.
He's the one.
Yes, he is. He
And
is
then-
JoJo
Dio's
number 1.
head.
And then, was it
then
Dio who like took over his body?
stole his
or-
brother.
Yes, yes,
okay.
yes.
Okay,
And
I know something.
And in turn becomes.
I
Yeah.
learned one
He
thing.
steals Jonathan's body and becomes the antagonist of Part 3.
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, I wasn't laughing at your emotions. I was laughing at the fact that I'm remembering how much older I am, and that like that you guys had
When it came out,
experienced JoJo at a very
tender age.
like young age, where you were like experiencing a lot of really cool stories for the first time. And for me, it was just like, oh yeah, this is a thing that happens to the main characters sometimes.
Yeah,
It's a very
me getting
anime
into
thing
JoJo.
to
Yeah, me getting into JoJo was like, I was 12, I really liked it, read Part 1, cried, and then didn't get back into it until 5 years later.
Wow.
Because I was so distraught over Jonathan's death.
That's great, dude. Your pure love for JoJo definitely shines through here.
How about you, Clint? Do you have a favorite character?
Oh, it's favorite part is Part 2. Favorite character is Joseph. Although I will say that as far as the designs go, Jotaro and his hat are like best thing ever. I cannot get enough of Jotaro's hat.
Is Jotaro the one with the chains? Jotaro's hat.
Yes, he's the big boy with the chain and the hat that turns into his hair in the back, and you can't tell where one begins and the other ends.
I thought I was just like not seeing images that does just turn into his hair. Okay.
Yeah. It's not part of the story. There's no explanation. That's just his design. It's just.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
May I say actually, if you're still like drawing JoJo Lackadaisy characters, Ivy Bell could be like a Susie Q.
Susie Q.
Oh yeah.
Oh, actually,
Okay.
I'm back.
this.
Sorry.
Hello, Beck. I am dead.
Hey,
No.
Mabel.
Someone earlier brought up Mitzi as a character, and Tracy mentioned that we should add a female character to the canvas.
For sure.
And someone first said Mitzi should be Trish, and then someone said Mitzi should be Lisa.
I would vote Lisa.
Okay. Why? Out of curiosity, just.
Lisa. I'm not super familiar with Trish, but Lisa is like all about being an older woman who sort of is aware of her sexuality, but mostly utilizes a sense of sort of political power to maintain her position of authority within the organization of Hamon users. She is like the master of all the characters in part 2.
Get behind that.
She's also Joseph's mom, which also.
Oh.
Trish would probably
She's
be
kind of
more-
just like she just wears clothes. Like it's just not really like she doesn't have like a look.
Is there a
that's-
female character I can think? Oh, what about
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Mariah?
The unfortunate thing about JoJo is JoJo occupies, just to very quickly touch on a stylistic point, JoJo occupies a very, very odd point of homoeroticism, where it's sort of like ancient Greek homoeroticism, where it's like, it's so homoerotic with like dudes, that women are almost treated as like these foreign entities that don't have a good place in there.
I've seen other things that do that kind of thing too. It's not a new concept to me, but yeah, I get it. It's not about the women. That's fine. It's
I'm trying to think of any other.
Which is very odd.
characters
Can
that are,
New JoJo, because I'm just
I
curious.
mean,
if I
I'm looking
look up-
forward to. Well, they
Yeah.
haven't confirmed it yet, but the next season, if it gets confirmed, we'll have several female protagonists.
so she's got like a
And they'll make me
scarf.
enjoy
Like,
series again.
does her scarf do something, or is it just like her?
Yes, Lisa's scarf is where she channels her Hamon. She like wraps it around you, and then basically she wraps it around a vampire's head and then pulls on it, pumps a bunch of Hamon into it. It just like rips their head off.
Nice. Okay.
I'm trying to think of like a different
feel like-
character or something. Like
Oh.
what about like?
Trish would
I'm gonna say Hot Pants, but Hot Pants is like. I mean, it's not obvious. It's very obvious, but like some of the characters assume that Hot Pants is a man, but it's actually a woman.
Hot pants. Okay.
Yes, Hot Pants. She is she has a power that is like it's supposed to be a fire starter reference. It's cream starter, and it's like a little spray can that uses her flesh, and she can like disguise people or just like shoot a clump of like flesh to like cover your like nostrils and mouth or something, so you just suffocate
Ew.
or something.
Yikes.
Who is
She's
the
not as big as
person?
like a-
Who is the woman with like the
Very
bubblegum
wild.
powers?
Bubblegum powers.
There were like wasn't there like this?
Oh,
woman with
that's
bubblegum powers?
Trish.
Yeah.
Trish.
Oh yeah.
The very pink lady.
I feel like Trish would be Ivy. If I'm thinking,
Trish is
Yeah.
definitely giving me that kind of energy.
Yeah.
Mhm. Like, Ditsy, not really entirely aware of the situation, but you can depend on her when cards are down.
A lot of the characters like Trish and Lisa, they have really cool, amazing powers, and that you wish that this
story
show
doesn't-
did more
Yeah.
with them.
Focus on
Yeah,
them. Yeah, got it.
yeah.
Out of curiosity, can someone tell me? Because again, everything past part 3, I'm like, I know it from fighting games and my friends arguing at Discord calls at like 2 in the morning.
The perfect way to go.
Are there any confirmed actual gay characters in JoJo? Just I don't mean to
Right.
start a flame war about this or anything, but like, are there any?
I
It's-
wonder
I-
if because
It's hard to say.
JoJo's not really.
Sexuality and just like
Besides
romance doesn't
early
come up at
on,
all.
They almost have a
Besides
lack of
that-
sexuality in a way where
but
they're like.
besides early on,
Yeah.
it seems as though JoJo doesn't really concentrate that much on people's like they've got shit to do a lot of the time, I guess.
Yeah, they reproduce
doesn't really cover
asexually.
Except for like
Okay.
a few
Just
characters.
divide.
It's one of those things where, like you said earlier, it's one of those things where like it is very easy to put whatever you want onto things.
Yes, there are gay characters. I just remembered, and it's not the greatest context. When they in part 6, when it's an all-female prison, there are lesbians, and don't I don't think all lesbians are bad. I don't think all lesbians are bad. Okay, let's just get that up. I think that there's like one character that like the fact that they're a lesbian is like it's tried to use as like a tense, creepy moment, but at the same time, it's also Araki does have every now and then a total creep character that only deserves to be used as a punching bag and for everyone to shit on. And I think usually that's a guy creeping after a girl, and I think just when he's in a women's prison, he doesn't have that guy anymore, so he just made a girl that.
I was gonna say, to be fair, it is in like a prison, so the characters are naturally mostly going to be morally dubious.
Yeah.
Like, except for the main
not the
character.
greatest context, but there are good characters.
Yeah.
I think there's probably at least one in part 8, but I can't put my finger on it, and I don't
always felt like
Charlie Clover in chat says Dio is confirmed bi, so I guess that's
Oh
one.
yes, that is true. Yes, that is absolutely true. I
I don't know. I don't know if you want your bi representation to be the sociopath.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an immortal vampire though, so it's like
Yeah, I mean, he is pretty. I'll say this. I'm a very incredibly ludicrously heterosexual man. I will quote what is it, David Gallagher on Riku, the character of Riku in Kingdom Hearts about Dio. He's a sexy guy. He's just a sexy guy, and the ladies are gonna love him.
Yeah.
Dio definitely has a lot of glamour shots where it's all about how just stunningly beautiful he is
yeah, he does in fact, like Dio in part 3, it's implied that he like partially like gets some of his like henchmen through just being sexy.
Yeah.
I think in fact I think one of the main characters like isn't what was his name? The guy with the silver chariot. Polnareff. Isn't he seduced by him?
I don't know if that.
No,
because
either
Polnareff
Polnareff or Capullo.
Probably. I don't know. He might be bi because he's always flirting with women.
Yeah, Polnareff and Kakyoin are both incredibly horny, if memory serves.
I have a vague memory of like one of them was just like captivated. They described how like intoxicating Dio was, and that's why they joined.
I know.
Like it was no, it was Avdol. Avdol described how intoxicating he was, and then he jumped out and got away from him.
I know that
Avdol literally ran away from his gay thoughts.
My word. I know Kakyoin. I know the biggest meme is Kakyoin is incredibly thirsty for Jotaro's mom. Just really wants to fuck Jotaro's mom.
He's her helpless lying on the floor. He's like, I'm gonna go on a quest for her.
I've never gotten, nor have I ever liked that meme because I literally do not understand where it's come from.
I think he has
it's from his lack of motivation for joining the Joestars. The only thing that he says, if my memory serves me correctly, the only thing that he actually uses to justify the quest is Jotaro's mom.
I assume that was because he feels like some fealty to Jotaro for like saving him from Dio's parasite.
I think that was the intended setup.
That's what I read. I get confused sometimes because I'll read something, I'm like, yes, that makes perfect sense. And then someone will be like, no, this is why they do that. I'm like, oh, I understand why you say that, but I always just assumed it was this.
It can be whatever you want.
That is funny though. That is funny when now that I like understand. I was just like, of course Kakyoin wants to save his mom. He's loyal to Jotaro now.
Oh, okay. You know what we forgot to cover with Dio in part 1 though is the baby.
This
is
Dio.
Really. Do you mind if I tell?
You go ahead, man. You go ahead.
This.
I support you, bro.
By icon Dio Brando. Really, just to establish the character, because like again, as I said earlier, whatever choice you would make in like a D&D game to be like, I'm going to make the most evil decision possible as like your starting thing. Dio has a horde of vampires. Okay, this is like Jonathan cutting his head off. Pre-Jonathan cutting his head off, he's got a vampire posse, and a lady in town knows that this is the case, and she comes to Dio with her baby and goes like, "Look, you can kill me if you really need to. Just please don't kill my baby." And Dio goes, "All right. Here's the deal. I'm gonna turn you into a vampire, and then we'll let the baby do whatever happens with the baby. Fine. I'll spare the baby." And she's like, "Okay, fine, thank you." He turns her into a vampire, and immediately, because she's holding the baby, she's like, "Oh, this is a baby. That's food." She immediately eats the baby in front of him, and he's like, "Awesome."
Oh my god!
This is like Sunday night TV for him.
Sorry, I feel like that. I feel like someone will animate that. Just like immediately eats the baby in front of him. Awesome.
He takes a long swig of wine. He's just like, "Yeah, no, this is how I do my days. This is like my entertainment."
How I wish that people made like goofy animatics of Lackachat. It would be so good.
Here is a crazy bit that I love with Speedwagon. In Zeppeli and Jonathan's first confrontation with Dio, Zeppeli goes all in and attacks Dio, trying to punch him with Hamon, and he thinks, "Yeah, I got him," but Dio caught his hand and freezes his arm. Now, Speedwagon is not that useful a character. He is a supporting role. He is like the cheerleader and stuff. This moment, where Zeppeli's like, "Oh god, my arm is cold to the touch. It's just completely frozen. If you touch it, you could get frostbite from it and stuff." Speedwagon pulls up his shirt to reveal his abs and warms Zeppeli's hands with the power of his hot ass abs. This works, and Zeppeli's arm is fine.
Oh god!
And I think one of the
so
things he
much
says is,
funnier with Wick in place of Speed.
I believe his reasoning for this was something about using seal blubber or something to warm up Eskimos or something. So he my abs will do just the same thing.
Put your arm right on my abs.
Okay, so
Zip just looks on from the background at Wick's hot abs and just fucking spits his drink everywhere.
By the way, the
I don't know how cut Wick is. It's like if he takes off it.
No idea.
How beefy is he actually? He's into rocks. Maybe he lifts them a lot.
Just waiting for the moment when I don't know, Victor seizes up and tries to punch Wick. He just catches it with one hand. Just balls out. His shirt rips open in a Castle in the Sky.
No. This is the real reason why Mitzi is chasing Wick down. It's not how charming he is. It's not the appeal of that nerdy rock fellow. It's not the money. She at one point, for whatever reason, put her hand against his abdomen. Felt how rock hard that was. She was now I can't stop thinking about it.
Okay, my reasoning for why Wick
ridiculously
would be
warm abs.
My reasoning for why Wick would have rock hard abs and just an amazing body. He's been training himself to be ready for the day he dies, and that ghost duck is waiting for him on the other side.
And he's built up his abs by just hand digging his own quarry. He's just
Yep. This sounds like it's canon.
Chunks of limestone around.
The
gates of hell.
It is.
He's down there with the pickaxing away.
Like John Henry.
He discovers the gates of hell, and he opens them, and there's the duck, and it just pulls out a knife. Whack!
Okay, so if anyone in the room would like the delightful homework for the evening, let's have a ripped Wick fighting ghost duck.
Context?
Do you need any?
None at all.
Okay. No, I guess I don't. Let's roll with it.
I will Dragon Ball Scream dub whatever comic comes out of that without a second thought.
Wait, 10 ton. You haven't seen the Ghost Duck comic?
I would assume not.
Oh, okay. Well, Wick is haunted by a ghost duck.
Yeah. In case of information for you, he shot a duck when he was a kid at his, family's behest. They took him duck hunting, and it's haunted him ever since.
It is haunted. Yep.
I've always loved that word, behest.
It's a good word.
It is a good word.
It's a word that Wick would use.
Yes.
I'm gonna use that word all freaking week
The
now. It's
goat.
gonna annoy everyone.
You would also use the word
God
beckons.
state.
I use the word beckon. It's a good word.
The ghost duck
Oh.
beckons to
I'm
him.
trying to think of like crazy individual moments in JoJo are.
There's too many. It's like every episode.
Okay.
It's like
Fine.
it
Here's
is like
more
every
like-
episode there's something ridiculous.
He's more of a dynamic I love. So, Part 7, my personal favorite part, is sort of an alternate universe version of Part 1. Johnny being Jonathan, Gyro Zeppeli being Antonio Zeppeli, the man that taught Jonathan how to use Hamon. They are wildly different characters. Johnny being like an asshole who kind of doesn't... He's very like... He doesn't really give a shit about a lot of things.
He's
but
he's like a
gross.
rich sociopath a bit.
Yeah, kind of.
He's
but,
kind
like,
of like a combination of like Jonathan and Dio.
I wouldn't say that because he's not evil. He's just vindictive.
Well,
There's a
he's
whole
He's
thing
more complex.
where yes, he is very complex. There's a whole thing where the MacGuffin, the corpse parts, which are literally the parts of. It's not directly said, but it's basically confirmed. It's the corpse of Jesus Christ.
It's not directly said, but it's spelled out so specifically that you'd have to be illiterate not to see it.
Pretty much. Yeah, well, there's like a bit where Johnny literally sees Jesus Christ, and like Jesus gives him like words of guidance.
I think they specifically avoid saying the name, but they will say like the prophets. They will say the name of prophets, or they will describe him as a saint that came over. But
Yeah.
basically, Mormonism.
Nice.
Yeah. So Johnny Joestar is complicated because like they're gathering these corpse parts, and Johnny's like, if I get all these parts, maybe I'll be able to walk or do something with them. I'm not gonna get too much into the corpse parts. But there is a point in the series where an enemy stand user is taking the corpse part away from him, and Johnny is basically like, if I can't have it, no one can. Is genuinely thinking, I'm going to destroy this, like, you know, the body of Christ. So someone else can. So someone else cannot fucking have it. And this is like, in fact, this is a little bit I love.
It's like ripping up.
Get this bread, no one can.
It's like ripping up a part of Exodia, so you can't summon Exodia in Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, like Johnny is like he's like Weevil. He's Weevil from
Weevil
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Underwood.
Fucking Weevil Underwood. Oh God, you're a man after my own heart. I'll be honest, man. You say things, and I just like, if you were here, I'd just look at her and be like,
I appreciate that. If there was ever a stream where you talk about Yu-Gi-Oh, I would get my girlfriend in here. She fucking loves Yu-Gi-Oh with all of her heart.
I would love to do
We're gonna have to do a Yu-Gi-Oh stream at some point, I think.
Yeah.
goodness.
So Johnny is like this whole. It's called a dark desire, basically. I believe is that right? Is his dark desire?
It's called dark determination, apparently.
Dark determination.
Just looking it up now.
Is that the one where he's got like a flame in his eye?
And yes, it's represented with a black flame in his eyes. And a cool little thing I love in the part 1 opening is when Jonathan is running up these stairways to punch Dio in the face, there is a quick shot where he gets the dark determination flame in his eyes as a reference to Johnny, who is his alternate universe counterpart. And I fucking
I'm
love
looking
that.
this up right now. I'm looking this up. That sounds amazing.
It is
Holy
amazing. I love it. So, Gyro Zeppeli, who is also kind of a giant asshole who thinks he can do everything on his own because he has the alternate universe version of Hamon. We haven't talked about this, I don't think, called the fucking spin energy, where it's all about the rotation of objects and like nature and everything, and you can do all kinds of different shit with this. It's way more in depth than Hamon even. They talk about it all the time. It's kind of even better.
It's a Rocky's version of that weird, crazy, like Pepsi logo proposal from the 2008. Because it just goes all the way deep into the golden rotation and just the way that it shows up in nature. I actually don't understand how the golden ratio works. I mean, I understand the idea of it working in our normal reality, but in the JoJo reality, it just kind of seems to be a way of saying, hey, it's more powerful now because
Pretty
you
much,
understood nature.
It doesn't kill vampires. It can do a lot more shit though, because I don't even know.
Well, we don't know that it doesn't kill vampires. We haven't seen any vampires come up yet.
That's true. That's true. So Gyro is kind of an asshole, and throughout the series is like, I can do everything. I can win this entire race. The race being a race across America for like $1 million or something. Oh no, $50 million in Wild West times, which is insane. I remember reading that, thinking about the exchange rate and like, or how much money was in those days, where it was like $30 could last you like, I don't know, a fucking month or something like that, and being like $50 million fucking dollars. That I can't even fucking fathom that. That would be an unfathomable amount of money then.
Yeah.
You'd be the next rocket for sure.
So Gyro and Johnny are both assholes in their own way. I mean, Johnny even became a paraplegic because he was like, I'm a star jockey. And a girl was like, Johnny, you're so fucking cool. You could push to the front of the line and no one would give a shit. And he did. And the guy that he pushed in front of just shot him.
Oh.
Good God.
Yes.
Yep. Right in the spine.
And right in the spine, and Johnny just lost the use of his legs because he was an asshole.
My God.
He's still an asshole by the time you meet him. It's great.
Yeah,
he changed a single bit.
Yeah, Johnny is very bitter. So, Gyro is an asshole. He's super overconfident, but he's like, he kind of takes Johnny under his wing, sort of just because. He just kind of does it. He doesn't like him that much, but Johnny's really determined to learn about the spin energy because he like touches. I was about to say he touches Gyro's ball. He touches like one of these steel balls that Gyro has, and it's still spinning, and it allows Johnny. It allows Johnny when he touches it to walk.
What?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, you say that just for some reason, if someone who couldn't walk started chasing me down on horseback and I could not shake them, that's too interesting to just leave alone.
It's true, yeah, that's true. So they become like such good friends. They like share secrets with each other and stuff. There's a point where they're both like, we might die, Johnny. Like, you know, like, you got any secrets to tell me? It's like, have you ever heard of a bug bite fetish?
What?
Oh man. And they start telling each other like really bad, untranslatable jokes. I don't even think they're good in Japanese. They're just really bad jokes.
Sure about them.
And they sing really bad songs, and it's just the best because we can't actually hear what the tune is. He'll just go like do 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 do.
Pizza.
Oh yeah, that was
Pizza mozzarella.
I mean, this sounds very intimate.
No, they have like a true brotherhood kind of thing going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like they are truly like just they become brothers in arms basically, and they do love each other like in a platonic way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and like that.
They're spiritually connected.
Yeah. And it's actually incredibly emotional when Gyro Zappelli dies in the end.
Spoilers.
The Zappellis are kind of I'm going to use a very oblique reference that I think one person will understand. The Zappellis are kind of the I'm going to use a reference only I understand. The Leomon of JoJo.
You think I don't understand that? I fucking love Digimon.
Okay. I'm glad you understand. Every time a Leomon shows up in Digimon series,
are like weebiest weebs of the entire crew. The weebiest weebs, the two of you.
Dude, seriously, when you say these things, I'm like biting my lip, going, oh, God damn.
I'm glad we're clicking on an intensely personal level here. No,
I'm actually upset you have a girlfriend. I talked about this with you guys before at one point. I've yet to meet a man that I'm like attracted. I'm like, this guy's cool so far.
I appreciate that immensely. It means the world to me. But Zappelli always dies every time they show up. in the fucking JoJo series. I don't know anything about Part 8, but if Zappelli's in there, they're probably not gonna last.
I don't know if the Zappelli is in there or not.
Yeah,
There have been people have been theorizing, and I'm just very confused.
someone's gonna die in a background shot in
And
like one chapter, and then that's gonna be revealed like 20 chapters later. Yeah, that was a Zappelli.
Here's an interesting thing. In the very beginning of JoJo Part 1, it's established that Joestars usually die. The men in the Joestar family typically die at a young age. At a very young age, as young men. That really has transitioned to the Zappellis.
Yeah, they passed that curse on.
Yeah, it feels like after Jonathan gave Zappelli the curse, and Jonathan did die, but then Caesar Zappelli dies, the best friend of Joseph, Joestar. Really, Gyro's purpose is literally to serve as a proper brother character, and their dynamic as friends, Gyro and Johnny, is probably one of my favorites in the entire series.
When he finally passes on the secret of just knowing that dark determination, or just passes on the secret of the golden ratio so that Johnny can embrace that dark determination himself. That's such a powerful damn moment. Chills.
Yeah, and another thing is there's another great bit where Gyro just has an immediate dislike for Hot Pants. He just does not like him one bit. He literally sees him and he's like, "Hey Johnny, call that guy an asshole." It's like, what? No, fuck off. You do it. You do it. It's the fact that he doesn't do it. Like, Johnny, call that guy an asshole. No, fuck off. You do it. Hey asshole, fall off your horse.
Oh, it's beautiful. I can actually recount a good hype part of Part 2, if time allows, and if that would be interesting to people.
Yes. Go ahead.
There is a unique part. So going back to the vampires that fight humans who use sun magic, essentially. So you run into a problem, right? If a vampire knows about the things that work on vampires, right? If a vampire's hyper aware of you using stakes or trying to use garlic or sunlight, that presents a huge issue. And a similar thing happens in Part 2 in the first part, because a guy who was a master of Hamon becomes a vampire. So the way that Part 2, Joseph, who's the protagonist, who's the grandson of Jonathan from Part 1, the way that he deals with it is he's aware that the guy's name, I think it's Straits. Is it Straits?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
I'm on the floor because my legs are so goddamn tired.
Buddy.
He was Dire Straits?
Yes, his buddy's name was Dyer, and Dyer died to Dio within I'd say about 15 seconds of meeting him. But Straits got
pretty
older.
Cool though when he spat that rose at Dio.
That's true. He did do that after he got his whole fucking
head.
Yeah, after he got his whole fucking body frozen because he tried to do his super cool, I'm gonna put my legs around you and then slap you with both my hands trick, and it didn't work because he just got his whole body frozen. So Dyer died as a decapitated frozen head. But that being said, Straits is like, I ain't gonna go out like a little bitch like that. I also don't want to die of old age, so I'm gonna make myself a vampire. So he does that, and then he's like, all right, time to kill everybody who knows about Hamon. So he goes for Joseph because he's the other living one that he would probably be able to track down without getting instantly murdered by Lisa or Caesar, who are both way better at it.
Lisa would kick his ass.
Oh yeah, no, she would have melted him in seconds. But Joseph isn't great with Hamon at the start of the series. Mostly what Joseph does is be an asshole with Hamon. Joseph's first action with Hamon in Part 2, though this is the justified one, is two cops are being super racist to a black kid named Smokey, so he immediately uses Hamon to shoot a Coke bottle top off of a Coke bottle to stop a cop's finger from pulling the trigger of a gun on this black kid. So he just immediately beats the shit out of some cops. So Joseph says ACAB. Joseph is an ally. So Joseph does that. And his response to a Hamon master coming to kill him as a vampire is immediately he's like, well, I'll try using Hamon on him. And the guy's like, no, I'm wearing this cloth that very specifically absorbs Hamon energy. You won't be able to use Hamon on me. And Joseph basically looks at him and goes, "That's fine," and he pulls out a machine gun.
Okay.
So that's step
In
one.
the middle of a
Freckles?
crowded New York City diner.
Yes.
Is this the character that Freckles should be drawn as then?
I
think
actually
that's-
saw someone say that in the chat.
I think that would work,
She
yeah.
would 100% be Freckle.
And then whenever the machine gun doesn't work, because he's like, the bullets don't really work for me, he's like, all right. And then they start fighting a little bit close range, and he's like, you literally cannot beat me. The Hamon won't work on this because I still have this scarf on. Even the bullets didn't help with that. And Joseph's like, that's fine. I've attached several grenades to you.
So, I'm gonna say
Wait.
I have maybe time for one more drawing after I do Lisa, Mitzi here. But, Fable, I don't know if you feel like drawing or not. If you don't, no pressure. But,
Maybe. I've been kind of doodling something in the meantime, but it's not Lackadaisy related.
if you want to do some JoJo, like, we got Zib and we could do Freckle. I'd prefer to do Zib since Val's here and has blessed us with so much knowledge.
Yeah, we got.
I feel I was saying like I was saying earlier I feel a bit embarrassed. I feel like I've spoken too much.
No.
No.
It's been very entertaining, please.
You have brought the energy. You have embodied the monster.
I wouldn't know anything about JoJo if it weren't for you, really.
I am just so goddamn passionate.
Actually, this rolls.
Great.
This rolls into one of the last questions we have. Actually, it was 3 of the questions, but all of them were the exact same question. To the people who didn't know about JoJo, I forgot your names, I apologize. How do you feel about JoJo now that these people who know about it have explained it to you?
Just as confused.
I'm still fairly confused, but I feel a little bit more, like, I don't know.
I could give like a broad. If you want, I could give like a very, very broad explanation of what like JoJo really
It
is
sounds
the
like
real
it's just,
conclusion
like,
of JoJo.
This epic generational, just.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I had to like actually summarize all of JoJo, so it starts with Jonathan and like obviously Dio Brando, and they're like kind of this petty fight and everything that Dio has started, even with the opportunity of like having an actually loving good family, because George would have loved Dio like a son. He did, and Jonathan probably would have been perfectly fine with Dio if he were a good person. Moving on to like obviously part 2, which gets into more of the explanation of things like the origins of the mask and the Pillar Men and things, which obviously like it all kind of culminates to all of these beings and people who have very loose connections through these events. Like Kaz made the mask, and he is killed by the grandson of Jonathan, who is also killed by the mask. Okay? Which is like made the vampires. If this makes sense so far. Moving on to part 3, Dio Brando, who's like returned as Jonathan. It's not really said in part 3, but Dio has enacted a plan, which is related to the true overarching story of JoJo. Because he's been around for like 20 years or so after he gets up out the coffin. He's like experienced life a bit. This is kind of where Araki's writing gets a bit loose, because there's a bit in part 3 where he's like, oh, an automobile. I've heard of these or read about these. And then it's like shown in part 6 that he was like wandering around and sleeping under fucking church chairs and stuff. And just wandering around doing crap. It moves on to part 4 where it gets into more of the aftermath of what Dio has wrought and how people have been affected. For example, a big part of part 3, Jotaro, the main character's mother, is dying because she is not a strong-willed person. So she has a stand, but her stand is literally killing her. And for some reason, the only way to stop this is by killing Dio, who is in Jonathan's body now, because when one person gets a stand, it sort of like shoots off into everyone else in your bloodline, and now everyone has the potential to have a stand.
Okay.
Is this making sense so far?
No, but keep going.
Damn.
So it's
Okay.
like a familial curse.
I feel like explaining JoJo's is like explaining quantum physics.
It seems like
if you think you know it, you don't.
It seems like
Well, you know what?
something is lost in trying to explain it, and you're really just supposed to take it in and
Yeah.
enjoy it. You know.
Keep going, Val. I'll give the cliff notes at the end.
Thank you. So.
This
no, I'm trying because I am very familiar with JoJo and I know lots of stuff, but it's been a long time since I've sat down, read, or like watched everything and really taking it in.
No. It's proof that you know so much that it's hard. The more you know about a subject, the harder it is to summarize it because you.
I just want to hear the Val and Brad podcast where they just talk about extremely weeby things together.
I would be down for that, honestly. I would be very down for that.
Yeah.
Anyway, you probably won't now though because I've established there is tension here. There is nerdy sexual tension here. No, I'm joking.
Oh dear.
Anyway, so
and the Weebcast is just Val periodically hitting on Brad.
Oh no.
You know, Brad, have I ever told you have like beautiful eyes? Does your girlfriend? Every day, Val. Okay, yeah. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. Digimon. Anyway, though, JoJo.
Welcome to the Digimon stream.
So anyway, yeah. So when one person in a family gets a stand, basically everyone in that family can now have a stand. Really. So this moves on to like how in part 4 the consequence of all these things. Dio having a stand in Jonathan's body has set it all off in other people in the bloodline. For example, main character Josuke in part 4. During the events of part 3, he was deathly ill because he was a very gentle, loving, I guess, weak-willed child. The whole weak-willed thing, I feel, is kind of like just thrown under the bus and forgotten about. Anyone can have a stand no matter how weak or something they may be, really, later on, it seems. Stops mattering. And he's like dying in a snowstorm. His mother is like trying his best. His father is Joseph Joestar because he cheated on his wife. I established this earlier. He is like being driven to a hospital as like a man saves him, and he like that's why he has a pompadour because he like kind of took the look of that man that saved him and copied it. A lot of people misinterpreted this or think or believe, I'm not even sure, that there was supposed to be a time travel story because the way that Araki presented this was a guy that looks exactly like Josuke. You don't see his face, but he looks exactly like Josuke, and he was all beaten up and shit. So people are all like, there was supposed to be a time travel plot, but I'm not really sure.
He also does something that was just like, he looked exactly like this, and I have no idea why he looked that way. Like, there was almost a setup of some kind, of some mystery, but then it was just shelved.
Yeah, exactly. But people aren't sure if it's like for sure or it was just like something. Because as we said, Araki's writing is so freaking loose. Which I don't blame people when they're like, Araki's not a very good writer. I'm like, I can understand why you think that. Or believe that. Whatever.
I mean, it's not,
I don't get too
really
into
the point
it.
Of this anyway, so I get it.
No, yeah. Anyway, yeah, this is the thing. I know so much. My head is just... So, part 4 is like the consequences of everything that happened in part 3. Like Okuyasu's father, who was a servant of Dio but never showed up in part 3, has one of these parasites that Dio would put in people, and because Dio died, he's now like mutated. It's like the aftermath. There's a lot of talk about stand arrows and things that Dio's done, and Dio is like talked of in like an almost like Voldemort way. Part 5, sort of unrelated to everything in a way, except for the inclusion of the stand arrow and a character called Polnareff, who appears in part 3, is a very big character in part 3, and the fact that Giorno Giovanna is like a bastard child of Dio, which it turns out he has loads of. This becomes relevant in part 6. As I said, the story is kind of mostly unrelated to it, except for the inclusion of the part 3 main character, who gets turned into a turtle.
By the way, when I said
it hasn't been.
when I said it's not the point of all this, I was talking about like the point of Iraqi's writing isn't like cohesiveness necessarily. I wasn't trying to like.
yeah, no.
I wasn't trying to say like the point you're losing the track or something like. You totally go on whatever tangent you want. I was like,
no, you were totally right,
sorry,
though.
I hope
you
it
are
didn't come
totally
off
right.
that way.
I
was like, oh, I must have sounded very rude just then.
No, you didn't sound rude to me. I was like, no, she's right, Val. You are like going away from the
that wasn't my point. I was like, you could, yeah.
No, I get you.
I was
That's
like-
why I'm like, that's why I'm like, I would blame people if they were like, oh, Iraqi's not that good at writing. I'd be like, yeah, it's fine if you think that, or like, you just don't like his style of writing.
Or it's just,
I kind of love it.
It's just the purpose of the writing isn't to tell some like very tightly plotted. It's just
exactly
fun exploring what's different.
Pretty much, yeah, and I think that is a big reason why JoJo's so huge. So, like I said,
I really want to point something out because we've danced around it. It's been implied, but it hasn't explicitly been stated for anyone completely unaware. Giorno is the bastard child of Dio, but Dio has Jonathan's body at the moment.
Oh.
Yeah.
So he actually is the bastard child of Dio and Jonathan.
Yes, I was going to get to that actually.
Oh man, sorry to step on your
Is
toes.
that how it works?
No,
though?
thank
Because
you.
it would still be technically the genetic material of...
yeah, no, that's
Jonathan-
the weird thing. Giorno sort of inherits Dio's features in a way. Like, he's blonde like Dio. He uses the same like stand cry as Dio, where he goes like muda muda muda, and he also goes re, which is like the vampire battle cry. He like inherits those like aspects of him, but he is shown to have Jonathan's sense of justice and everything, which is why he is a good guy.
I see.
Yeah. So part 6, Jolene Cujo is the part 3 main character's daughter. She's in prison because of a she's literally been framed for a thing where it's more complicated, so I'm not going to get super into it, but she ends up in prison. And basically, this entire plot was hinging on getting Jolene in prison so that Jotaro would come to save her, or at least visit her, or something, so that this character known as Enrico Pucci, who is literally Dio's best fucking friend, and is super sad that Dio died, so that Enrico Pucci can enact the plan that Dio started in part 3 that we literally hear nothing about until now. Which is, Dio's plan all along was to ascend or obtain heaven. And it's kind of complicated. If anyone wants to jump in with like a bit of a explanation. I'm not going to get too deep into the details to make this
I think it's
relatively brief.
The only thing that I really got out of that was it was basically Dio's version of what Cars was trying to do.
Yeah, it's basically attaining ultimate power. So Jolene, like, stays in prison for a while, beats the living crap out of like a bunch of people, and it's also got some like really interesting stands, and it's got some like pretty bad like arcs in my opinion. I really don't like Dragon's Dream. If anyone else,
Is that the one where they're throwing the baseball at each other?
No, Dragon's Dream is the one with the old man with the dragon head, and he like switches positions or something. I don't know.
I don't even remember that one.
Yeah, not a lot of people do. And there's a lot of things like there's a lot of things in part 6 of like it's sort of like the part 3 is a sequel to part 1. It's kind of, in fact, no, part 1, 2, and 3 are all like tight, and it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Moving forward, like, narratively, as sequels. Part 4 also makes sense. Part 5 makes a little bit of sense. And part 6 is like what I would say is like the real conclusion of the mainline JoJo story. As everything in JoJo part 6 eventually kind of concludes with Pucci, Jolene, and all of her buddies, and Jotaro, who is in a coma because the main villain of part 6 can steal your stand and put it in other people and use it and stuff like that. And this puts people into comas. He like steals Jotaro's stand and puts him in a coma and crap. Jotaro wakes up after getting his stand back, I believe. And everyone freaking dies in part 6, including the main character, Jolene Cujo, as she makes a heroic sacrifice for a side character I haven't mentioned, Emporio, who's like a little boy that lives in the walls of a prison using a stand called Burning Down the House, which makes like a piano room that he just lives in.
Wasn't he a ghost?
No, he isn't a ghost. He just like lives in the prison. I think his mother gave birth to him in the prison. He just like was never found. Something like that.
Yeah.
I don't believe he was a ghost.
So
I'm having such a hard time following anything,
is
and I love
JoJo
that.
still ongoing, or was that basically?
It is still ongoing, but it's in like an alternate universe. And here's the crazy thing about the part 6 thing. So Dio's plan was to get a stand known as Made in Heaven, which has the power to accelerate the Earth's rotation and move time forward. There's like a bit where a woman is pushing.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
Like, this is just how it goes, as far as I.
This is where you're drawing the line, Fable. This
I
is
know,
your hill to
Fable.
die on.
This is where like your suspension of disbelief is just run out of.
But see, like, if they put that much effort into, like, okay, so if we like figure out like light refraction and that kind of thing, but spinning the Earth faster does not make time go faster.
That's not the point of it. It's more like he's making the whole universe move forward so that it ends super fast. And,
like Superman 2, but on a universal scale.
Yeah, so there's like a bit where a woman's pushing a baby pram and she looks down at her baby and it's like a 30-year-old man who's just wearing like a nappy and is like, mommy. It's like creepy and everything.
Araki has a real fucked up sense of humor.
Yeah, this like brings the universe to an early end, and it's something like anyone who didn't die during this universal end, it's basically now a universal reset, can remember shit that's happened, sort of, but anyone who's died, like Jolene and the gang, have now been replaced by different people who sort of look like them, but probably have different lives, names, or even personalities. Because there's a bit where, like, Emporio's running through this currently new universe, and he sees Jolene, and he's like, oh, I'm so happy to see you, and she turns around, she's got, like, a completely different face, and Jotaro's, like a 4. He's, like, turned into a 4 from what he was previously, like, a 10.
Like a 15, really.
And
Truly
Emporio
the worst
Emporio freaking murders Enrico Pucci, and Emporio is like a little like boy. He looks like a freaking like 5-year-old boy or something. Children have weird like sizes in it. It's like hard to tell how old children are, I find, in JoJo.
Yeah.
So I'm just like
the children are not children in JoJo. They're just tinier little men.
Kinda, yeah. And
man.
he kills Pucci. Success, and it like resets the universe one more time, I think, somehow. And the whole thing just ends with Emporio on the side of a road, and he gets picked up by like half the crew of part 6 in a car. It's like Jolene, and he sees them and he just starts breaking down, crying like, oh god. And it just ends with them like, you know, driving off, and he now knows that like they're all living better lives than the ones that they had on their adventures. They are like, you know, they've gotten their lives back in this new universe basically and are happier for it. And that's like the ending of JoJo. Part 7 and 8 though are set in a different universe, really.
Different from the one Emporio ended up in?
No one knows.
Different from kind of. Yeah, it's weird there. People have debated that. People are like waiting for Emporio to show up. I remember there was a bit in part 8 where people were like, this kid here, it's freaking Emporio, he's wearing baseball stuff.
and like the recent stuff, one of the recent updates that I was talking about when we were on break, they've kind of like hinted at like general threads they can pull on in the future. So if he is setting up something, he's setting it up right now, but no idea. Knowing Araki, he's probably just forgotten about it.
My dude, bring out the cliff notes, please, and correct me if I'm wrong on anything. Like, God, my head actually hurts.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong on anything that you described. All I'm going to say is that like the easiest way.
Oh,
We lost you, Brad.
Yeah.
no, Brad, come back. Brad, no.
Please, Brad. Please,
Uh-oh.
Brad.
No, Brad.
Explain the slew of shit I just talked.
And I don't know anything about anything after where the anime has ended.
I am sorry.
Oh, Val, if you're able to
I'm
check
sorry,
your
I spoiled
DMs.
Probably so much.
Val, check your DMs. Newt says. Brad, what were you saying?
If you are able.
I'm trying. I'm like looking out the little window. I'm okay. Let me see.
Can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yep,
Val,
yep.
Val, please stop flirting with me on stream. No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that.
Okay. Okay. The easiest way to understand JoJo, in my view, is to really just view each part as a different segmented thematic thing, and the easiest way to break up the show and like to understand it as a franchise is, as you said, generational conflict. Each new Joestar gets in some new crazy, bizarre adventure, as it were. With the first two being more parts 1, 2, and 7 being weird, sort of pseudo-historical drama adventures, with 1 and 2 being based on the vampire stuff, and that's basically where the vampire stuff ends. Part 3 still has some of it, but it's mostly now with the stands. And then part 3 through 8 are basically, you see them fighting using these crazy imagination game powers, is what I describe it as. Just characters using metaphysical abilities that have very loose definitions that can then be expanded upon to do creative things with them. And the appeal of JoJo in general is both the strangeness of the humor, the visual flair of the art style, and in general the thing that makes JoJo very popular with people who like anime is not only its humor, it's the fact that fights are most frequently won as Val described, by the characters having to figure out a sort of strange puzzle on how to win the fight. It's not about like, well, I trained harder and longer, and now I'm stronger than you, and I whip out a power-up.
Punch. Like,
yeah,
like
it's really about the superest punch.
Yeah, it's like, well, I don't know about JoJo, but I was like, I appreciate anime, like shonen stuff, where the creativity of how the characters use their moves is more important than the sheer power level of the move.
Yes,
So
yes.
Like, yeah, it's more like strategy is important, not just overwhelming power.
Yes, and that is the appeal of JoJo, because almost every single fight in the series, outside of ones that are like very scripted early on,
or like
tend to be based on strategy.
Characters.
Yeah, like final fights can be like, I need to overpower you, but like most of the fights throughout the show and throughout the entire series, from chapter to chapter, from series to series, are about how can I outthink what crazy bullshit you're going to do with what crazy bullshit I can do.
Just to pop in a moment, I guess like the overall theme of JoJo and everything is really the ties of fate, I guess, in a way, because all of these characters are like actually like just bound together in different ways. Like the Joestar family line is actually just like constantly connected to Dio and everything he does. Like, I didn't say it, but in part 6, Enrico Pucci actually acquires the help of 4 of Dio's other bastard sons, who are actually Giorno's like stepbrothers, I guess. But Giorno is like never even mentioned in part 6, is he, Brad?
I feel like
I don't believe so.
After listening to all this, what I want to do is go find the bits of the dub that Jason was in and just watch those episodes, at least.
That sounds best.
With the cruel knowledge that he has no context about what he's saying.
No,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
Feel betrayed.
I think
was curious about. I was like, oh, here's another one of Jason's performances.
But
It's
yeah,
like,
it does sound like it's like the happenings of the past have fated future generations to deal with like the repercussions of whatever happens.
Yeah.
So
all because some assholes said, "Wow, thanks for saving my life," person who did not.
Yes, and it is all, the series is all interdependent, but like if you want to watch people do crazy horseshit while doing silly dances and doing mafia things. You can't just skip to part 5. If you want to watch vampire fights, you can just watch part 1. If you want to do a crazy horse race where again they look for parts of Jesus Christ, you can just skip and read part 7. Like, you don't need the other context, really. Like, you can do this because they are pretty independent stories. It helps to have the rest of the context, but like if you're looking for something, you can tell because the guy's been making it for so long. It's been like 30 years at least. It's been like probably 30 or 40 years. The guy's gotten bored with certain story formats, so each part is sort of like its own different version of like, all right, I'm gonna do, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna do a different story this time.
You know what it probably impresses me most about JoJo is just the fact that that artist has gone on for that long and at some point just goes, yeah, I want to do something different. And then just here's a new arc and it's totally different and it's whatever this guy feels like doing.
Is he still drawing all of it himself, or does he have like...
I mean, I assume he has to have assistants, because like almost all mangaka have assistants.
Yeah.
At least at a certain level, right?
Yeah. Like, you know, if you're like drawing 4 Coma or whatever, you probably don't have as many, or you may not need them. But yeah, like I think that if someone doesn't want to dive into JoJo, I'd obviously never chide them for it, because I'm like, it's like saying I don't know if I want to get into One Piece. You know, that's about 1,000 episodes of time on my hands.
Oh god, yeah, no. Everybody talks about One Piece, but I can't bring myself to watch it, not because of anything specific about One Piece, but because I know it's a commitment I just can't commit to.
Yeah. It's just very, very hard to get into something like that, and I totally respect and understand it.
A field trip, you know.
Yeah, Naruto is actually a very comprehensible, easy to digest story.
Yeah.
Yes, it is just you get something like JoJo where, like, again, he literally resets the universe because he's probably Araki was like, I don't know, I'm done with this. Let's try some different stuff. And
it's kind of a lovely freedom to have with your IP, to just be like, yeah, everything's just different now. And it's a different time period and different characters, but it's still all the same.
Yeah, that is really what sets Araki apart from everyone else, I guess, because he has like he has established this loose storytelling, as we've said, and like you said, it's not necessarily for like tight, you know, unquestionable storytelling. It's like just fun to read, honestly, and like going through it from like a relatively early age, I guess. Or like, you know, being like a young boy reading it, it was like really, really amazing, actually.
It's also kind of sweet that something so bonkers can also be like touching storytelling too. Like some of the things you guys have said have seemed to indicate that it's like it actually affected you emotionally. So that's cool.
Oh yeah, for sure it did. Like I remember, I'm embarrassed of myself. I think I mentioned this the other day when we were just talking about the stream. I'm a little bit embarrassed because like when I did like really get into JoJo, it was like all I spoke about because I was like so invested in it, like emotionally and everything, and I thought it was just one of the best things I'd ever read. And you know, I'm a bit older now, and I still like it a lot, but like I look back and I'm like, wow, I liked it maybe too much, or I like fell into it. I guess because I was young, I was like a teenager, I was like in college.
I think if you, as long as it didn't like damage your ability to function as a human being, I don't think there's such a thing as like loving something too much. I think
no, it was more like I would try.
Oh no, that's a cringe story.
Yeah, but I mean, unless you like went off the wall and just like became so obsessed with it you couldn't finish school, or you started stalking like the people making it or something.
Yeah, don't do
like,
that.
That's a different thing. But like
that's
loving
for
something.
Sure. It was more like my love for it and me trying to show other people it would put other people off it because I loved it so much.
Oh.
Yeah.
And it was just annoying. So I have friends who are like, oh, JoJo. I just like go, I'm sorry. And they're like, no, it's okay. You've learned.
Yeah. I mean, looking back, like the stuff that I got into as a kid was like the stuff that informed what I do now, and it also got me through like hard times and stuff. It's like it's important to have.
Yeah,
those, like...
I think it really is. I completely agree with that.
Oh God!
No. What?
Loki posted Mookie posted it in the work server, but I don't know if
Where is it?
I don't know if it's in the work server or in the art stuff.
What is
Oh my.
It is incredible. It is incredible. I wasn't going to say a single goddamn word about it.
Oh my. We want to release this onto the world.
I
Is it in
remember.
fan
I
art?
want to share that
I-
with the class, Tracy.
I'm
I-
fine
I'm
with
bro-
sharing it. Yeah, I mean, it's up to Brad and Val.
Yeah, it's
to-
up to these two.
That's fine. We said this in public on stream. I'm about to recall whenever I think there was a line in the actual Lackadaisy film where you had to tell me like seem a little less interested in what Zib is saying.
Yeah, he's like,
Yeah.
he's
It was
earned
funny
this-
when I was
he's-
doing the edit.
he
When
has
I was
been-
doing the edit,
He's been subject to the random flirting before, but so he's not like surprised by it, but he's also not terribly interested. So.
No.
I think one of my initial reads you said it sounded a little too interested. Now feels very relevant now to this comment.
Yes, I remember laughing with Fable later on, where we were like trying to pick which lines to use, and we were like,
Yeah, and I was
we really should put the one. It would be so much fun.
And I said, Tracy, I tried to pick like the less horny take of this line. You're like, why not pick the funniest take? And I was like, well, you said it on me. All right, here we go. And
when in doubt, go full horny.
it's like have nobody doubt how Zib swings. Have nobody doubt.
That is great.
Yeah.
I was struggling to
hope-
find it because obviously I'm in the booth looking through the tiny window.
There, it's been posted. If you look on your phone, Val, on your phone, it's been
That's
posted
a
in the
way
Lackachat.
better idea. I can see it. That's a way better idea though.
Okay, I guess we gotta show it to.
Yeah, you have to show it to the YouTube.
Show it
We
to
can't
the
talk
You
about it.
gotta,
We can't show it.
you gotta show it to the
Courtesy
world.
of Mookie, one of our animators.
Beautiful.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
The animators, like, just our work server is just full of shit posts, guys. You don't even know.
Oh god, yeah.
The only way to live.
We're just gonna have to, when we do that making of.
Threw
booklet
some of
thing-
those shit posts into that slideshow. That slideshow you were showing.
I'll just leave it there
I
for
love
now.
how that wick is like eating the glass.
Yeah, that Wick is he
really
he is ready to just actually choke to death there.
I'll say it. The point where I was really like, damn, Brad, is when he mentioned Leomon.
Fucking I'm going to go off on the nerdiest achievement I have. I am the 2015 Digimon Trivia Champion of Pittsburgh.
Wow.
Really?
I got almost every single question correct in the competition.
You know who my favorite Digimon is? Some people question this. It's God. Why am I suddenly struggling here?
You're like, oh no, I'm not.
It's Monkey. Why am I struggling? He's my favorite
Edamon?
Digimon.
Is it Edamon?
Edamon, yes, Edamon. He is my favorite Digimon, mostly because of the dub, because it sounds like Elvis.
Richard Epcar is fantastic as Edamon. It is a fantastic choice. I have a story of I have a story about Richard Epcar and Digimon that I feel free to tell here if everyone will allow.
Please.
So in the dub, so for those of you unaware of Digimon,
Lost you again.
Oh no!
No! Just when you were about to say important things. You
The
died.
knowledge of Digimon is too much for the
No.
internet.
It's too much. The Discord said weeb no more. Brad, shh.
is it better now?
Yay!
You're good. Okay.
So
I was gonna say the universe always takes away the things I love.
So, yes, I do have a Digimon Try video on YouTube. You can look up what went wrong with Digimon Try. I have part 1 out right now.
I'm gonna watch that.
Yeah, do it. I go over how great Digimon Adventure 1 is. So, the thing about Digimon, for those of you unaware, Digimon, like Pokemon, was localized in America in like the early 2000s. It was localized in about the year 2000 or 2001. And what anime used to do for those kids out there who experience new dubs, which tend to just leave everything in as Japanese and don't change anything. Digimon got like halfway localized, where they kind of adapted some of the things to be a little bit more American-y. Like Tai Chi got localized as Tai. They localized Yamato as Matt. They still acknowledge their original Japanese names, so they're like, oh, that's my nickname I call you. Instead of Yamato, I'm going to call you Matt.
Is Joe still Joe in Japanese?
Yes, Joe is still Joe.
Okay. Me and my friend were talking about this like the other month.
Yeah, no, it's a weird one. The other weird one is Kari. In Japanese, it's Hikari, but I don't know anyone in America. I've never met anyone named Kari. I don't know why. I don't know. Point being, whenever they dubbed it, a lot of because it was dubbed by Saban, the people that did Power Rangers, converting Super Sentai in Japan, which are like Power Rangers in Japan, into like the American Power Rangers, where they reshot like all the like human bits, and then they would reuse all the like Sentai shots from like the Japanese, like in the suits and shit with the robots and the ninjas and the monsters. So Saban handled it, and they had a limited actor pool. So what that meant was that a lot of actors had to double up on multiple characters. One of which was Richard Epcar, who's a famous voice actor. He's Ansem in Kingdom Hearts. He's Bato in Ghost in the Shell. I'm also a huge voice acting nerd, for those of you who don't know. He's also Raiden in Mortal Kombat. So he played two of the main villains in the show, one of which was Edamon, who is a goofy monkey Digimon for whom he did a Elvis impression, and the other one is Myotismon, who is a stereotypical Dracula-esque vampire. Now, the thing about Myotismon is that he is a stereotypical Dracula-esque vampire, and for certain people, that means something different. I was at a panel with going to see Richard Epcar at a con, I don't know, like 5-6 years ago. And, people ask standard questions about, like, oh, what was playing this character? What was like playing this character? A young woman stands up, looks at Richard Epcar, and says, I have a thing for vampires. And I want you all to know that Richard Epcar is like a 70-year-old man. So it's like this 20-year-old woman, 30-year-old woman stands up and goes, I have a thing for vampires. And Myotismon from Digimon really changed something in me. I think that was the inspiration for that. And he goes like, okay, all right. And then she goes, so how does it feel knowing that Myotismon was my sexual awakening for vampires?
Whoa.
He just looks at her, blinks a couple times, and goes, great.
That is.
Where's Ashley Nichols?
I have no words.
She looks at him and just goes, thank you, and hands away the microphone.
I have no words.
Oh my god. I have just really enjoyed you guys like just weebing out for us, like ever since like I think it was like early conversation. Was it back when we did the comic dub when we were recording for that, or was it during the script recording itself? I forget which. That the two of you mentioned how much you just love. You had like so many like anime interests in common. I was like, I gotta get these two together, like, and just have them talk about anime. 'Cause it's like, I love hearing people who are like intensely passionate about something, and then they have a discussion with each other about it, and they're like, oh, what about this thing? Oh, what about this thing? And they're just really into it, and it's been great listening to you guys.
It's been a lot of fun. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
He also looks great.
The enthusiasm is infectious. So even though I know only what you have told me about JoJo, I have a fondness for it at this point.
I mean, I hope that like that brief explanation of like the whole series without going into too much detail, like answered something. Like, there is an overarching plot of it and everything, and there is like a thing to it.
I mean, it was a primer, but it was a pretty thorough one. I mean, you gave us like a 17-minute synopsis of the first episode, which I guess is only like.
No, that was not 17 minutes. That was an hour and 40 minutes.
Okay.
We got sidetracked every now and then, but the core of the story did not progress past the first episode until.
That is the thing. I just feel so strongly. I think I've explained it. I just feel so strongly. Oh, go ahead, Tracy.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. I was just gonna say, first episode, important episode. So.
It is important. It's like I said, it's really the most important like character dynamic in the series because it literally sets up everything with like how like much deep-seated hatred there is between these two characters, and it's just so nice that Jonathan forgives him in the end, and that was one of the reasons why I cried when Jonathan died. Because he could forgive someone who then basically hounds his family years after his death and stuff, like forever, and Jonathan still forgives him.
So, quick question. So you wanted to put Zib in this amazing collage.
Yeah, I need a character for Zib.
Looks like a movie poster.
It does.
Ringo Road Again? Ringo Road Again's pretty like.
Okay, we haven't gotten a stand though. I don't think I've seen a stand drawing yet.
Who is he?
That's true.
Also, shout out to Jazzu Neon and Sadapa for the artwork on Twitter. Thank you.
The beefy Wick crying while the
I love that
while the duck comforts them. They're there.
I love that his sleeves are torn off.
Yeah,
Oh my God, I have to see this.
Strong.
Hold on, I'll post it into the channel.
You did earlier, like we saw it.
I put it up on YouTube. I'll post it in the Discord.
But this is a. I feel like this might work as one single drawing. You know that little toady fat kid who dies in part 4?
Mm-hmm.
People are saying it should be Jotaro.
Yes.
I was thinking like Zib as Ringo Road Again, assaulted by little Rockies of that kid's stand.
What?
His stand is basically just these little like misfits little like, gremlins that will hunt for anything he asks for.
Okay, so little rocky gremlins attacking.
They're called Harvest. They're like tiny bug-shaped things with little arms and legs.
Okay.
The chat is insisting that Zib would be Jotaro. There's a few people saying Zib Jotaro, but
I did say that earlier. It would maybe work. I think it would work. Yeah.
Okay.
I feel it.
Why?
He's pretty.
Why though?
Jotaro is very reserved. I mean, granted, Zib is not an angry person. He's not an aggressive person. He can't even fire a gun. He throw. I still love that bit so much. Where Zib just like looks at him. Ha!
Zib is about as close as you get to a pacifist among the Lackachat crew. Yeah, he's really not a. He's a lover, not a fighter.
In the same way, Jotaro
I would argue, yeah, Jotaro is also, I would say, the closest thing we have to a pacifist.
Okay.
Yeah, Jotaro is also a very popular JoJo character. So if you don't have Jotaro in your JoJo collage, people would be asking, "Where's Jotaro?"
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's more like he just uses the minimum amount of force to incapacitate someone. Why am I echoing?
You're not echoing.
No, I hear the echo too.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Wait, let me just turn him down on me in case that's why. Okay, now talk.
Hello.
Sounds
much better.
Seems better now.
Yeah, maybe it was me. I don't know. But yeah, so Zib is about the minimum, and so is Jotaro. Is what I'm hearing.
Kinda. Is there anyone else who's like?
He only really attacks people when he's been attacked first. He just wants to get the job done, and he's also girls will constantly approach him like, "Oh, he's so hot." He'll just turn to them and say, "Get the fuck away from me," and then just keep going.
Very abrasive.
Someone
He just wants to be left alone.
Zibaro.
I was trying to think if there is anything else, but I've talked about it so much. I literally can't think of anything else.
Yeah.
Or like, I mean, I literally cannot just muster anything in JoJo that I haven't like already spoken about.
Oh, wait.
Talk about
Okay,
JoJo.
hold on. I got a question. What is your favorite like wackiest stand? Like what? Explain. Like someone told me about what. It was Walter actually. Like the only stand I could tell you about was the one where. Well, you guys have mentioned a few, but like somebody had the ability to rewrite memories in someone else by writing in a book or something.
Yes, and that's I was going to say Rohan and Zib. Rohan Zib.
You know what? Rohan Zib would actually work because Rohan just doesn't want to have anything to do with the bullshit that the main characters are doing unless he's interested.
Yeah, that's true.
Dragged in.
So
he hates that he's dragged in. He hates everyone.
I would say Rohan.
Is it R-O-H-A-N? Rohan?
Yes. Someone in the chat is asking for us to explain the JoJo, why it's called JoJo.
The place that Araki was like into alliteration, I guess, and he would eat at a diner called Jonathan's. And he was like, "Oh, I want to," and he was like, "I want to eat. I want to eat." No, he wanted a character with like a snappy name, I think, and he was like, "Yeah, JoJo."
Really?
I think it was something like that.
So that's exactly how dumb that would happen. Yeah, I could picture that.
So this does also relate to one of the questions on the document that Strawberry Joy asked, which was, I'm sorry, if I'm not allowed to lead these questions, let me know.
No, go for it.
No, you're good. You're good.
Which was just, could somebody please explain to Tracy the JoJo syllable wordplay with their names?
Yeah, I can do that.
Because they all contain two Joes in their names. Every one of the main JoJo protagonists.
Yeah, so
pretty loose in
yeah,
general.
Jonathan is just like Jonathan Joestar, so it's J-O from Jonathan, J-O from Joestar. Same with Joseph, really.
Right, and the way that
Yeah.
Jonathan is pronounced in Japanese is Jonathan. So it's Joe. Yeah.
That's it, yeah. With Jotaro, it's obviously the Jotaro, and then the J-O in Kujo at the very end. I forget how it works with Higashikata. It's something to do with like kanjis and how you can read stuff differently, isn't it?
Yeah, and some like childish nickname that I think he hates. People just call him that anyways, like to bully him.
So
yeah.
Just a aside here, Rohan is like I keep seeing him with a inking pen, and like is he an artist or is he?
He's a manga artist.
He is an artist.
He's a manga artist. Okay.
Yes,
he's an Iraqi self-insert to show how cool manga artists are.
Okay, and we've decided that is him then, not Jotaro.
You know, the only thing that Jotaro has to do with music is that his father is a famous jazz musician, and you never see him.
I mean, that's all right. Let's put it to a vote. Discord people, give us is it Jotaro or Rohan? And
by the way,
YouTube people, give us a vote.
We'll try and pick out which one we see most commonly. We've already
I'll do the one that I see most of. For Zib, is it?
We've got Rohan, Jotaro.
Oh, someone mentioned JoJo, which is Giorno Giovanna. It's it's an Italian name, but obviously it's spelled G-I-O for both of them.
So it's almost
but
like
it's pronounced
Joe.
So it's
JoJo, I get it. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it's like
so he.
Yeah.
I remember like reading it once and being like Geo's Bizarre Adventure. Like when I was really young.
How long did it take to click?
From YouTube.
Well, I was like really young, just reading like the Wikipedia pages for JoJo initially, and imagine a 12-year-old boy trying to piece together what the fuck the Wikipedia page for each part of JoJo is talking about.
Yeah, especially older Wikipedia.
Okay,
yeah,
so
exactly.
Let's see, we've got Rohan, Jotaro. Okay, so
that's on Discord.
In YouTube we got Rohan, Jotaro, Rohan, Jotaro.
Honestly, yeah, it's actually the opposite. Like, we're getting Discord is all for Jotaro, and YouTube seems more for Rohan. So I
think there's more responses in the YouTube than there is on the Discord, though.
That is true. Let's see.
Yeah. Let's see. Flip a coin, says Strawberry
We
Joy.
count them up. Yeah.
Well,
YouTube has 4 responses.
I have a here's a
2 for
very
each.
heavyweight. Val, what would you want?
I know what I know what Tracy means about him being like art orientated, but I think maybe his personality. I think just Jotaro. I'd probably go for Jotaro.
Okay, we'll go with Jotaro. Since Val is Zib's voice actor, we'll take.
Oh no, I'm
knows
final
Zib pretty
vote.
well, so.
I just don't. I just don't know if I can think
well,
of like.
so.
I just don't know if I can think of like another character that would fit Zib as well.
Well, let's face it, he'd look really good in that outfit, though.
True.
That's true.
The long coat. He would just get absorbed in the coat, though. It's just like, where's Zib? He's in the coat.
I was gonna say, if you are gonna draw Zib of Jotaro, make the coat way too big for him.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's like
the coat
not
kind
even
of is like
beefy
way
Zib.
too big by its nature, so.
Yeah. It's not even beefy Zib. It's just it's normal. It's normal Zib.
Well, then he'd be like wearing a
Walk
tent.
by the
It's
coat.
I'm like
Okay.
going through.
So-
I'm going through the wiki just to see if there's anyone else I can like see that I'm like, oh yeah, that guy would have been way better.
I've got questions for all y'all.
Okay.
Go
All
on.
y'all fans. Favorite stand battle.
Oh, Schmovie posted a ripped wick fighting the ghost duck.
Okay.
I gotta see it.
Where?
Oh boy.
It's in a work in progress art discussion.
Kono Five da. Oh my god. I feel like the Discord has increasingly turned me into a feral chicken.
I'm trying to find this.
So there's one stand battle that really sticks out as I think one of the coolest the stupidest concepts beautifully done is in part 6 when a guy has the ability to create invisible ravenous cannibal zombies out of anything that used to be alive at some point, and then he fucking dies first chapter. And so now he's also a zombie and still creating zombies, and they just have to somehow survive these things they can't see until he finally disappears into the ether.
Oh god,
That shit is
you
so-
reminded
I
me of a
found
thing
her.
I have to talk about. Fuck. Okay.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Saw the picture.
There is a stand in part 6. It is one of Dio's sons. His name is Angola or something? I can't remember. I am so tired. It is very late and I am so just my head is just so stuffed with JoJo knowledge that I've been talking about. So his stand is called Bohemian Rhapsody. And the way he fights the main characters while they have escaped prison and on a road trip trying to get to the Kennedy Space Center where the whole conclusion of the story, happens. He is sitting in a plane and he activates his stand on a worldwide scale where fictional characters become real and come out of signs and books, comics, the TV, and there is a bit where the characters in a car are like, oh my god, it's fucking Disneyland! Yeah, Disneyland! And the most horrible one of the group, it's not Narantia, it's, someone help me out here, names are so hard to remember right now, jeez.
Was it the one that's actually a stand that took over someone's body?
No, it's the one that's in love with Jolene to the point where he is like, hey, I want you to push her down. This character, Anasui, he is in love with Jotaro Kujo's daughter to the point where he tells one of her friends to push her down the stairs so he can save her.
Wow.
Wow.
Yes, he is kind of a
Jeez.
piece of shit, but people really love him. An interesting point of him is that when he was initially introduced, he was introduced as a woman because apparently Jolene was supposed to be a lesbian in it originally, but then he changed it either due to producer or editor. input or
Aw.
something like that. I don't know. That's not, yeah, stuff like
No.
that. And his relationship with Jolene is kind of weird. She kind of likes him, but she also very clearly sees that he is like a sociopath and kind of a dick. But they get together in the alternate universe. So they are all riding on the back of this, like, you know, van or something, and he sees the Disneyland sign. He gets so fucking excited. But Mickey Mouse is missing from the sign, and he goes, "Fuck this shit! If there's no Mickey, it ain't Disney!"
Nice.
What the fuck?
Oh,
How did we get from stand fights to this?
Because you reminded me, because he reminded me of part 6, and I thought he was going to talk about like a kid. Here's the thing about oh yeah, he was talking about Limp Bizkit, the invisible
Yes.
monsters zombie stand, and I remembered like another like crowd stand fight where the characters just have to avoid touching or interacting with these fictional characters, because if you touch them, they kill you. Like, who's the artist? Van Gogh? Van Gogh cut his ear off?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, Vincent Van
Right
Gogh
over
is
here.
having a long, drawn-out conversation with one of the characters, and it's like the self-portrait of Vincent Van Gogh, or a sheep is trying to murder you. One of the like the little lambs from a storybook thing is like trying to murder you, or Spider-Man is trying to kill you. And the only shot of this you see is a first-person perspective of a kid reaching out to, like, it's the first-person perspective of Spider-Man, and he's like reaching out to a kid, and a kid's reaching out to him, and I think that's all you get, or something.
I can see now they're never going to approve this to be aired. Like they're never going to approve the next season of the anime just
will
because
Oh
of
my
this.
God.
It might be tricky, yeah, actually. That
We'll
might
have
be
to change
really
a lot.
tricky. But that's kind of the
Yeah.
reason why, like, you don't see Mickey Mouse in the sign. You only get glimpses of characters that clearly have, like, you know, a solid, like, copyright or, ownership thing. You know, like how Disney are all like, you can't have Spider-Man on your child's tombstone. Take it off.
Oh,
Like, I don't know if
yeah.
anyone saw that story a few months ago.
Oh god, no, Disney's
Oh,
always
yeah.
been like that. They're such assholes.
Yes.
There was this thing where like I remember at my primary school, like as a little kid, like we painted a bunch of Disney characters on the walls. And they have been talking about like, oh, it'd be really fun if we like took a picture of it and shared it with Disney, and someone had to point out to the teachers that if they did that, that Disney might sue them.
They.
Yeah, and they have.
They
It's
have
not
done
an
that, yeah. Daycare centers, they have gone after them,
Yeah.
but they have to. It's a stupid thing with like copyright law where
Yeah.
you have to.
You have to prove that you're like actively
Yeah, you have to
enforcing it, that you
actively
care about it.
enforce. You have to actively guard your intellectual property, because if it's shown that you have been lax with it with certain cases, and then you try, like, say you want to just dismiss anything that, like, where a nursing home or like a daycare or whatever puts Disney characters up, or someone puts it on their gravestone or whatever, and you just want to let that go because you're well intentioned, then some other entity might come along, steal the image of Mickey or Donald or whatever, and then point back, and then you try to litigate that because they're making money off of it or what have you, and then they can point back to those times when you let it slide as precedent for you not upholding your IP, and they could potentially basically win the case because
I
like,
get
you
that,
have been-
but I don't understand why Disney doesn't go after all that like garbage Punisher merch that floats around.
I don't know.
It's like you think they would, but they don't.
yeah.
I
So-
think they're
There's-
maybe
because it's a
less
skull?
interested in that sort of stuff than they are in like the core Disney, like
It's
the stuff that says Disney on the surface, like the Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse and Goofy and
Yeah.
everything. Like they're probably
I was
more
gonna say
aggressive.
it is probably more because of the fact that the Punisher symbol is just like a skull.
Yeah,
So
There
it's
might
like
be
you could
more.
easily
and
go-
they may
so you
eventually
could easily
start
just
like
Yeah,
they may
once
eventually
they-
start
once
going
they
after it. It's like,
commit to making a Punisher film, which I'm sure they will eventually, because Disney, then you'll probably see a lot more of that. Or else the Punisher logo is probably going to change to look like something else because, yeah, it's probably just kind of difficult to go after like what is a pretty generic looking skull. But it is, however, the Punisher skull looks a certain way. Anyway, that's fucking sad.
I was gonna say, I feel insecure like mentioning this now. Like we have like a company, so I'm gonna say it like really hushed, so Disney doesn't hear. No, we have a family-owned company in my town actually, which has like a few. It's an ice cream company, an ice cream van thing, and the original owner of the company actually died, I think, this year. I remember when me and my friend were like getting the materials and everything, going back and forth to build this booth. We stopped at the park because it was a beautiful day with all the stuff in the boot, and we just stopped for ice cream. And I was like asking the woman, "Hey, what is with all the poorly drawn Disney characters and Looney Tune characters on the like buses and stuff? Like, who drew them?" It's like, "Oh, the owner of the company actually drew them himself, like back in the '60s." And I was really sad, and I thought that was like really charming and nice that he like drew them himself on all of the ice cream vans that he owned. Because as a kid, it was like, yeah, ugly Goofy.
Ugly Goofy.
I would hear the ice cream van, see it come, be like, fuck yeah, ugly Goofy. That's not Minnie Mouse. She looks like shit.
If you draw Minnie Mouse badly enough, Disney can't come after you.
Yeah, I'm like worried now because it's a small family-owned company. Everything they've been doing it for like years and stuff. But I'm just like kind of like I would be genuinely pissed if they were like, you got to like get rid of these paintings that your father did in the '60s.
Just gotta
if they're
wait for the
badly drawn
collapse.
enough, they might not need to.
I mean, I guess they're not. It's not like part of their logo or anything. It's just like pictures on the van. It's like if Warner Bros. Or something sued anyone who painted their little van to be the Mystery Machine, I guess.
Yeah, it might be that we're talking about enforcement in the U.S. at least. I don't know how it works in the U.K. It might be a little different. Yeah.
I also wanted to bring up, I saw a thing recently where like a random company uses Sonic or something, and it isn't Sega. It's like another company, and I was thinking to myself, is that because Sega just allows Sonic to be used in like fan games and stuff and don't do anything about it? They're just like, yeah, man, it's cool. We love the fan games.
I mean, was it Atlas? Because if it was Atlas, I mean, they own, or I think Sega owns Atlas now. So
no, it wasn't Atlas. It was like some random company just doing other things. It was like bus travel or something, and they just had like a statue of Sonic the Hedgehog. I think they worshipped it.
Wait, what? see, if Sonic's a religious symbol, you can't go after that, can you?
I was gonna say I could believe Sonic is a religious icon in some way. I mean,
we should have a whole Sonic stream.
Give it like 200-300 years, and we'll see.
I would worship Sonic the Hedgehog.
Our Lord and Savior Sonic.
One day in the far off future, I'm like wandering the deserts of what was once, a lush green planet and everything, and I fall to my knees. The camera pans up as I see a fallen Sonic the Hedgehog statue. You blew it up! You bastards! You blew it up!
It's the most recent release of the video of the Sonic franchise.
I mean, there's a Brian David Gilbert Unraveled about that, about Sonic actually being God.
Oh, yeah, his video on like the crazy Sonic Bible.
Yeah.
Oh man, ever since I was a kid, like I've always thought like Sonic is just such a solid design. I know everyone knows this, but I just think about it sometimes. I'll just like look at a picture and be like, God, how is he so perfect? Like classic Sonic, like from when I was a kid.
Like lying down in bed like that one meme, stroking a picture of Sonic in a framed image. He was like, wow.
Yeah, the Wolverine.
yeah. But then I look at Metal Sonic and I'm like, God, you're cool. I do wonder, how did they make Metal Sonic so cool?
I as someone who played all of Shadow the Hedgehog over a 13-hour period whenever I was like 12 years old, just beat all of it at once.
So did
Did
I.
not sleep.
I-
Just played from like 6 p.m. until like 9 in the morning. I feel that.
I hope that. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm done.
He ended. He
Okay,
just
yeah,
like
I hope
feel
the
it.
I hope the Americans listening into the chat have become disabused to the notion that having a British accent automatically makes you like the classiest person ever. As Val like talks about his deep love of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Hey, Sonic is very classy. Sonic
I have
is
a
the
deep love
classiest.
of just loads of things, to be honest.
No, it's great. I'm not saying that you're. I'm not trying to abuse you, Val. I'm just laughing
No, it's
because
okay.
it's like the stereotype
No,
that so
baby.
many Americans have, and just how it's clashing so hard against your weebness.
I mean, I'm sure it
It's like, that's
clashes
great to
so
me.
hard against like the stories I've told you as well.
No, the stories you've told me are just like that. Just sounds extremely British to me. It's like that's a very they're just really English stories actually. So I love them.
Here's the thing. I remember. I don't know if I ever
That's
told you this one.
Val.
I was friends with like a bunch of people who worked at a bubble tea place, and I remember walking home with one of the girls, and she was like, "You know, Val, when I first met you, I thought you were really cool and mysterious, and kind of sexy, to be honest." I was like, "Oh yeah," but now I've gotten to know you. You're just a massive nerd. That's a true story. We're just walking
That's a
along. She just said
spectacular
that to me. I was
story.
like, "Yeah, okay."
There are worse
And it's
things.
true. I am.
I have to go here in a minute. Actually, I have to go pick up dinner for my girlfriend. She's not feeling so hot. But that being said, I'll conclude with a story of my own that parallels Val's story. To reestablish again that we have a spiritual connection. So I grew up as a very chubby kid. I was always a little bit round. Like I was like 3 and I was a pretty skinny kid. I hit like 4 and I got inflated. What happened was that whenever I turned about 13 or 14, yeah, it was about 14, whenever I entered high school, I suddenly went from like I think like 4'11" or something to like 5'10". So I just stretched out over the course of like a year or two, and then by the end of it, I'm like 6'3" now. So
Damn.
Imagine like a ball of dough rolled out, and that's basically what happened to me. So I'm 15 years old. My girlfriend, who I have known my girlfriend, the one I'm dating now. We've been dating for 7.5 years now. I have known her since we were 5 years old.
Oh.
But she always hated me because I was her
Childhood
brother's
friend.
Yes. She always hated me. I was her brother's friend first. She did not like me. She thought I was annoying. That has not changed. That being said, middle school, I was in 8th grade when she was in 7th grade, so I graduated from middle school to go into high school in 9th grade. So she didn't see me for like a whole year. And whenever I was in the musical, whenever I was 15, we were doing a production of How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying. And by that point, I had stretched out, so I was this like now, as opposed to this chubby kid who wore the same jacket every day, I had now stretched out to this strange lanky monster man.
Thank God. I was gonna say you gotta say lanky.
Yes, I'd stretched out to this lanky monster man, and she had remarked she was talking to her friend after seeing me and what I looked like now, and I'm not making this up. This is a quote. She hates admitting it, but this is a real quote that she had. Her friend looked at her and said, "Do you think he likes Yu-Gi-Oh?" And my girlfriend looked at her and said, "He's too hot to like Yu-Gi-Oh."
Now, Brad, do you like Yu-Gi-Oh?
I still like Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm not super into it, but like absolute. Oh wait, no. Actually, I'll add on. I think I'm wrong. It wasn't Yu-Gi-Oh. It was Yu-Gi-Oh abridged.
Yeah.
And I really liked Yu-Gi-Oh abridged.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged was amazing, and I'm so glad that like between DBZ Abridged and Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, I mean, there's like so many people who just like emerged from that whole sphere.
Oh
It's
yeah.
pretty incredible. Yeah.
She rewatches all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged once a year. Like she'll sit down and just like for like 2 or 3 days just rewatch all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged.
It's a much better way to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Frankly.
You know,
At least for
speaking
me.
of like ways to watch things, I would argue that the best way to experience Naruto might just be through playing the Ninja Storm games.
I've heard the same thing.
I am actually very vehement on this. If someone's like, no, just watch the anime, I'm like, no, just play the Ninja Storm games. They're fucking fun.
Nice.
Dude. Alright, I gotta take off. It's been fun,
Alright.
everybody. Thank you for letting
Thank
me
you.
weeb out.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you.
Later, Brad.
Alright, we should do this again sometime.
Take care, man.
Bye.
Hell yeah, man.
Bestowing us with your knowledge.
Love you, Brad.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Take care.
Bye.
Aw.
Now what do we talk about?
Well, not you.
I mean,
Right,
if
Scott.
we want to approach it, we've still got the question doc.
Yeah, let's.
Still got a-
Right. We
A
got
whole
other-
page of them.
Right, this is a Lackachat too.
Yeah.
I've just been sitting here and like picking at a painting this entire time. This entirely self-indulgent thing.
So, now getting into the more traditional Lackachat questions. This is for Tracy from Boban in Festive Sweat. How hard is it to draw Rocky's attempts at being serious?
I mean, not very. He actually does have a pretty serious side in. I mean, like, kind of, like, pathologically serious in the same way he's pathologically chipper. So, yeah, I guess he's always had that in my mind, so I don't know that it's really that hard. I mean,
Yeah,
if he was trying to be serious when he wasn't feeling down, I think it would come across as, like, I would deliberately draw it as like, him stifling a laugh or something, or just, like, barely.
I was gonna say, I actually want to chime in on that. I remember like it's when Wick and Mitzi, I think, kiss in the cafe, and Rocky is outside. I remember like feeling really sad for a moment because that was like one of the like actual. I can't remember that well, but it was like, what is that sound?
I don't know, but it's horrible.
I'm not. Is someone getting some not reverb, some recursive noise or whatever? Someone get their mic too close to the speaker?
Like I also thought ghosts initially. No, it was that bit where he's outside and he sees like Wick and Mitzi, and it was that point where he just like steps back and walks away, and I felt like really sad because I think that's like the first time he's on a panel and he's just quiet and like is kind of sad.
Yeah, I kind of wanted that end thing there to be. People seem to take issue with my ending on that volume, but
No,
I kind of wanted it to be like, yeah, there's more to this than what's like.
No, that's what I like about your characters. They're really like solidly defined, and as I've gotten older and reread it, I love it more and more.
No, that's also one reason I like them so much is that I mean, it would be easy to flanderize them and turn them into very like two-dimensional, well, say cartoon characters.
And that's what I do with the mini comics, I guess, is I flanderize them, and but yeah, I try to keep the canon comic more in line with like.
Yeah, like Rocky isn't always like destructive and crazy. Like that's an aspect of it. But I always, whenever I read your comic, I always really get the impression like there are so many more parts to these characters that like they've yet to show and whatnot.
That's good.
Always just
like when Victor is sat in the chair at the end when they're done visiting him and he's just sad because like he probably feels broken.
Every time I
Like,
see the page, I'm always just a little crushed at a Rocky scene where he's in Ivy and he just has that emotional breakdown and the "I'm a horrible person" comment.
Oh yeah, I really related to that. The whole like
that one hurts to read in a good way, but
where it's just like you get the sense that it's like a lot of this is actually kind of like a front for something else going on, where it's like no, everything's fine, this is okay, I got it, and it's like, yeah, but how much do you really got? So, I like that complexity.
Nice.
It
It's
makes
why
so much fun.
I was like, it's why I was so excited to like even get a part and everything on this and whatnot because yeah, it's like the comic really does speak to me a lot. And I think it speaks to a lot of people who read it. Like you've clearly got a very passionate and like lovely community that really love the comic.
Yeah, I'm very lucky to have them. I'm extremely lucky they've been as patient with me as they have been. I hope the film thing makes some of the wait worth it. But yeah.
We're doing our damnedest. Like we have been
Yeah, I
fretting
mean, like,
like
there's
all over at more.
Yeah, no, I'm speaking for not myself, which I maybe
Yeah.
shouldn't do. Like everybody's been working very hard on it, and I do hope. I mean, like they, if not me, certainly deserve your accolades. I don't feel like I feel like I dropped the ball a lot on the comic, but I'm hoping that like we have something to show in the end that makes up for some of that. But
I will fight tooth and nail to make it beautiful.
yeah, I have no reservations about like the staff we've hired to do this. It's just whether I can get it in front of people and that's part of the reason we're doing these streams, not just to have fun and because we love hanging out with like the crew and the voice actors and everybody and talking to the fans and everything, but it's also an effort to establish some like groundwork so we can, when we release the movie, there's like an audience there to watch it and see it.
If during the entire production process we were just totally silent and did nothing and then just released the short, that would be a mistake.
Yeah, I think it would just like be like crickets chirping at that point. And
yeah, we are doing our damnedest to get eyeballs like paying attention as much as possible. And
yeah, so
a lot of that is
thanks if you're following the station or the channel, the station.
The station.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah, if you tune in on a
if you're following,
101 point
thank
Daisy.
you. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
we are going to need that. So
yeah, folks on YouTube, we appreciate your following and your subscribing and watching everything. Like we're trying to get content to you like as quickly as possible. But we want to make sure that it's good. Also, like we don't just crap things out. So and without like sitting there and like abusing the crew, hopefully, to get it done. So but yeah, thank you so much for listening and sticking around. And it's just I am really charmed by the people who are like, oh yeah, if whether I go watch the Has Been stream or this one, and I'm just like charmed that some people are like bouncing back and forth because I know one of those things is much bigger than us, but that you guys still are entertained by us and we're so much smaller that's very heartening. We appreciate it.
Yeah. So, anyway, that was like a question about Serious Rocky that we went off on like a huge.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. Anyway, Rocky has a serious side that has always been there in my mind, even though it's not all that upfront for his character most of the time. So I really haven't had an issue like drawing him that way. So yeah.
No. I've said to you, Tracy, my favorite Rocky is Sad Rocky.
Yeah.
It's like ruin him, and I love it.
I saw in the chat earlier a question of why does hate often turn into love? And I just want to say, because they're kind of like not dissimilar. It's like they're both on opposite poles, but they both like have passion in them.
Yeah, I think any kind of intense emotion can end up.
Anderson, are we talking about homesick now?
For example, what he's Brad.
Oh, you could think of
Brad is so freaking cool. Bro, I know he may just be like, Final Fantasy X is kind of shit. Fuck you, Brad.
That's gonna have to be the next question. It's like, Brad, what's your opinion on Final Fantasy X? You hate it, or do you hate it?
I love Final Fantasy
And
X
you
like
are
what's all.
allowed to tease him for calling you Vincent.
Yeah.
He's not here to hear it, but I'm coming after him.
Yeah,
I'm coming after Bill.
Just call him Bradley.
Just call him Brian or Bradley.
Yeah, Bradley.
Or Bradford.
Bradford. Bradminton.
Bradford.
Anyone know what?
Brandon.
Is he just Brad, or is it actually shortened for one of those?
It's Bradley. It is Bradley.
Yeah.
It is Bradley. Okay.
I guess does anyone here believe that Valentine isn't my real name?
I mean, I have the legal
documentation. I think you've explained it actually is your real name, and is that correct?
Yeah, yeah, it is correct. But I've met a lot of people who'd be like, "Val, what is your real name? I just know you as Valentine. That's not your real name, is it?" I'm like, it is my real name. Why would I tell you it isn't? Why would I tell you that if it's not my name?
I can confirm.
It's a pretty cool name.
I mean,
having
as a
paperwork signed by Val, which has to be legal documentation. His name is Valentine. Yeah.
But
It's not
I mean,
a
as someone who is like a voice actor, it's not uncommon to have a working name, a pen name. You know?
No, not at all.
I mean,
No,
I
I
can
get
see
that,
why
but-
people might think that you chose that name or something. But
I guess
it's a cool name.
Also, I
mean,
am personally very offended by people saying like, "Well, what's your real name?" It's like my real name is the name I go by. Shut
right,
up.
Yeah.
You know.
pretty. I'm
It's.
kinda
I mean,
saying,
it's
yeah.
in the internet age. I don't think people are ill-intentioned when they say things like that. I think it's just like a confusion sometimes between, okay, so here's your internet identity and then what's your real name?
Yeah,
It's
what's
like,
your
well, I
handle?
would tell you that if I wanted you to address me by my real name. I want you to know me as this name, so yeah.
No, but we
Oh,
got
someone said I
we
sound like a Valentine.
when we were looking at different people that we were going to we were like narrowing down who were the top zibs, like your name. We looked at your name. You're like, it would be really funny if we cast the guy named Valentine as Zib, and then it turned out you were really good, and we had to cast you. So
Yeah,
that
I don't
worked
know
out.
if he's on the card art I did, he's like the King of Hearts, and he's like his birthday is actually February 15th, which is not the 14th, but it's like all this stuff. I'm like, that is just weird.
It's not my fault. I mean,
Actually-
it is my fault. It's not my fault.
Goddamn method caster.
Look, I don't. Shut up. It's not my fault.
She didn't know about my rough background.
I didn't know.
Relevant
Fighting
question.
for hot dogs in the mean streets of Bristol.
I love that story. Relevant question from Mookie at Beautiful Valentine. Now I'm curious: are you named Valentine because you were born on Valentine's, or because you were conceived on Valentine's?
Neither. My mom. Okay. To make it a more interesting question, neither. My birthday is January 27th, 1996. I'm 24 years old, going on 25 very soon, and I'm dreading it.
It's fine.
but-
It gets better. It's fine.
Yeah, early
You get
20s.
only
older,
gets
it's
worse.
getting better. Don't
Early
worry about
20s
it.
are a mess. Later 20s are better.
Yeah. If everybody claims that it's like, oh, your 20s is when you do X, Y, Z, it's like, it's all bullshit, honestly. Total bullshit. It gets better after your 20s.
I had plans this year to go traveling and do a bunch of stuff, and then obviously I was just like, well, COVID happened, now to build my voice acting booth and just work on my career.
Hey,
Yeah.
There you
It
go.
worked out for you.
Yeah, it did. But it's neither. My birthday is January 27th, 1996, and basically they were in the hospital room. They were like, my brother was like, name him Arthur. My dad was like, name him Drew. No, it was the other way around, Arthur, Drew. And my mom said, fuck the both of you. His name's Valentine, and they'll be his middle name. So my full name is Valentine Arthur Drew Stokes.
Cool.
Aw.
Honestly, I thought Valentine was your last name.
Yeah, I could believe. Like I said, I could believe someone thinking that maybe it's a middle name that I've just taken up as my main title.
It sounds like it's like the last name of a character from a hard-boiled isn't it
On the
Who's
YouTube, someone
Valentine?
says, asks you about, are you a JoJo reference?
Funny Valentine is actually like my favorite character. You know, to bring it back to JoJo one more time, one of my favorite powers in JoJo. Funny Valentine has the power to close himself between two objects. And basically, like, if you drop an anvil on him, like in Tom and Jerry, he will just disappear. But in actuality, he will dip into an alternate universe. He has access to many different universes, basically. A pretty much countless number of them. And he can throw you into those universes where, like, if you touch your alternate universe self, you just die. So stuff like that. And he does shit like pull out the American flag because he's the freaking president and just lets it fall on him so he disappears.
Wow.
And he'll bring in clones of himself and they will like just gank a motherfucker. Like imagine like four of me just come out and start kicking the crap out of you. And another power that he has, if he dies, if he gets himself between two objects, as he dies, he can die, but his mission and his like ideals and everything, and his power, because he's the only one with the power of his stand, basically. It's something like that. It's kind of confusing. I might be wrong. I miss Brad.
JoJo kind of confusing. No way.
Yeah, I miss Brad. Anyway, though, yeah, if he dies and he closes himself between those objects before he is like completely dead, another Valentine can take his place and carry on what he's doing as the main Valentine.
There you go, Val. You will be able to carry on Funny Valentine's legacy if he should ever die in our universe.
That'd be so great, but I ain't got the locks for it. I've got like a pompadour now. It's more like I'm more like Josuke than anything at this point.
Yeah, but
Speaking of that, Zib is looking fantastic.
It is, yeah. Look at that hat, hair, literally.
I haven't turned
now, is the hair merged in the hat, or is it coming out like the back of the hat? Like it's like a.
It's like there's like no distinction. If you look at pictures.
Oh, someone brought that up in the YouTube comments,
Or, like,
how the
sculpts of
hair
it.
fuses into the
Yeah,
hat.
if you look at like sculptures of them and stuff, like it's just like one piece. It's
wow.
There's no real distinction. Just the color is the same.
Yeah, that is the cool thing about Jotaro's design, I always thought. And I remember I was talking to my friend about this, and he was like, maybe he's wearing a visor.
That's what I thought.
It does look like
that's what I thought at first
kind of
too.
look like
Yeah,
that, but yeah, I think
it's if Jotaro's hair was like in a museum, hair hat was in like a museum, I would just sit and like just walk around it and look at it for like an hour straight. I swear.
Is the hat a
so
wig? A hat that is also a wig, maybe? I don't know.
One of those optical illusions you find at a science museum.
I mean, it's kind of 1920s because that was the time when your hair was also a helmet, and you just kind of.
Yeah, people are liking this Jotaro Zib. They're complimenting you, Tracy.
Oh, there's another power that Funny Valentine gets as well. I just remembered. It's called D4C Love Train, and it's really cool. The power is he is surrounded by a golden light that basically deflects any misfortune away from him. But in the rifts of this like magnificent light that surrounds him, whatever you do to him, like you shoot him, all of a sudden you will see a glimpse of like somewhere in a far off country, like a man be shot and killed. Because whatever you do to Funny Valentine, he deflects it onto a random person in the world.
They're perfectly innocent people too. It's not like a karma system. They're just like a father of a starving family or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they actually have that context, but I like to think it does.
Yeah, it's like anyone really can just get screwed over because you tried to kill Funny Valentine. And it's kind of insane because it'll be like, soldiers fighting. It's just like, oh, there's a misfire on a friend's gun and he kills his other friend.
So
there's just enough context for you to see the soldier like scream at his friend, like, "Oh God, I'm so sorry."
Yeah.
Horrifying.
Right. So I gotta so we were asked earlier, it's like, oh, what would your stand be? And it's like, well, I don't think, I don't know enough about JoJo's to come up with a good stand. I can make a suggestion. Tracy, I don't think knows either. But if you guys want to come up with stands that would make sense for us, you can like write them down. Maybe we read them out. There's some non-JoJo questions that we can answer. There's yeah. So, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good.
No, it's fine. We could throw those. There's a from Pi, who says, "Thanks for your all's efforts toward Red Nose Day. Keep up the good work." That is largely been spearheaded by Newt. And Ashley,
yeah,
actually.
that's Ashley and Newt, and tomorrow. But Fable and I will be there. And some of our other artists, I think Z, Brain.
Yeah.
Currently, we have, at least that I'll say, we have Z. We will probably have Mel. If they're still able to make it, we'll probably have. I want to say it was either Sagan or Senna. I always mix up the two. Who said they're going to be there, and then we have a handful of special guests who we have not announced yet.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
And
so I have reached out to a few people, and they have been interested. So
nice.
Yeah, but yeah.
Let's see.
So mostly thank Ashley and Newt, not us. So me and Tracy are largely along for the ride.
Yeah, we're joining in, and we'll be doing drawings, and it's gonna be fun because we're gonna make it challenging to draw. But I think, what is it?
Newt's come up with a bunch of
the more money gets donated, the harder it gets for us to draw, including but not limited to drawing with your other hand, flipping the canvas over, closing your eyes, not lifting up your pen,
drawing with a mouse. Yeah, so it'll be interesting.
We'll be kicking that off tomorrow morning.
That's actually a really interesting idea.
You wanna be there, Val? You wanna show up?
Is it tomorrow?
It's tomorrow, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern. You literally have any time during the day.
I am probably gonna sit on that one because yesterday I was up to like 4:50. Today it's
That's
like
fair.
2 a.m.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I have
if at any point you want to pop in, you are welcome to. Since it's going on all day. If
I might pop in on Sunday. I remember you mentioned a Sunday stream?
Yeah, we're doing so on Sunday we have a shop talk stream, and we actually have a bunch of the animators on crew who have done Warriors Cats fan animations, which is a whole genre on YouTube that just kind of fascinates me. Because it's like, I was slightly too old to get into that. Like, a whole category of DeviantArt animators and YouTube animation that just completely passed me by. Because I was already in college and entering the workforce by the time that happened. But I was fascinated to see it just explode. So that was...
a lot of the crew we have on Lackadaisy right now got their start doing maps.
multi-animator projects
for just like self-instigated like self-starters as like filmmakers go, and they just decided to animate their own little short films and cat related, so it's a good
it would be dumb not to hire some of those people.
And also I'm looking forward to discussing it because just like JoJo, it is like full of melodrama, silly stuff, and it'll just be fun to talk about.
Decidedly goofy, full of cats, so
equally messy in its own way.
So if you want to hear a different kind of weeb, Val, talk about things, I think they have a lot to say. They've been in our group, we've been coordinated things. Some of the stuff that they've been saying has just been fucking hilarious already.
A new kind of weeb, a chance to learn.
Yes. Yeah, book weeb.
To adopt a
Animal
new...
book weeb.
Animal book weeb, yep.
Bookweeb.
If I had been younger when that thing came out, like, oh man, I would have been so into Warrior Cats.
Oh, totally. I read the Warrior Cats series, but I didn't get as hardcore into it as like any of these.
it was like too late for me to.
Yeah.
It's like
I got
young adult fiction, I guess, is kind of.
Yeah, it's like in the same vein as like slightly in the same vein as like Horse Girl books, but like a little bit
I think it's
more
more
mellow.
violent.
More violent.
Horse Girl books?
I would say that that Warrior Cats is like if you mash together Watership Down with Redwall, but then the writing quality was not as good as either of those things.
Okay,
Not
whoa,
nearly as
whoa.
literary
I need to see this. I want to see this now.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
just
are
look
more
up
than welcome
Warrior
to join
Cats on YouTube, and you will like it will infect your YouTube.
There's also going to be quite the slideshow because there's a bunch of artists involved who are going to be joining us, and they've all been very prolific, and they've done some amazing, like really good stuff.
Yeah, we'll get to see some of their stuff they did when they were kids.
Yeah.
You have piqued my interest, that is for sure. I will try and show up to this actually to just get a look. Because you said Watership Down, and then you said and I was like, oh, if they say Redwall, I want to know about this.
Yeah, it's kind of that's a good analogy, I think, for where it's at. Redwall, I mean, like Watership Down is certainly the most literary of those.
Yeah, Watership Down meets Redwall, but more soap opera and definitely not the most well-realized world. But that's kind of what makes it interesting for a lot of fans because, again, you can read so much into it. You can like develop your own world inside of that, which I think is one of the reasons why it's been like propelled forward so much because it's basically it's a playground. It's like a kids' playground series. Yeah, it's just really entertaining. I think the nearest equivalent would be the Silverwing Bat series, maybe.
I seen that. I have seen that on a site I use to like watch old media that I just can't watch anymore.
Yeah, well, that got turned into a TV show, but Warrior Cats never did. It really all the animation associated with Warrior Cats and most of the artwork, the vast majority of it, is entirely fan created. There has only ever been like the book covers, and there was like a briefly run manga, but the look of the manga is not even close to the look of all the fan content. Like they have just like invented so much. It's crazy. And yeah, just look it up on YouTube and you'll be like, what the? There's a lot of cats getting their guts slashed out. A lot. Like a lot.
Not to fun police.
Okay.
We can see all of this on Sunday. We don't want to spoil too much. We're 15 minutes from 6 hours. So let's go ahead and wrap up the last 5 questions.
Okay, so question for Tracy: has Rocky ever chased a tornado?
I mean, yeah. Like, yeah. He's probably chased a tornado, been chased by a tornado. I don't know, briefly dated the tornado until it was clear that
broke up with the tornado. It was a messy experience.
Right, until it was clear that relationship wasn't going anywhere. I don't know.
It's one of those whirlwind.
Yeah, but I mean, it's there's a lot of tornadoes that come through here, this area, and no doubt he has seen a few of them. So
Tiny Rocky getting picked up and flung by a tiny tornado.
he is a tiny tornado.
Yeah. It's like I found it's me in wind form.
He found his family.
It's my real dad.
He was raised by wild tornadoes.
TAC user asks, to any animators, how fun is it to ensure consistency with the characters and their proportions between frames? I don't think we have any.
Not at all.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right.
Not at all. No, that's boring.
Over the head. It's like, no, he looks like this.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean, the fun bits is just going crazy and not really worrying about the proportions and just having fun pushing it one way or another. The not so fun bit is Fable coming around being like, yeah, reel it back in, buddy.
I've had to tell you, I'm like, no, I know he feels around a lot. Yeah. I just sit there and like, 10 ton, no, nah. Brilliant. Not take away frames, not take away frames, not take away frames. Okay, there you go. And you're like, "Aw." It's like, we don't do this on ones. No.
Not yet.
No. You're too enthusiastic. I have to make sure that
I had any problems.
Yeah. But it looks great. Your work looks great. I'm very proud of what you've done, and I appreciate your effort. But yeah, some of the characters are definitely harder to keep on model than others. Like the characters that always get notes are Rocky frequently gets notes. Mordecai is probably one of the most difficult because he cannot be even like an inch off without him looking extremely not right. Seraphine has been a challenge for some of the animators just because I think there's just like there's a lot of little pieces to her face that present a challenge, and even though we've broken down her face as much as possible in a way that's easy to reproduce, for certain people, just because of the way they naturally draw, some of them find it more difficult than others. So, Ivy has been probably very few people have to get Ivy notes, Ivy model notes. So, but yeah, Rocky tends to be the most difficult because there's a kind of an optical illusion with his face where it looks like his muzzle is a lot flatter than it is. And so quite often I have to go in and be like, no, push his nose out to folks where it, don't have it quite so flat up against his head sphere like so I have to draw over like a few keyframes to indicate like what needs to be adjusted. And people have been pretty good about gradually getting the model on model. Like I don't have to do as many model notes as I used to back in, when folks were mostly working on Act 1. Usually nowadays it's more like here's an acting note, or here's a way how to like break this down in a way to make sure that this one subtle action doesn't get eaten by another thing. So that's largely like when I'm joking about like, beating 10 ton for like flailing Rocky around too much. It's because I don't want to get one action swallowed by another. It's like, yeah. So. But yeah.
And
Beating I need.
All right.
And our last two questions by Strawberry Joy. Serious, non-JoJo related question. I graduated as a fashion designer last year. Congratulations. I've been working on my thesis for the last 4 months, and the only thing that made me want to draw again were animals. Then I discovered Lackadaisy and began drawing fan art, and although I love it, I want to develop a style of my own. Tracy, how did you develop your style?
I would say it's not quite so deliberate as that. You kind of just absorb all of the things you love and kind of imitate as you're learning to draw, and it kind of snowballs into your style. I think I think people maybe get the impression that like an artist very deliberately decides what their style is, and while you can do that, and while it's good practice to like maybe look at another artist and kind of like pick things out from their art, or to like to try to duplicate in your own way. I'm not saying copy them directly, but even if you do copy them directly, like it's a good learning tool. Just don't post it online and be like, oh, I made this. I mean, the things I saw as a kid and drew pictures of is what informed what my style is. It wasn't like me deliberately going, okay, here's how I'm going to draw this, and here's how I'm going to draw that, and like making a detailed guidebook or something about like exactly how I'm going to draw. It was just me.
God, especially not when you're younger.
Yeah,
like it's impossible when you're younger.
Like, yeah, you may have to at some point in your if you develop a career as an artist, take a art bible and copy a style and be versatile enough to do that. But if it's your own natural style, it's just going to be an amalgam of the things you love and like. It's like mine is very probably obviously Don Bluth and Disney and Looney Tunes and Calvin and Hobbes and a little bit of illustratorly stuff. Like I was like really into Dungeons and Dragons as a kid, and I would draw like everything in the Monsters Manual, and that's like really how I learned how to draw.
Were you into Dinotopia at all? Like I found that
I wasn't into Dinotopia specifically. I went through a pretty strong dinosaur phase though, and then I went through a dragon phase because I wanted to take it even further and get even wackier with like, So yeah, and I would draw animals that I loved. I drew horses and cats all the time, and Yeah, so I mean, and that's just like the habit of doing that, the information coming from life drawing and the information coming from abstractions like cartoons, just kind of all mashed together into like how I draw. So I think worrying too much about it is like, don't worry too much about it. Just draw what you find fun, and every now and then go and explore and look at some other artists and see what you can learn from them, and absorb that into
I
your
can.
own, knowledge base.
As kind of an aside from that, like probably the most deliberate like that you get with that kind of thing is when you're developing something that's meant to be reproduced by other artists.
Right. Yeah, we had to.
Then you need to choose.
For this project, we had to very deliberately style the characters in a specific way, make sure they were consistently styled, make sure that other people would be able to draw it and animate
Yeah,
it.
you can't like make up something that it's like other people are going to find too hard to reproduce.
Right.
You have to like understand like how other people work.
Yeah. So each of the artists working on this project has their own personal style. Like you can go and look at like Zeddy has a comic called Ramshackle, is like very distinctly styled, but then they have to come onto this project and draw exactly how we've laid out these characters must be drawn, and so they do.
Yeah.
And they're strong enough of an artist that they can vacillate between those two things. But
like our character designer was doodled. I don't know if you want to share it, Tracy. I know you had it.
Sure, the Rocky.
But yeah, a Rocky, and
it was in the slideshow.
So yeah, it was in the slideshow. If you want to just like go into that folder and dig it up.
Yeah.
But so our character designer who did the sheets, like their version of Rocky, drawn in their style, looks radically different than the Rocky
style, right?
Style. So. And that's because we established a look that like it had to be, look enough like the comic characters that you'd be like, oh, that's Rocky.
Yeah.
Like
so,
not question it.
Right.
But also to match like both the finagling between like Tracy's style and Ty, who did a lot of the character concepts early on, like that, also integrating that look into it. And so even if you're the character designer, you're not necessarily working your own personal style. You're working in the style that works for that short. So yeah, this is Lee's natural style.
Right.
This is
given Lee's own devices, she would draw Rocky like this, and she did. Yeah. She's actually done other pictures of Rocky too that are very distinctly like Lee's style.
Yeah.
But then Lee also had to come and do this.
Yeah, Mel drew like a Rocky just as a normal cat, and yeah. So here's Rocky's sheet for comparison. So you can see it's like here's the designer, here's the person who built this sheet, and their look versus like the needs that were required for the sheet and for the short, and that's how different you can get. It's like this looks like two different people did it, but no.
Right.
And well, granted, I mean, the sheet is kind of the collaborative work of Ty, who was our first character designer, who built a lot of the concepts where we were basing like kind of the abbreviated version of the characters on, and Tracy poked at it and that kind of thing. At the same time, yeah, it's just it looks like two different people did it, but no, it's just you need that kind of versatility when you are doing design specifically, and then like like lots of the animators, like if they draw it just on their own, like I don't know if anybody's familiar with seeing some of the animation tests that some of the animators have put out, where I didn't instruct them to do that. They're just kind of messing with the characters willy-nilly, and so a lot more of their style like ends up coming through in those tests because they're just messing around with like acting and some of the model building, but they're not keeping it really strictly to model because it's just for fun. So yeah, when they're animating on the short though, like my job as the director is to come in and make sure that everything's on model, among other things. So, but yeah, that's just part of the challenge. But when you are working with a team of people, then you need to communicate those design decisions in such a way that other people can replicate it, because like stuff that's like obvious to you, or you don't mind like doing some wiggle room with, you need to have like real rules when you're like giving that stuff out. And if you don't, you're going to run into problems. So like we've actually had to make subtle updates to the sheets because we were like, oh, actually this was less clear than we thought. And because we would see like a problem pop up again and again with like the way like a mouth would be drawn or something. And so we had to emphasize like that the mouth is like this certain thing, or like point out that like the mouth doesn't have sharp corners, which is like a rule to Rocky's mouth, typically. And if you stuff that you would think would be obvious is not always. But yeah, when you are working on your own thing, on your own, an obsession about having a personal style, it matters a lot less than having the versatility to do whatever you want and to be able to look at other people's work and understand and break down how they do certain things. And then you can like recreate that yourself and building up like that personal library of like all these different like possible design decisions. And also another thing is I encourage people to look beyond their field if they're going to do design work, especially because like you'll find like inspiration from like furniture or like songbirds or musical notes or something,
or
things that are
periods in art, like
yeah,
like
yeah,
Art Deco, Art Nouveau, Cubism, whatever.
yeah.
You might find you like some of the motifs you see there, and you can kind of adapt them into your own style, or even some of the techniques like impressionism, things like that.
Yeah.
Borrow
Real
from
quick,
it.
real quick question from Jerjun in chat, who asks any advice on revising animation friendly styles so they can share tips with folks. Line mileage. It might seem like not a big deal that you have like 4 tufts of hair on a character versus 3 or 2, but believe me, reduce that down as much as you can because you will end up hating those 4 tufts of hair.
Fable
It's
had to
just that
like Fable had to go into my drawings and like erase all the goddamn buttons I drew all over everything.
Yeah, my job was a lot of like going in and be like, okay, here's the version of the character.
Oh, can you guys hear me? Computer froze.